The server-wide announcements were flooding the screen like a rain of blood. Regular players had already lost it. Did he drop tens of thousands of items or hundreds of thousands? Even if you pawned the underwear off every NPC on the server, you couldn't scrape together this much. But the guild leaders were staring at a different line of text, cold sweat pouring down their faces. He cleared level 400, level 5000, and blew straight through level 7002. Is this even a player? This is the Grim Reaper himself giving the server a physical audit. Beacon Nation Strategic Command Center. Commander Wilson was slumped in his leather chair. His expensive cigar had fallen into his lap, burning a hole right through his pants, and he hadn't even noticed. Just minutes ago, he'd been conspiring with several other nations to ambush Qing Feng in-game and knock China down a peg. Now his whole body had gone cold. This wasn't a genius. This was a walking, human-shaped weapon of mass destruction. Contact China. Now, he slammed his fist on the desk. Whatever the cost, buy back a few pieces of that chaos black gold. A minute later, the head of diplomacy came running back, his face ashen. Commander, China says Boss Qing Feng is very busy. He can't be reached. They also said we've done too much dirt. Even if we could reach him, he wouldn't want to trade with us. And then, they cut the hotline. Blacklisted us. Wilson's face went purple. A mouthful of old blood caught in his throat, and he couldn't even spit out a proper curse. This invisible battle, China had won in a landslide. Level 90 Wilderness, the gloomy rift. Lihu was strolling around the canyon entrance with my mom and dad, all three of them ambling along like a middle-aged tour group out on a spring outing. The old couple were wearing the 100-star Chaos Black Gold gear I'd just tossed their way. Lihu had used a high-level concealment scroll to suppress the world-shattering visual effects, so the gear just looked like two drab, plain white beginner outfits. My dad swung his arms and grinned from ear to ear. This armor's so light, and the stats are insane. All base attributes this high. Combined with a 240x amplification, we could walk through this place sideways. Lihu pounded his chest and shouted, "Uncle, Brother Feng's the only one on the whole server with this stuff. You two just stand here and let the monsters chew on you. They couldn't even scratch a single hair off you." Before he'd even finished, another string of blood-red announcements flooded the sky. Server-wide announcement. Congratulations to Chinese player Qing Feng for destroying the level 7000 map Origin. My mom stared at the screen, laughing so hard the corners of her eyes crinkled. That troublemaker kid. He can't even play a game without causing this much of a scene. She paused, then added, "I wonder if he's been eating on time. Don't just grind dungeons and wear yourself out. Who's he? When you log off, remind him to eat a couple extra bites of meat." Got it. Lihu had seen the screenshot data. With just this one set of gear, the top 10 guilds on the server could gang up together and still not amount to more than a single sneeze from the old couple. Up ahead, a fierce wind kicked up. Boom. A mountain-sized LV-90 boss, Shadow Fury Bone Lion, spawned into existence, the stench of blood washing over everyone. Before Lihu could even draw his blade, a squad of purple-geared players charged out from behind. Leading them was Blade Fury, the vice president of the Sky Tyrant Guild, a thug with a face full of coarse flesh, wielding an epic greatsword. "You old blind bastard. This boss is ours. Get lost." Blade Fury jabbed a finger at my dad, cursing up a storm. Lihu's eyes went cold. His massive frame took a single step sideways, planting himself squarely in front of the elderly couple. The monster spawned right in our faces. "You claim it just because you say so? Even a broke nobody in starter whites is baring his teeth." Blade Fury sneered and immediately launched his charge. "Then die and respawn in town, monster and all." The greatsword howled, ripping through the air, aimed to one-shot all three of them. Seeing the guy actually swing steel at him, my dad, who'd bottled up half a lifetime of factory floor temper, instinctively raised his beginner wooden sword to block. Clang! The epic greatsword slammed viciously down onto his frail shoulder. A single glaring crimson number floated up. -0. Blade Fury froze. An epic weapon strikes a starter noob, and it doesn't even pierce his defense? He didn't get a moment to think. The top-tier Chaos Black Gold effect, Myriad Laws Overlord Body Causality Annihilation, bared its fangs. Boom! No dazzling light show, Just the most unreasonable, purest form of overwhelming force. With my dad at the center, a nuclear blast-like recoil shockwave detonated outward. The dozen-plus elites of the Sky Tyrant Guild, Blade Fury included, were vaporized the instant they touched the light wave. Their screams flattened into nothing. That boss, mouth still open mid-roar, had its health bars zeroed out and crumbled to ash. It wasn't over. The shockwave didn't lose momentum, smashing through everything until it hit the canyon's sheer cliffs. Crack! The entire Gloom Rift Valley was torn apart. The ground collapsed, exposing pitch-black nothingness. Black fissures spread like a spiderweb, cracking straight down to the underlying zeros and ones. Warning: this map's foundational logic has suffered catastrophic damage. System on the verge of collapse. Emergency repairs in progress. A standard dungeon that had been running smoothly for decades, shattered by an old man's reflexive block. It took a full 10+ minutes for streams of data to flood the sky and barely stitch the canyon back together, growing fresh grass and flowers anew. Lihu held his half-drawn blade stance, his calves twitching, the hand gripping his weapon trembling. My dad looked down at the beginner wooden sword, which hadn't even lost a splinter, and swallowed hard. This outfit, quite the recoil, huh? My mom patted her chest. That good-for-nothing Xiaofeng. What kind of terrifying junk did he give us? Nearly gave me a heart attack. Tianshu Dragon Manor, the top-floor stargazing pavilion. Zhang Chonglin's hand, holding a teacup, froze in midair. The tea had gone stone cold, and he hadn't even noticed. Beyond the floor-to-ceiling windows, a bloody torrent of data still churned in the sky above Dongjiang City. The server-wide announcement flashed every few seconds, turning the Black Night into a crimson day. A level 7000 origin. Hashtag the underworld's last secret. This kid is planning to strip the demon realm down to its underwear, he thought, his voice going dry. Jiang Shuyun stood off to the side, watching data flash across her tactical tablet. The instantaneous collapse of 9 major merchant guilds' financial chains. She drew a deep breath, forcing down the storm raging inside her. Mr. Zhang, Jiang Feng just sent another inventory list. 100,000 treasures below 5-star grade, 30,000 low-tier void lost spirit crystals. Says they're cluttering his inventory, told me to handle them however I want. Crack. The Celadon teacup shattered in Zhang Chonglin's grip. Porcelain shards bit into his palm, but he didn't even feel it as he shot to his feet. Handle them however you want. Over 100,000 5-star grade items. If those old bastards in the West knew he considers these garbage to throw away, they'd cough up blood on the spot. He paced back and forth, then suddenly stopped, his tone turning grave. Shuyun, there's something I need to tell you ahead of time. Tomorrow, Marshal Xiao is coming to Dragon Court in person. Jiang Shuyun's breath caught. Xiao Zhenjiang, Huaxia's strongest human, the living totem who had single-handedly suppressed the Abyssal Demon Emperor for 60 years. And he intended to personally pay Jiang Feng a visit? Jiang Feng's strength is beyond question, but he can't be bothered with mundane affairs. Zhang Chonglin lowered his voice. The fact that he handed such a massive resource network over to you, that's how much he trusts you. What he's missing beside him is someone who understands his moods, someone who cares. If you play this head steward role right, all of Tianshu, even the great families of the capital, will have to answer to you. Jiang Shuyun was no fool. She caught the matchmaking undertone in his words plainly enough. Her cheeks flushed, but her gaze remained remarkably steady. Don't worry, Mr. Zhang. She gave a slight bow, neither servile nor arrogant. I know my place. Wherever Jiang Feng points, that's where I strike. Anyone who dares block his path, I'll bury them under a pile of gold coins first. Good. Hearing you say that puts me at ease. Zhang Chonglin laughed, then his eyes turned cold. Since he wants to clear out his inventory, let's put on a show for him. A ruthless one. Time to bleed those white pigs dry. 20 minutes later. The Dark Web. An international, top-tier virtual roundtable. A dozen holographic projections sat around a black table, each one commanding the economic lifeblood and military logistics of an entire nation. Wilson occupied the head seat, his face dark enough to drip water. Gentlemen, the player called Qin Feng has shattered the system's balance. We cannot sit here and wait to die. The Fusang representative spoke, trembling. But we We genuinely can't beat him. Even if every nation threw its entire military at him, we'd be like paper before him. Idiot. Who said anything about fighting? Wilson roared. A mysterious supply source has surfaced out of Huaxia. No matter the cost, we must secure it. And in that very moment, warning, unauthorized access forcibly connected to the meeting. The holographic display flickered. Jiang Shiyun's cold, proud figure materialized at the very center of the round table. Dressed in a black business suit, she looked down and swept her gaze across them all. Jiang Shiyun, who let you in? Wilson shot up, slamming his fists on the table. She didn't even glance at him. With a flick of her hand, a densely packed list smacked down on the table. Long story short, my boss is in a good mood today, feeling charitable. These little cast-offs of ours. Any of you interested? The representatives from every nation lowered their heads to look, and their eyes nearly popped out of their skulls. Nothing but single-color and dual-color treasures, a full 100,000 of them. Beside that sat a mountain of 4th to 13th turn artifacts, priceless wonders too numerous to count. Even pouring the resources of an entire nation into it, spending tens of trillions, they might not produce a single-color treasure. Yet Jiang Shuyun tossed 100,000 of them in their faces like she was dumping trash. The conference room went dead silent, filled only with heavy breathing. Wilson swallowed hard, all his arrogance gone. He forced out a smile uglier than a grimace. Ms. Jiang, is this real? Qingfeng is willing to sell to us. Don't get it twisted. Jiang Shuyun sneered, pulling out a chair and sitting down, crossing her legs. This is just scrap metal my boss couldn't care less about. Selling it to you is throwing you a bone. Don't want it. I'll feed it to the dogs in the abyss. It was grinding the pride of the Western nations into the dirt. But no one dared get angry. In the face of a temptation this overwhelming, dignity meant nothing. We'll take it. The Republic of Korea offers 200 trillion gold coins for 2,000 of the colored gear. The Korean representative was the first to crack. 200 trillion? Jiang Shuyun scoffed. You think you're tossing coins to a beggar? Gold coins, to me, are the most worthless scrap paper there is. She stood, planting both hands on the table, her gaze sweeping across every face like a blade. Listen up. The rules are simple. No gold coins this time. I want controlling shares in the core capital cities of your demon realms. I want permanent mining rights to all S-rank and above reality secret realms. And I want priority scheduling authority over every cross-region teleportation array. Every condition Jiang Shuyun laid out was a dagger aimed straight at the West's arteries. The rare materials and treasures of the reality secret realms were strategic hard currency that couldn't be bought at any price. Controlling them meant holding the code to the entire population's evolution. The more capital cities, the wider the frontier for expansion, and the higher a nation's fortune would rise. And control over the cross-region teleportation arrays meant monopolizing the entire server's logistics hub and its network of military mobility. Whoever held this trump card held the lifeline of the entire game. The conference room stayed dead silent for a full minute. Jiang Shuyun, this is daylight robbery. Wilson slammed the table, veins bulging on his neck. These humiliating terms. The Beacon Nation would rather die than sign. Off you go, then. Don't let me keep you. Jiang Shuyun didn't even lift an eyelid, her fingers tapping lightly on the table. Mr. Zhang's goods never lack for buyers. Care to guess whether the Abyss demons would be willing to trade a few capital cities for this colored gear? The moment the words left her mouth, the Korean representative broke down on the spot. Great Goryeo signs. Just hand over the color tier gear, and the shares of the Abyss capital transfer immediately. Fusong signs too. The alliance's defensive line shattered in an instant. Everyone understood. If the equipment was monopolized by Demon Emperor Ball, they'd face total annihilation in the real world. But sign the terms, and their combat power would skyrocket. All it cost was surrendering a bit of control. Wilson watched the defectors turn coat one after another, grinding his back teeth nearly to dust. Once the equipment gap widened, the Beacon Nation's supremacy would be gone for good. Deal. Every ounce of strength drained from his body as he slumped back into his chair. This bloodless power struggle, Huaxia had absolutely crushed it. The moment the news broke, the entire internet went nuts. Fleecing these foreign devils, this is way too satisfying. What goes around comes around. These guys finally have a day where they bow their heads and eat crow. What kind of cheat is Qing Feng running? Handing out 100,000 pieces of color tier gear like it's trash. The vice president of the Kyoto Martial Arts Association posted under his real name. This is a dimensional strike. He's dragged Huaxiao's combat power up by 2 whole eras, plain and simple. At the eye of the storm, Jiang Shuyun looked at the assets and permissions exploding in her account, and a cold, gorgeous curve lifted the corner of her lips. She understood Jiang Feng too well. This man was a lone wolf at his core, never bound by worldly conventions. All she had to do was weave a great net of interests for him, to be the sharpest blade in his hand. Cut back to Abyss. The LV-8000 Extreme Zone, Cosmic Boundary. My steps halted as I pulled up the panel. The 16 trillion free attribute points I'd just farmed sweeping through the level 7,000 Forbidden Zone. I dumped every last one straight into my 4 core stats. Allocation complete. Base 4 stats, 5 trillion. Chaos Black Gold 240x amplification in effect, 1,200 quadrillion. A power capable of shattering high-dimensional laws with a casual punch surged wildly through my body. I raised my eyes and scanned my surroundings. Half a day had passed, and not a single monster had spawned. It was eerily abnormal. The entire map held nothing but a dead, silent starry sky. At the edge of the starlight, an old man in coarse linen robes sat cross-legged. ID, Jishwansa. No health bar, his aura restrained to the absolute extreme, like an ordinary meteorite drifting through the cosmos. You've come. The old man slowly opened his eyes, his gaze weathered with age. Much faster than this old one anticipated. I reverse-gripped the cosmic annihilation staff, one eyebrow arching. Who are you? Jishwansa, 73rd generation descendant of the Yellow Emperor of the Xianyuan clan. The old man rose slowly. No health bar, not a monster, not an NPC. Just a pure ancient remnant of will. The same type as Jiang Kunlun, the descendant of the Yin Emperor from before. This old one has waited a very long time for you here. So long that I've forgotten the passing of the years. Senior, you sought me out. What is your purpose? My tone remained calm. You are the chosen, one destined. He stroked his beard. Cross that line, and you can tear apart the fundamental laws of Demon Realm. Once you hit level 10,000, Jiang Kunlun and I will have fulfilled our purpose and can ascend to the world above. I kept my expression neutral. Jiang Kunlun mentioned a world within a world too. What's actually up there? All those badasses throughout history. Why did they vanish without a trace after going in? Jishwansa gazed into deep space and sighed softly. I don't know much. Only that the laws there are 10,000 times stronger than on Blue Star, stronger than in Demon Realm. Every one of them was bewitched by a single prophecy. What prophecy? At Kunlun's peak, the path to heaven appears. Neither dying nor perishing, the 10,000 worlds pay homage. Each word carried weight. Back then, the first emperor sacrificed his terracotta army just to blast open a one-way passage. I raised an eyebrow. You don't even know what that place looks like. Yet you're telling me I'm the chosen one and asking me to protect the sons of the Yin and Huang emperors? Where's this confidence coming from? He wasn't offended. In fact, he laughed, with the kind of certainty you'd expect from a con artist. By the mandate of heaven, and by the great cataclysm 12,000 years ago, you've heard of Nuwa mending the sky, haven't you? I said nothing. The myths aren't just made up. 12,000 years ago, a meteor from beyond the heavens punched through the Buzhou mountain boundary. The celestial river flooded back, and a great deluge nearly wiped out humanity. Smelting stones to mend the sky. What she mended was that high-dimensional rift that had been blasted open. His eyes blazed, fixed intently on me. Before the Yin and Huang emperors ascended, the gods sent them a dream. When the abyss descends and the demon realm digitizes Blue Star, an anomaly capable of tearing apart every law will be born into the world. He would be the next Skymender. So this old man has stood guard here for one reason only, to show you the way. Before he could finish, his form shattered into a sky full of golden starlight, slowly drifting apart. Go now, to the realm of level 10,000. Go see the real starry sky. A few seconds later, the old man was completely gone. Everything fell dead silent once more. I rubbed my chin. All I wanted was to lean on my infinite plunder talent, quietly play the OP hermit, stack my stats until the universe exploded, and keep my parents living peacefully. What happened to this world? I honestly couldn't care less. And now these ancestors from thousands of years ago insisted on forcing a quest on me, slapping a big savior label on my head, even dragging out the whole new amending the sky story. Don't get too ridiculous. I'm just an emotionless monster farming machine. I withdrew my gaze, my expression calm. Make me the Skymender, save all living beings? Don't make me laugh. My purpose for entering the demon realm was dead simple. Farm monsters, score loot, stack my stats until I broke through the boundary, and keep my family safe and sound. 10,000 worlds paying homage, whatever. Whoever wants to fight over it can go ahead. Just leave me out of it. Still, for words in G. Schwantz's prophecy caught my attention. Neither dying nor perishing. This wasn't just an ordinary. Full max damage immunity can pull it off. Immortality usually means overpowered, higher dimensional laws that defy all logic. I pulled up the system panel and searched the Warzone-wide forums for Path to Heaven and Deathless and Undying. Everything that loaded was just guild recruitment spam, not a single scrap of useful info. I didn't waste any more time. I activated Realm of Demons long-range virtual comms. Light and shadow warped, and a holographic conference room materialized in an instant. The projections of Jiang Shuyun and Zhang Chonglin slowly took shape on either side of the long table. This was multidimensional communication. It ignored maps, spanned server regions, and had no distance barriers. Mr. Jiang, did things get handled over there? Jiang Shuyun sat ramrod straight, her expression sharp and businesslike. I cut straight to the point. Deathless and undying, all realms bow to the source. This prophecy, have you heard it before? She frowned for a few seconds, then shook her head. There's nothing in the Tianshu intelligence database. It sounds like an incantation for opening some ancient secret realm. Across from us, Zhang Chonglin was holding a teacup, but his hand suddenly froze. The military heavyweight narrowed his eyes, thinking it over, then abruptly slapped his thigh. Now that you mention it, it rings a bell. A few years back, some weirdo posted about it on a domestic forum. He brought up those exact 16 characters. Send me the link, if you would. Zhang Chonglin immediately invoked the military's highest clearance, digging out that long-buried dead link from the underlying database and pushing it onto my panel. While he was at it, he mentioned something important. Oh, right, Xiaofeng, Marshal Zhao's schedule is set. Tomorrow at noon, he'll personally come to the Tianshu Dragon Court to meet you. Xiao Zhenjiang, China's 1 and only 7th rank, level 400 powerhouse. Understood. I acknowledged it and cut the connection. Given my current strength, meeting with the top brass was only a matter of time. Even the supreme commander at the capital's highest echelon had to come knocking in person. I turned my attention back to that beat-up link. The post stats were dismal, fewer than 10 replies, but several thousand downvotes. Poster's ID, Zelik. The signature line reeked of that cringy, uncanny world weariness, the last chieftain of the stellar remnant race. The body of the post wasn't long. Right off the bat, it broke down that 16-character prophecy. At Kunlun's utmost peak, the path to heaven appears. Atop Mount Kunlun lies a physical passage to the higher dimensional world, the true starry sky behind reality itself. Deathless and undying, all realms bow to the source. Step onto this path, and you can undergo a complete transformation, gaining the power of immortality. Every species across all planes of the universe will kneel in submission. At the end of the section, he tacked on a blunt, crude summary. Walking this path all the way through equals invincibility, plus immortality, plus sovereign of all realms. Every generation of your blue planet's mightiest has gone and never returned. Nothing more than greed for eternal life and supreme power. I raised an eyebrow and scrolled down. The reply section below was a full-blown roast fest. Second floor. Oh, stellar remnant race? And I'm a wild. Altman, huh? You've been reading too many web novels. I suggest you turn left at the door and head straight to the psych ward. Third floor. I swear on my name that OP is right. Because he still owes me $5 for internet fees from yesterday. Fourth floor. If you're going to make up a story, at least make it consistent. There's barely anyone in the whole server who's even hit the 7th tier, and you're trying to sell me on being the biggest boss in the entire universe. If it were an ordinary person getting flamed like this, they'd have started cursing up a storm long ago. But the OP stayed unnervingly calm, launching into a cold, emotionless barrage on the fifth floor, laying out an entire dimensional hierarchy that even humanity's mightiest wouldn't dare to imagine. Your understanding is far too limited. So-called hidden classes and SSS plus level talents. On a cosmic scale, they're nothing more than the entry-level standard for bottom-tier scavengers. The true class hierarchy, standard F to SSS level. Above that, in order, quasi-primordial, primordial, astral, realm lord, Tao source, void, heaven sovereign, and all the way up to the infinite level, where all laws bow to the self alone. My fingertips paused. I glanced at those 4 words on my own panel. Panga Slaughter, limitless level. Clearly, even Zirig here, spouting all this high-dimensional theory, hadn't so much as brushed against this ultra-spec ceiling that belonged to me alone. The 7-colored divine artifacts you treasure so much? They're just transitional junk. The real artifact hierarchy, chaos treasures, Hongmeng treasures, primordial origin treasures, and the ultimate infinite treasures. And let's talk about the levels you worship like gods. 4th tier is level 120. 5th tier is level 180. All the way to 13th tier at level 990. Only by stepping into level 999 do you count as a pseudo-god, capable of condensing a divine seed within your body. And only by crossing that threshold to reach level 1000 do you truly fuse with your divine seed, flesh and body ascending to godhood. The reply section went silent for a few days. Then someone chimed in, dripping with sarcasm. Well structured, I'll give you that. I'm almost moved to tears. Grand Chieftain, why don't you tell us what the prehistoric civilization looked like 12,000 years ago? The OP's final reply was dated 5 years ago. Every single word carried a dead silence and desolation that spanned 10,000 years. It was a star region of warring gods, glory beyond measure. Every infant born there had no novice period. The moment they came into the world, they possessed the power of level 780, the 10th tiered. My eyes narrowed slightly. 10th tier at birth? That starting point was absurdly high. Sadly, a single catastrophe destroyed it all. A comet carrying the law of destruction came crashing down, and that comet is the very demon realm space you're all connected to now. In that violent collision, the high-dimensional gods fell one and all. The prehistoric star region suffered a fatal dimensional reduction strike, degrading into a primitive blue planet that couldn't even qualify as level 1. The laws collapsed, and heaven and earth fell into chaos. Among your ancestors, the truly brilliant and extraordinary did not perish. They set forth toward higher worlds, all in pursuit of immortality. And me? I stayed. With my power, I could have swept through the demon realm and crushed the blue planet ages ago. But I held back for 10,000 years, did nothing, all to wait for one person. An anomaly who could mend the boundary wall and channel higher dimensional power, a Skymender. Back then, Nuwa spared my life. I've lived only to repay that debt. Once it's settled, I'll willingly fade back into the void. The post ended there. No one had replied. Everyone had written it off as the cyber confession of some hardcore edgelord. But the worldview it laid out, the equipment tiers, the level thresholds, all of it matched the hidden data buried in my system. Confirmed. This was an ancient monster who'd lived 10,000 years, hiding somewhere on the blue planet or in the demon realm. The corner of my mouth twitched up. I opened the reply box. No feeling him out, no filler. I just typed one line. You've all been looking for the Skymender. Let me cut to the chase. That's me. Send. 1 second. 2 seconds. The data stream in front of me suddenly detonated, churning wildly. The starfield backdrop marking the edge of the universe was torn apart by an invisible hand, and the spatial barrier shrieked as it shattered. No system announcement. No spawn effects. A gaunt gray figure smashed straight through the underlying code of the level 8000 map and slammed down in front of me with a thunderous crash. The old man was covered head to toe in grayish-brown stone scales. No gear. No weapons. Even my insight, which could see through every law of reality, couldn't read his name or his health bar. But the moment he planted his feet, My Chaos Black Gold set flared with dark light on its own. The Absolute Defense passive, boosting me 240x, triggered automatically, frantically fending off the higher dimensional pressure radiating off him. You just posted that reply? The old man's voice was hoarse. His deep sunken eyes locked onto me, the ghostly blue flames within them flickering madly. Fast connection. I flipped my wrist, gripping the cosmos-shattering staff in a reverse hold, holding a burst of true damage measured in the quadrillions poised at the millisecond's edge. Zelig paid no mind to my coldness. Trembling, he took a step forward, his gaze greedy and feverish, sweeping over me like a starving wolf sizing up its prey. The foundation of an ancient star sovereign. No, your aura goes far beyond that. He lifted his head, his rocky old face contorting into a nearly deranged grin. There's no mistake. Only an anomaly who's completely broken free of the normal constraints can mend the sky. 12,000 years. I've finally found you. My tone was flat as water. I only made the post to confirm whether it was real. I'm not taking the job. Find someone else. Zelig froze completely, clearly not expecting me to refuse. His withered arms flailed wildly. You don't understand. That's the path to heaven, the strongest passage in all the realms. Just come with me, and my Star Remnant clan will pour out the last of our origin force to help you skip every class advancement trial and ascend straight to the peak. Exclamation point. His shouting grew more frenzied. No matter how massive your data is now, you're still just a mortal trapped in this plane. Come with me. Forge a divine core on the spot. Merge with the laws. Ascend in a single step. Achieve godhood in the flesh. Straight to level 1000, max level, standing atop all worlds. Skip every shackle, hit max level, and become a god instantly. That kind of temptation would make any ranking board big shot drop to their knees on the spot. But my expression didn't so much as ripple. I raised my eyelids slightly and coldly sized up this ancient relic who'd lived for 10,000 years. One click and it's free, instant godhood. And the catch is I go plug that high-dimensional rift for you, right? This is your destiny, and your only way out. Pass. Just one word from me. Zirig's eyes suddenly narrowed. Why? That's power countless beings would die to have. It's an unknown passage. Go in, and I might lose all connection. I turned around and pulled up the teleport coordinates on the myriad world star compass. Nice pie in the sky, but if I become a god in the flesh and then can't get back, who's going to take care of my parents in their old age? I tilted my head and shot a glance at his now completely petrified figure. Stay put in your cave like a good boy. Bother me with this garbage again, and I'll rip out that divine core of yours too and sell it for gold coins. I turned and walked away. In the deathly silent starfield, only the 10,000-year-old Starbones chieftain remained. I never crossed that line to tear apart the laws of the demon realm, and I sure didn't by his passionate, mend the heavens speech. Crossing worlds. Who knows if it might trigger some chain reaction? What if it brought some unforeseeable catastrophe down on Blue Star? I have no interest in being a savior, and even less in dragging apocalyptic trouble onto my family. Besides, my spiritual perception was now honed to an absolute edge. Instinct told me something was off about this Zirig. All that talk about saving the masses, yet the greed in his eyes couldn't be hidden at all. The moment my figure vanished completely, that conman transcendence on Zirig's face collapsed in an instant, his withered features twisting like a slab of old bark. In those deep blue eye sockets, a venomous fire flared to life. Ungrateful, low-dimensional worm. He crushed a meteorite beside him with one hand, his voice grating like sandpaper. Heavenmender, my ass. 12,000 years I've guarded this wretched place, my body withering, my laws bleeding away. I finally weighed out a perfect vessel, and he dares refuse. This was his true objective. The so-called guiding passage was nothing but a ruse. The moment I let my guard down even slightly, he would strike instantly, drain my soul, and seize this supreme, infinite tier body to reclaim his place atop all worlds. But he never imagined I wouldn't fall for any of it. Want to take care of mommy and daddy? Zirig laughed, sinister and low, his scales trembling violently. Such a devoted son, aren't you? Then, #translation. I'll send your whole family to hell to have your little reunion. Once you watch your parents die right before your eyes, we'll see just how calm you can stay. Boom. High-dimensional law tore through space. He transformed into a streak of gray light, following the residual causal thread on my body, plunging straight down toward the lower reaches of the demon realm. At that same moment, in the LV-1200 zone, the fallen abyss, dark red magma churned underfoot as swarms of LV-1200 abyssal lords let out earth-shattering roars. Any single one of them could wipe out Blue Star's top guilds hundreds of times over. Yet right now, this place felt more like a casual weekend getaway. My dad, Jiang Jiangwo, held a weapon disguised to look like a beginner's wooden bow and casually drew it to full. Whip, an utterly unremarkable arrow shot out. Boom. 500 meters ahead, a dozen abyssal lords with trillions of HP each instantly exploded into ash. Not even a bone fragment left behind. Holy crap, uncle. That damage is insane. Li Hu, trailing behind to scoop up gold coins, was so worked up his voice cracked. My mom, Lu Tsulan, twirled her wooden staff, bored out of her mind as she cast a healing spell on herself. Slow down, old man. You've cleared out all the mobs. I don't even have anything to use my skills on. Li Hu grinned. Auntie, that chaos black gold gear you and uncle are wearing. Every stat's in the trillions. Forget LV-1200, you could waltz right through the in-game zones in the thousands. Today's just a warm-up. Lu Tsulan beamed at the praise and turned to him. Huzi, these mobs give great XP. Why not bring your mom and dad along to train too? Feng surely gave us more than enough gear to spare. Li Hu jumped, startled, waving his hands like a rattle drum. Auntie, stop, stop. Please don't. His expression turned serious. Feng's been beyond good to me. He handed me a full set of chaos treasures himself. I'm happy just riding his coattails. I know exactly where I stand. If I got greedy and started dragging my whole extended family in to leech off him, that'd be shameless. The good life I've got now is all because I know my place. Lu Tsulan nodded again and again. You really are a good kid. Feng didn't befriend the wrong man. The three of them were chatting away when the sky overhead suddenly shattered like a mirror, exploding with a deafening crash. A suffocating high-dimensional pressure surged like a tsunami, and the rolling magma froze solid into ice in an instant. Jiang Feng's parents? Die. A shrill, venomous shriek rang through heaven and earth as a gray shadow crashed down like a meteor. Zelig's gaunt, withered claw ripped through the void, carrying 10,000 years of destructive law, striking straight at my dad's back. A blow like this would kill even a LV-5000 god-tier boss on the spot. Li Hu's face went white. There was no time to react. My dad was still turned away, talking to my mom. Not even a hint of warning. Bam! A muffled boom shook the ground, and Zirig's claws dug deep into my dad's back. And then, a bright red number floated lazily up above my dad's head. -3,600. The air went dead silent. Li Hu's jaw dropped, his eyes nearly bugging out of his skull. Lu Tsulan froze in place, forgetting to even raise her hand. Even Zirig, all furious second ago, hung there in midair, his eerie blue eyes practically bulging out of their sockets. He stared at his own claws, then whipped his gaze back to that health bar. 460 trillion total HP, and he'd chipped off a whopping 3,600 points. Forget breaking the defense. He hadn't so much as scratched a single hair. And here's the truly absurd part. The instant that sliver of health dropped, it snapped right back to full the very next second. The health bar didn't budge. WH. What the hell are you? Zirig's voice was actually shaking. His high-dimensional strike, 10,000 years in the making, had landed on some old man from Blue Planet. And it felt like a tickle. My dad reached back and rubbed his shoulder, frowning as he sized up the scrawny old geezer in front of him, all covered in bizarre rocky scales. Tiger, why's this level 1200 map spawning monkeys? This old ape's got a temper, actually daring to scratch people. Uncle, this doesn't look like a wild mob. Looks more like some tough story boss. Li Hu swallowed hard. Lu Tsulan hurried over, grabbing my dad's arm. You okay, old man? Does it hurt? Hurt my ass. Felt like a mosquito bite. My dad shook her off and glared at Zirig, his temper flaring. You old freak. You dare interrupt my spring outing? You tired of living? The words had barely left his mouth when he grabbed that thing that looked like a wooden bow, but was actually a primordial treasure, and without drawing it or activating a single skill, He just swung it like a club straight at Zirig's forehead. Zirig sensed something was wrong and tried to retreat, only to find the space around him completely locked down. The causality annihilation, built into the primordial treasure set, backed by absolute, crushing power. No, wait, bam. The back of the bow smashed square into his forehead. A blinding crimson number exploded across the screen, nearly bursting the entire field of view. Minus 326 trillion. Absolute true critical hit. Zirig didn't even get half a scream out. That body of star ruins, 12,000 years in the making, popped like a watermelon under a hydraulic press, instantly bursting into a cloud of nothingness. In his final moment, his eye sockets split open in disbelief, unable to die in peace. Right up to the end, he couldn't wrap his head around it. Fine, Jiang Feng was a monster, whatever. But why was his dad also absurd beyond all reason? The ash was swept clean by the wind in the blink of an eye. That's it. My dad curled his lip, put away the bow, his face full of contempt. Health bars not even as thick as that red rock boar from before. Total glass cannon. He'd barely finished speaking. The words had barely left when the space beside me twisted and churned like ripples on water. I stepped through the black gold array patterns of the myriad realm traversal, striding out. The moment I'd sensed the old freak tearing through space, I'd locked onto my parents' coordinates and rushed straight over. The second my dad saw me, he pulled a stern face. Phone, what kind of messed up enemies have you been making? Now you're picking fights and running to your parents for backup. He jabbed a finger at the little pile of ash on the ground. If this old monkey had actually clawed your old man to death, you'd be an orphan by now. Good thing your dad's got a tough constitution. Anyone else would have been a goner. Seeing that my dad was still in the mood to crack jokes, I felt the corner of my mouth curl up. The reason I hadn't stepped in to stop Zirig right away was simple. I knew exactly how insanely broken that chaos black gold suit was. Dad, quit gloating and acting like the victim. I shot back with a grin. With that getup of yours, defense in the hundreds of trillions, plus causality law damage reflection, forget one old husk. Even if Blue Star exploded right here, right now, your hairstyle wouldn't move an inch. I just figured I'd borrow his hand to let you two old folks stretch your muscles a bit. Call it family bonding, mutual support. You little brat, your mouth's getting worse and worse. My mom laughed and smacked me on the back. Beside me, Lihu had completely lost it. Thud, both knees hit the ground, and he was so worked up that tears were practically spraying out of his eyes. My lord, foster father, he looked up at me, eyes blazing with fervor. Brother Foam, this gear is unreal. A 10,000-year-old monster doing a dimensional strike beat down, and it couldn't even knock a single hair off Uncle's head. From this day forward, in life I am Brother Feng's man, and in death I'll be Brother Feng's ghost. Point me anywhere and I'll strike. No questions asked. I broke out in goosebumps and walked over to give him a solid kick. No hesitation. Get lost. Hurry up and get off the ground. I rolled my eyes. Enough with the theatrics. My lord, foster father, your dad here doesn't want to end up like Dong Zhuo, getting stabbed in the back by you one of these days. Never gonna happen. I'm a loyal hound. I'd never backstab. Lihu scrambled up, rubbing his backside, snickering like an idiot. My parents watched these two clowns and couldn't help but burst out laughing. In the vast, deep abyss of the fallen depths, what should have been a crisis strung to the breaking point had somehow been turned by the four of us into a light-hearted, easygoing family sitcom. I glanced at the ashes drifting through the air and curled my lip. That old geezer, just asking for trouble. I cursed him out loud, but inside my mind was crystal clear. There was definitely something off about that old thing. It had shown up spinning grand promises, pressuring me to mend the heavens, and the moment I refused, it dared to cross dimensions and ambush my parents. Its motives were anything but pure, but it also confirmed my suspicions. Those bizarre, fantastical Chinese myths were probably all real, just wiped clean by that prehistoric cataclysm. Clean. As for the demon domain, it's that disaster star that punched straight through Blue Star's dimension. But I couldn't care less about mending the heavens. No matter how big the rift got, as long as it didn't stop me from logging on to grind mobs, didn't keep mom from buying groceries or dad from running dungeons, it had nothing to do with me. Holy crap. Feng, check it out. Li Hu suddenly shouted at the top of his lungs, jabbing his finger into the air. Floating in the empty space was a faint glimmer of starlight, a fist-sized beast-hide pouch, its surface crawling with dark, golden demonic runes. Sumeru's Star Remnant Pouch, a high-dimensional storage treasure containing a shattered miniature star field. I reached up and snatched it, squeezing the pouch in my palm. Ding! Loot successful. Gold plus 8,000 trillion. Void Law Spirit Crystal plus 45,000. Destruction Divinity, Pseudo-God Tier, plus 1. Primordial Treasure, Mystic Violet Void, Demon Suppressing Armor, plus 1. The notifications kept firing off. Every single item was top shelf, maxed out quality. I flicked my finger and pulled up the Demon Suppressing Armor. Mystic Violet Void, Demon Suppressing Armor. Quality, Primordial Treasure. Equip requirement, none. Base, all stats plus 1.2 trillion. Trait 1, reduces damage taken by 99.999%, converting the remainder into a limitless shield. Trait 2, immune to high-dimensional suppression, ignores all instant kill mechanics. Trait 3, deals 3,000% true damage to demons. Trait 4, on a fatal blow, triggers 3 seconds of invincibility at 1 HP, then instantly heals to full. Trait 5, on a fatal blow, 1 HP invincibility, heals to full, once per day. Set bonus. Collect all 7 pieces, all stats times 400. Currently 1/7. I raised an eyebrow. The stats on this single piece already crushed the Chaos Black Gold gear I was wearing. But right now I had 3 full Chaos Primordial sets stacked for a 240x amplification. Swap out the chest piece, and the whole set bonus collapses on the spot. I'll wait till I've got a full set. Without a hint of regret, I stuffed this treasure, the kind that level 10,000 big shots would kill each other over, into my bag. The next second, my gaze fell on that black glinting, many-faceted crystal. Destruction Divinity. It was the first time I'd ever seen a drop with the word divinity attached. Phone, what's this black rock? Gives me the creeps, but man does it look badass. Li Hu leaned in, eyes bugging out. I didn't say a word. I just tossed the divinity panel into the channel. The moment Li Hu saw it clearly, he sucked in a sharp breath. My dad, Jiang Jiangguo, glanced over, his brows knotting into a tight frown. My mom, Lu Tsulan, was completely lost, tugging at Li Hu and asking, "What's this say? What level? 1000 divine body?" I was about to answer when a weathered sigh echoed through the empty abyss. That is the Destruction Divinity. It's the core of the one you just slew. Loaga, the Dark Void Soul Devourer. The void twisted like ripples on water, and Jiang Kunlun, clad in plain white robes, stepped slowly out. First the translation. He glanced warily at the wooden bow in my dad's hand before cupping his fists in a respectful bow toward me. Elder Jiang. Jiang Kunlun smiled bitterly. Think of this thing as a straight-to-max level transfer certificate. Refine it, and you skip every threshold. Instantly hit level 1000, max out your divine body, command the laws of destruction, and your combat power explodes. Straight to max level? Li Hu's voice cracked on the spot. That's awesome. Think of all the grinding it'd save. Jiang Kunlun sneered and shook his head. Every shortcut has a price. Refine someone else's divine seed, and you'll be assimilated by it. You'll never be able to forge your own perfect divine seed again. He fixed his eyes on me, spelling it out word by word. And the worst part, after refining it, your growth rate gets cut by 90%. Your cultivation stays locked for life. Don't dream about ever leveling up again. My eyelid twitched. Killing one monster naturally nets me 10 stat points. Refine this stone, and I'd get just 1. Killing a top-tier boss naturally grabs 10 billion. Cut by 90%, that's 9 billion straight down the drain. A pure, bleeding loss. Grab the sesame seed, drop the watermelon. My Pango Plunder has no ceiling. As long as there are enough monsters, I can farm stats past the very edge of the universe. Trade an infinite future for a one-time jump to level 1000? That's a loss so bad it'd bankrupt my whole bloodline. Mom grabbed me anxiously. Phone, this is a poison apple. Don't you dare touch it. Li Hu nodded frantically too. Phone, don't do it. You level up like you're riding a rocket. No reason to move into someone else's second-hand, half-finished dump. Real power is never something someone else hands you. I know. I flicked my wrist and tossed the forbidden divine seed into a corner of my pack like it was garbage. I'll list it on the auction house later. Perfect for scamming some foreign suckers. After stowing my gear, I looked at Jiang Kunlun, my gaze sharpening. You're not off enjoying retirement on Kunlun Mountain. What are you doing down here in the abyss, at level 1200? Jiang Kunlun's aged face flushed red, and he coughed twice. This old man. I actually came to bring you word. He pointed at the ashes dissipating on the ground. The one you killed wasn't Zirig, the Starbone chieftain at all. The real Zirig was assassinated by this Morag 10,000 years ago. It's been wearing someone else's skin, hiding in the shadows, looking for a perfect vessel to seize and be reborn in. I sensed the higher dimensional space being torn open, and fearing you'd fall for its trick, I rushed over as fast as I could. At that point, he looked at my dad, who was calmly using the wooden bow to clean under his fingernails, and the corner of his mouth twitched violently. Who could have imagined? I hadn't even arrived, and your honorable father had already blasted this 10,000-year-old monster into ashes. His eyes were full of shock and bewilderment. How could a blue planet old man who hadn't even hit level 100 unleash such terrifying power? Just what kind of family was this? Now I understood. No wonder that old geezer had been spouting nonsense from the moment he showed up. He was a fraud looking to steal a body all along. Thank you for your trouble, Elder Jiang. Jiang Kunlun shook his head, his expression suddenly lightening, as if a great weight had been lifted from his shoulders. Young friend Jiang, I came this time to say goodbye. Where are you headed? The path to heaven. A yearning flickered in his eyes. Ji Xuance's obsession has dissolved, and he's ascended to the legendary upper realm. Our mission to guard the bloodline is finally complete. He looked at me and sighed. Though you haven't reached level 10,000 yet, your strength already surpasses this world's limits. With you standing guard, China has nothing to fear. It's time this old man went to see the sights of the higher dimensions. With that, he bowed deeply, dissolving into motes of pure light that scattered into the earthen abyss. I gazed at the spot where he'd vanished, my eyes calm. The higher dimensional world. The upper realm. Maybe I'd go someday. Maybe I'd stay on Blue Star. That was all a matter for the future. For now, there were more pressing things. I turned to my parents and Li Hu. Dad, Mom, this map's cleared out. Li Hu, take them to a new map and keep grinding. Li Hu straightened up and thumped his chest. You got it, brother Feng. I'll handle everything. I'd been stuck at level 120 for a while now. It was time to take on the fourth advancement quest, reforge the divine body. There were never any shortcuts on the road to getting stronger. With a single thought, I opened the Myriad World Star Compass. Black gold formation patterns spread rapidly beneath my feet as space folded layer upon layer. Let's go. My figure vanished into thin air. Neutral public zone, level 120 exclusive map, Heaven's Judgment Thunder Platform. Fierce winds tore across the ground, and the black clouds pressed down so heavily it was hard to breathe. For 100 miles in every direction, the land was scorched black and frozen, not a single blade of grass in sight. High in the sky, dark purple orbs of lightning hovered in midair, each 100 meters wide, rotating slowly like pairs of cold, watching eyes. This was the life or death trial for level 120 players, the fourth advancement's ultimate quest, reforge the divine body. Survive it, and you'd be reborn anew. Fail, and you'd be reduced to ash, everything back to zero. Below the platform, high-level players from every battle zone were packed together. Some held up recording devices to steal the technique, but far more were hopelessly stuck at level 120, staring at the Thunder platform, not daring to take a single step. The fourth heavenly tribulation, it all comes down to your foundation, said a Chinese guild leader, stroking his beard. The average person can barely survive one bolt if they're lucky. Survive 2, and you're elite. Survive 3, and you're a strategic tier prodigy, unrivaled in the whole world. The words had barely left his mouth when an arrogant shout erupted from the front of the crowd. Everybody get the hell out of my way. Let me show you how the ancient sages sect of India conquers the Sea of Thunder. A player from India, draped head to toe in gold ornaments, swaggered onto the Thunder platform. His ID stood out glaringly. Amir, level 156 Berserker. To guarantee he'd pass the tribulation, he'd spent a fortune buying realm-breaking spirit crystals, forcibly maxing out his level. He didn't take the heavenly tribulation seriously in the slightest. He hoisted his dark gold Greytax overhead, crimson lights surging, and roared, "The ancient gods grant me power. Bring it on." Boom. The sky split open, and a bolt of silver lightning as thick as a barrel came crashing down. Crack. The Greytax he'd treasured melted into molten iron in an instant. The lightning didn't lose an ounce of force. It drove straight down through his skull. The Berserker who'd been so cocky a second ago didn't even get a scream out. His health bar hit 0 instantly, and his body dissolved into ash that scattered on the wind. Dead silence for 1 second. Then the crowd erupted in laughter. That's it. One white bolt, and he's gone. So much for the ancient sages of India. What a joke. High level means nothing. No foundation, and you're just a clown. The Indian players flushed red one by one and shrank back into the crowd, not even daring to defend themselves. Before the laughter died down, a black figure darted out. A Fusang ninja, face cold as ice, leaping onto the lightning platform without a word. He pinched his fingertips, and 3 purple shield scrolls shattered, wrapping his entire body in a thick barrier. His hands formed seals, and several clones materialized out of thin air. He was trying to fake his way through with tricks, but the heavenly tribulation locks onto the soul's very essence. Any trick is utterly useless. Rumble. The first bolt struck. The Fusang ninja spat out a huge mouthful of blood, and all 3 layers of shielding shattered like paper. But he gritted his teeth and held on. Not retreating a single step, he took it head on. He held it. He survived the first bolt, someone in the crowd cried out. Ecstasy had barely flashed through his eyes when the clouds churned violently. The second bolt of azure thunder gave him no chance to breathe, slamming down instantly. Crack. No suspense. He exploded into a mist of blood on the spot, respawning back in the main city, judged a failure and permanently stripped of 1/10 of his attributes. 2 went up. 2 died horribly. It was like a bucket of ice water dumped over the entire crowd. The rowdy audience fell dead silent in an instant. Even the whispers vanished. The might of the heavenly tribulation crushed every ounce of luck and arrogance. In the silence, a cold, indifferent voice rang out. Move. Austin, the #1 heavy knight on the Maple Nation's 3rd Transcendence rankings, strode onto the stage. He carried a massive tower shield inlaid with dragon crystal, every step landing with weight. He drew a deep breath, holy light bursting from his entire body, and shouted, "Sacred Shield Defense." Life bloom. Boom. The first white bolt smashed into the tower shield, sparks flying everywhere. Austin planted his feet, didn't budge an inch, and the shield only bore a shallow scorch mark. The crowd gasped. What insane defense. Now that's a true elite. Before he could catch his breath, the second bolt of azure lightning followed right behind. Austin's face went pale, and one knee slammed hard into the ground. His tower shield was covered in spiderweb cracks, the dragon crystal dimming. His health bar plummeted, dropping below 20%. But he gritted his teeth and held on, taking that fatal blow head-on through sheer will. The thunderclouds parted as a beam of golden light descended from the heavens, wrapping around him. His aura surged wildly. The 4th tribulation, the reforging of his divine body, complete. God. He actually took 2 strikes of heavenly lightning. Maple Leaf Country is about to produce a legend. Austin rose to his feet, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and swept an arrogant gaze across the arena. Western players erupted in thunderous celebration. Finally, they could hold their heads high. Just as the atmosphere hit its peak, from the back of the crowd, I stepped out at a leisurely pace. Black and gold robes, hands casually tucked in my pockets, unhurried as I walked across the scorched earth. I had nothing. Floating above my head was an ID, just 2 simple characters. Qingfeng. At first, only a few people glanced over carelessly, but that single glance froze them solid, as if a hand had clamped around their throats. Their legs buckled, and they collapsed to the ground. Qingfeng. A shrill, cracking scream tore through the clamor of the thunder platform, more piercing than the lightning itself. Those 2 characters detonated in the crowd like a nuclear bomb. The Western players who'd been cheering for Austin a second ago felt their smiles freeze instantly. Ecstasy turned to awe, their mouths gaping wide enough to fit a fist. After a brief, deathly silence, the Chinese players exploded. Holy crap, it's the legend Qing Feng. He's still stuck at level 120, and he came here himself to face the fourth tribulation. This is dimensional annihilation. What tribulation? It's nothing in front of him. Finally, the big boss makes his move. Those arrogant Westerners need to shut their mouths. The roars surged like a tidal wave, shaking the dark clouds overhead. The news swept across the globe like a hurricane. Qing Feng, the one who one-shot a level 300 boss with a single hand, who wholesaled 7 colored treasures like they were common goods, who stormed into an 8,000-level map, was only level 120. And he was only now attempting his fourth tribulation. Even the mainframe AI of the Demon Realm was stirred. It immediately launched a top-tier live broadcast across both game and reality. Heaven's Way stargazing platform. The instant it went live, the viewer count broke 100 million. 60 years ago, the Great Cataclysm struck. The Abyssal Demon Emperor descended, and the global population plummeted by 60%. Yet even so, at this very moment, over 100 million players poured in simultaneously, not daring to blink, eyes locked on the same screen. At the center of the frame, atop the Heaven's Judgment Thunder platform, I stood in black and gold robes, hands in my pockets, my figure straight as a spear, head tilted back to gaze at the churning pitch-black thunderclouds. Not a flicker of emotion crossed my face, calm as if watching nothing more than an ordinary storm. The bullet comments flooded the screen like a tsunami. He's really Qing Feng? The monster who crushed the entire Western war zone, and he's only level 120. He's slaughtering gods with newbie village stats. System, hurry up and check if he's hacking. The foreign server players were a chorus of curses. But the next second, the Chinese players' comments turned to steel. The torrent swept away every other sound. Clearwind is unstoppable. Glory to our great China. Grandpa Clearwind here is China's guardian god. The viewer count skyrocketed at an absurd, defiant pace. 500 million, 800 million, 1.3 billion, 1.9 billion, 2.8 billion. Elite squads clearing hidden dungeons abandoned their monsters mid-fight. Merchants in the main city packed up their stalls. Even in the highest conference rooms of nations around the world, heads of state set down their documents, holding their breath, all eyes locked on the same screen. At that very moment, the system's central core convulsed as if slammed by the terrifying data. The light screen flickered wildly, out of control. Ding! A server-wide announcement, rendered in bold letters that dripped like blood, seared itself into the retinas of billions. Server-wide announcement. Player Clearwind has stepped onto the Heaven's Judgment Thunder platform. Warning. This player's stats critically exceed all limits, triggering the foundational laws of the Demon Realm. Tribulation system auto-escalating to a higher dimension. Boom! The instant the words faded, the celestial thunder pool went completely berserk. The dark purple thunderclouds turned black as ink in an instant. Blood-red lightning surged from within their depths, and the pressure alone made it impossible to breathe. An invisible shockwave, centered on the thunder platform, tore violently across the land in every direction. Retreat. Retreat now. The experts below scrambled in sheer terror. But it was already too late. The raging aftershock instantly engulfed the front rows. A dozen top-tier experts at level 150 didn't even get to scream. Their high-grade shields shattered on impact. Those slightly weaker had their health bars zeroed out instantly, dissolving into streaks of white light as they were sent back to the main city. Just a single ripple from the tribulation forming was enough to one-shot over 100 high-level players. And me, standing at the center of the thunder platform, I didn't so much as raise an eyelid. Crack! The first bolt of blood-red heavenly lightning came crashing down. I didn't raise a shield. I didn't dodge. I just stood there and let it slam straight into the crown of my head. The lightning exploded. My black robe whipped in the storm. And above my head, 2 lazy words drifted up. Immune. Not a scratch. Basically a massage. 4th high school in Dongjiang City. The classroom was dead silent. You could hear a pen tip hit the floor. The entire class craned their necks, staring intently at the projection. Don't you guys think this Clearwind's build looks just like Jiang Feng? You know, the B-rank talent in our class? A boy muttered under his breath. Get out of here, the guy next to him scoffed. Jiang Feng's just a grinder who farms low-level mobs for hire. This guy's going toe-to-toe with the heavens themselves. If those two are the same person, I'll recite the entire Demon Realm Codex word for word. In the front row, Shun Qingni, the school's most beautiful girl, unconsciously clenched her fingertips, her heart pounding wildly. That posture, hands in his pockets, utterly indifferent to the heavenly lightning, was exactly the same as the way he'd looked when he rejected her. A woman's intuition was sounding the alarm. The man on that screen, the one making the entire world tremble, was Jiang Feng, the one who had turned her down without even glancing back. As if enraged by my indifference, the tribulation turned its thunder into a downpour. One after another, relentless. The 5th bolt, the 10th, the 14th. When the 14th bolt of dark red lightning, thick as a water barrel, came crashing down, the terrifying shockwave ripped through the game's space and, following some invisible channel, bled into reality itself. The northern reaches of Blue Star, the winter deep abyss. Baal, the abyssal demon emperor, staggered up from his throne, his crimson eyes locked on the heavens, his entire body trembling with demonic energy. That high-dimensional pressure seeping in from the void made the knees of this old emperor, who'd ruled for 60 years, go weak. A heavenly tribulation of this magnitude. What kind of monster is that kid? His voice shook uncontrollably. All forces, hear my command. Abandon every stronghold on Blue Star. Seal the gates of the abyss. Anyone who dares set one foot outside, I'll skin him alive. His century-old ambition to conquer Blue Star shattered completely under that pressure. I've persecuted humanity for 60 years. He'll never let me live. I have to run, flee this entire star region. The East Sea Defense Line. China's Supreme Command. General, the demons are retreating. They've pulled back into the abyss like they've seen a ghost. An aide burst through the tent flap. Mad Dog. General Li Yin gazed at the lightning on the horizon and threw his head back, roaring with laughter. Retreat? They're terrified. One man crossing his tribulation just scared off 10,000 demons. That's the pride of China's guardian pillar. The recon satellites captured it all. Emperor Baal's personal warship had already fired up, black mist wrapping around the hull as it dove into a rift in the abyss. The million-strong demon army on the outer perimeter had descended into total chaos, scrambling backward like madmen, abandoning weapons and supplies all over the ground. This was no retreat. This was a full-blown panicked rout. That old bastard Baal was scared out of his mind, didn't even bother keeping up appearances as an emperor anymore. The lightning kept pouring down. The 20th bolt, the 28th, the 35th. When the 35th struck, the entire sky was stained apocalyptic crimson. The ground around the tribulation platform seared into a lake of magma, and cracks spread through space like a frantic black spiderweb. Kyoto, Tianshu Dragon Court. Zhang Chonglin, a level 100 military heavyweight, stood shoulder to shoulder with Jiang Shuyun, head of the Merchants Guild, atop a high tower, their eyes fixed on the horizon. The sky of the real world had also been swallowed by that gorgeous, sinister red glow, echoing the anomaly in the game. This is beyond everything humanity thought it knew. Zhang Chonglin exhaled slowly, his voice thick with awe. He's not crossing a tribulation. He's taming heaven and earth. Jiang Shuyun bit down on her red lips. She understood better than anyone. She was witnessing a god with her own eyes, shattering the shackles of the heavens and ascending to reign over all. In the live stream, the foreign server players who'd been jeering, cursing, and screaming about cheats earlier had long since gone silent. The comment feed fell dead quiet. 4.2 billion viewers around the world held their breath, watching me stand amid that world-ending storm, strolling at ease, utterly composed. It was like strolling through my own backyard. From start to finish, I never even drew the staff hidden beneath my robe. The heaven-defying Thunder War boots slashed 80% off all tribulation damage. Paired with my gigatons of monstrous HP and the absolute damage immunity of Divine Overlord body, the Thunder Tribulation that could reduce Blue Star to ashes couldn't even squeeze out a single -1. Boom. The heavens fell dead silent. Thunderclouds collapsed frantically toward the center, condensing into a pitch-black orb of lightning a full kilometer across. The 49th bolt, the absolute limit of any standard tribulation. But it didn't strike. Instead, it twisted and swelled in midair, morphing into a faceless divine figure 10,000 feet tall. The figure gripped a thunderous spear forged from the laws of the heavenly Tao. The spear point blazed with surging cold light, locking onto me. Carrying the unbreakable will of the world, it hurled down. Across the ocean, in the command conference room of the Beacon Nation, the silence was deathly. Wilson stared at that towering divine figure and its thunder spear, pupils quaking violently, cold sweat soaking through his uniform. 49 bolts already, and it's a dimension-ascended heavenly Tao tribulation. His voice trembled. Years ago, when he'd advanced to the fourth transformation, he'd thrown out every trump card just to barely survive 4 bolts. And he was the Beacon Nation's strongest, hailed as the world's war emperor. Even he had only endured 5 bolts during his tribulation. Across the entire globe, the record for a fourth transformation tribulation was a mere 7 bolts to this day. Yet this man was facing the 49th, and a blood-red tribulation capable of annihilating an entire plane of existence. Kill him. God, bring down your divine punishment. Wipe out this heretic. Wilson clutched the edge of the table, knuckles white, his eyes churning with near-manic jealousy and hatred. In this world, only the heavenly Tao could put an end to this monster. At the outer edge of the winter demon abyss, the Korean tycoon Min Se-hun, his stats ground down to nothing, clung to life like a beaten stray dog, glaring up at the blood-red sky. Die? You have to die under this tribulation. He gnashed his teeth, looking every bit like a gambler who'd bet it all and lost. Beside him, the Fusang sword Saint Shuichi Chiba stayed silent, his mind full of confusion. What kind of impossible fortune had this Chinese kid stumbled into, to defy the heavens all the way to this point? Atop the heavenly punishment thunder platform, howling winds tore space apart. For 100 miles in every direction, the ground caved in wildly. Facing that thunder spear crashing down with the will of the world itself, I still stood ramrod straight, hands still in my pockets. That's about enough, I said flatly. The words had barely left my mouth when the void before me shattered. Roar, a dragon's roar, as if echoing from the primordial dawn of time, thundered across heaven and earth. She surged against the storm, and in the blink of an eye transformed from a palm-sized crystalline golden dragon into a towering primordial ancestral dragon spanning the sky. The colossal dragon, its body like a vast vein of black gold piercing through the heavens. It blotted out the entire sky. Every single dragon scale was as massive as a mountain, crackling with violent lightning. Its eyes were like twin blood-red suns, gazing down coldly upon all living things, and wherever its gaze fell, space itself shattered. Having devoured 100,000 supreme treasures and a colossal amount of lightning attribute crystal cores, she'd become especially sensitive to tribulation lightning. Lurking within the pet space, she could no longer hold herself back. She wanted to feed. Facing the heavenly Tao lightning spear crashing down, the 10,000 League progenitor dragon didn't dodge. Instead, she opened her star-swallowing, sun-devouring maw and gulped it down whole. Crack! A crisp snap tore through the souls of billions across the globe. The 49th dimension ascending heavenly tribulation, powerful enough to erase even 10,000-tier deities, was chewed to pieces right then and there, swallowed straight into her belly. Boom. The instant the tribulation entered her body, her enormous frame erupted with a nuclear blast-level radiance, blinding the heavens and earth. Ding. Pet, Dragon Maiden, has triggered the star-tier talent Endless Devour, consuming a dimension-ascending heavenly tribulation. Ding. Pet has completed Ultimate Evolution, unlocked Constitution, Progenitor Dragon World-ending Lightning Body. Ding. Level has skyrocketed to LV 780. Overall combat power surged 5,000x. All stats broke through 800 billion. At this moment, the Dragon Maiden was wreathed in chaotic black gold lightning. With every breath she took, the entire plane hummed and trembled. I glanced over the panel, the corner of my mouth curving up. Didn't expect her to have this kind of power, a pleasant surprise. The next second, the system chimed again. Ding! Pet's ultimate evolution has triggered feedback. You have obtained the World Lord tier exclusive divine skill. Primordial World Lord, Myriad Dragon Incarnation. Effect: transform into a 10,000 League World Lord tier colossal dragon, commanding the plane's lightning and destruction laws. Immune to all attacks below World Lord tier. Combat power surges 5000x. No cooldown, no cost. The world channel fell dead silent for a full half-minute, then completely erupted. What the hell? She ate the tribulation in one bite. Big Bro Breeze didn't even take his hands out of his pockets the whole time. Just stood there and let his pet gnaw on a fourth transformation tribulation like it was a strip of jerky. If his pet's this insane, how strong is the man himself? Countless shocked comments flooded the screen like mad, as if they were about to blow the whole channel apart. Jiang Jiangguo and Lu Tsuolan, just about to open a portal to rush to the next map, stared at the blood-red sky and paced around in a panic. Moments ago, Li Hu had come running over, ecstatic, to deliver the news, saying Brother Breeze was doing something huge on his livestream. At first, the two elders were overjoyed. But watching each wave of tribulation grow more terrifying than the last, their hearts clenched instantly. Breeze will be okay, won't he? That lightning is so scary. Lu Tsuelan's eyes were red-rimmed, her voice trembling. Jiang Jiangguo's expression was grave. He stared at the blood-red sky, saying nothing. Li Hu took a deep breath and forced out a confident smile, thumping his chest to reassure them. Uncle, Auntie, relax. Brother Feng gave me the full rundown ahead of time. This is all under his control. A little scene like this, it's not even worth a warm-up. Watching Li Hu's confident expression, the old couple let out a long breath, and their hearts, which had been lodged in their throats, finally settled back down. Li Hu turned around. The back of his shirt was already soaked through with cold sweat, and when the night breeze hit it, the fabric clung damp and icy against his skin. He swallowed hard, his throat bone-dry. That sky full of blood-red divine lightning could tear space itself apart. Anyone who said they weren't scared was lying. But at a moment like this, he couldn't show a shred of fear. He clenched his back teeth and swore a fierce oath in his heart. Brother Feng, you'd better come back in one piece. If anything happens to you today, I, Li Hu, will take care of uncle and auntie in their old age and honor them as my own parents for the rest of my life. The words had barely settled when a blinding white light exploded across the livestream. A towering ancestral dragon shot into the heavens, opened its massive maw, and swallowed the heavenly Tao lightning spear whole, like it was chomping down a stick of spicy jerky. In the blink of an eye, the lightning that had filled the sky vanished, and the blood-red heavens cleared. Li Hu's legs went weak, and he collapsed onto the ground with a thud, slapping his thigh and blurting out a stunned curse. Holy crap, that's no pet, that's a divine beast. No carbon-based life form could ever pull that off. Jiang Jiangguo stared hard at the light screen, the corner of his eye twitching. After a long pause, he finally squeezed out. What kind of monster has this kid raised? That lightning spear was rock hard. Can his pet even digest something like that? Lu Tsuolan, on the other hand, leaned right up to the screen, her face full of worry, brow furrowed as she muttered, "This little girl sure has a big appetite, gulping down a lightning bolt that size in one go. She'd better not stuff herself sick and ruin her appetite." The tension that had been suffocating them all just moments ago shattered completely in an instant. Li Hu wiped away his cold sweat, broke into a grin, stood up, and patted the dust off his backside. "Auntie, you're worrying over nothing. With Brother Feng's power, if the sky fell down, he'd just yank it over and use it as a blanket. Come on, let's keep grinding mobs. Can't let this top-tier godly gear go to waste." Kyoto, the top floor of the military district tower. A fierce wind swept across the ground, banners snapping and cracking. Xiao Zhenjiang, the strongest warrior in China, the seventh tribulation totem of the human race, gripped the alloy railing with both hands, knuckles white, staring unblinkingly at the enormous light screen. The purple clay teacup by his hand had tipped over, tea spilling all over the top of his shoe, and he didn't even notice. He'd long known Jiang Feng was strong, But he never imagined that Jiang Feng would keep his hands in his pockets the entire time, not even furrowing his brow, his expression as detached as if the heavenly tribulation were nothing more than a farce. With a single pet, casually and effortlessly, he devoured a dimension-ascending heavenly Tao lightning tribulation. This wasn't a cross-dire challenge. This was a dimensional-level beatdown, a naked display of pure class annihilation. Xiao Zhenjiang shook his head with a bitter smile and sighed under his breath. This young man. The laws of Blue Star can no longer contain him. 30 years of grueling cultivation, brushing past death 9 times over, and he had only just barely touched the threshold of the 7th tribulation. Then he looked back at the young man on the screen, hands in his pockets, not even breaking a sweat. In those 30 years, his insistence was practically a joke. Behind him, the adjutant swallowed hard and, mustering his courage, asked in a low voice, "Commander, with combat power like that, isn't Qing Feng surely some ancient master who spent years in secluded cultivation? Maybe he even knows disguise techniques." Xiao Zhenjiang whipped his head around, his gaze grave, his voice laced with cold contempt. "Cultivation? Their combined ages don't even add up to your son's. What cultivation are you talking about?" The adjutant jolted. "Huh, my son's already in his 40s, and my grandson's about to awaken. You mean to say?" "That's right. He's just an 18-year-old high schooler who barely made it through this year's awakening ceremony." The word struck like a thunderclap. The adjutant couldn't recover for the longest time. 18 years old, yet possessing the strength to crush a 7-turn cultivator and treat a heavenly tribulation as if it were nothing. A talent like that would be hard-pressed to find a rival across the entire galaxy. Some spend their whole lives climbing a single mountain. Others are born standing among the clouds. Heaven never promised fairness, but precisely because of that, every painstaking step of a mortal's cultivation becomes all the more precious. Reaching this thought, Xiao Zhenjiang actually felt at peace. His gaze settled back on the screen, and he issued the order in a heavy voice. "Pass down my absolute command. The Supreme Command grants unconditional clearance for every action Jiang Feng takes. Anyone who dares to interfere will be charged with treason and executed on the spot." The adjutant snapped to attention and saluted sharply. "Yes, sir." Beacon Nation, Supreme Command Conference Room. Wilson looked as though his spine had been ripped out, slumped in his chair like a heap of mud, his eyes hollow. A minute ago, he'd been red-eyed and praying for the heavenly lightning to strike Jiang Feng dead. Now, his entire worldview had crumbled into dust. That dimension-ascending tribulation, the kind that could wipe out a nation's fortune and crush the abyssal demon emperor, had turned out to be nothing more than a snack for someone's pet. Meeting adjourned. He forced the 2 hoarse words out of his throat. One of the generals stood up, unwilling to let it go. "Commander, the 3rd Defensive Line's deployment against China." I said meeting adjourned. Wilson slammed his fist through the conference table, roaring hysterically. "Withdraw every hidden agent in China immediately. Halt all trade sanctions. Anyone who dares provoke that monster, I'll skin him alive myself and hand him to the military tribunal." The room full of generals fell dead silent, like cicadas in winter. Fusang Nation. Sword Saint Chiba Shuichi stared at the screen, his 10 fingers clawing madly at his hair. He scrambled out of the game, yanked the katana off the wall, and brought it crashing down onto the conference table. The glass curtain wall shattered instantly. Revenge? What a load of crap. If even a heavenly tribulation couldn't kill Jiang Feng, then that Iaido strike he'd been so proud of wasn't worth a damn. Goryeo Nation. Min Sihun's face was as white as if it had been smeared with putty. Trembling, he snatched up his encrypted communicator and screamed, "Sell? Dump every overseas mining share we own. Convert it all to gold coins immediately. Go grovel at the feet of China's Su family. Buy their low-tier colored gear, no matter the cost. If you want to live, now we can only beg for scraps at Huaxia's mercy." He'd finally faced reality. He and Jiang Feng weren't even in the same dimension. The other man stood atop 100 dimensions. He was nothing but a speck of dust in one. In the Demon Realm World channel, the scrolling subtitles blew past the limits of the human eye. Even the system's mainframe stuttered for an instant, forced into an emergency load balancing. "Godfather, accept your child's bow." Swallowing a heavenly tribulation whole. This is a true god. I was sweating for Brother Feng just now. I'm sorry, I'm not worthy of doubting a god. Ha ha. All those Western dogs who were barking a second ago have gone dead silent. So satisfying. But no one realized this was only the beginning. The real terror was still to come. On the Heaven's Judgment Lightning platform, the raging winds gradually died down. The colossal ancestral dragon circled the heavens once, its massive body rapidly shrinking. A flash of gold, and the dragon girl transformed back into an adorable little slip of a girl, burrowing straight into my arms. She let out a contented burp, tiny purple arcs of lightning still crackling at the corners of her mouth. I ruffled her hair, my tone flat. Nice work. She squinted her eyes, looking exactly like a cat begging for a reward. Billions of people around the world watching the live stream were completely dumbfounded. A primordial beast that had been devouring heaven and earth a second ago, now this docile in my arms. Meanwhile, I kept my hands in my pockets the whole time, as if the farce of swallowing a heavenly tribulation had nothing to do with me at all. System notifications crashed down like a torrential rain. Congratulations to player Qingfeng for surviving the Fourth Ascension Dimensional Tribulation. Exclusive Divine Skill Divine Overlord Body completing Dimensional Enhancement. I flicked my fingertips, sweeping away the sky full of data. A breakthrough of this level came as naturally as water flowing downhill for me, not even worth a pause. My gaze pierced through the void, stabbing straight at the horizon. There, a dangerous aura that even I instinctively rejected was frantically gathering. But a mocking smirk curled at the corner of my lips. Whatever dared come to challenge me, no matter what it was, had only one road: death. The real world. All four of Blue Star's oceans surged into 100-meter waves without warning. The highest-level air raid sirens across the globe blared at once. In Huaxiao, above the city of Dongjiang, the clear sky was torn open by a pair of invisible hands, revealing an enormous black rift. Deep blue data streams poured in like a heavenly river flooding backward, gushing into reality. Virtual specks of light flickered across the surfaces of skyscrapers, and the street trees twisted and swelled, becoming corrupted giant trees that blotted out the sun. Dozens of tons of heavy trucks hung eerily in midair. The laws of physics had completely collapsed. The fusion of the demon realm and reality had been forcibly triggered ahead of schedule by this breakthrough of mine. Deep within the black rift, a faceless divine figure 10,000 meters tall was slowly pushing its terrifying silhouette out from the sky. It had no features, only the absolute indifference of a world's will, coldly gazing down upon the tiny blue star. The next instant, that hollow gaze crossed countless dimensions, carrying and annihilating. The killing intent locked on with absolute precision, the coordinates of Tianshu Dragon Court. That was where my parents lived. I lifted my eyes toward the real world, no trace of panic in them, only a suffocating, frigid cold. One step, and I stood on empty air. Four-turn reforging of the divine body. Inside me, my bones crackled like beans bursting over fire as the divine sovereign body completed its ultimate evolution. A wellspring of primal power, transcending the very limits of the blue planet, surged through every limb and vein. That formless force that had once suppressed me, the shackling rules woven into the foundations of heaven and earth, the so-called chains of the heavenly Tao, vanished now like smoke into nothing. I hovered in midair, drawing on not a shred of mana. As I looked around, the world's rules that had made millions of awakened bow and reverence appeared to me as nothing more than tangled clumps of crude yarn. Boom! The faceless divine shadow slowly bowed its head, radiating a pressure heavy enough to freeze the souls of billions. A voice, utterly devoid of emotion, thundered across the skies of both worlds. Anomaly. You've done well. In countless ages, you are the only ant to swallow the heavenly tribulation whole in a mortal body and shatter the boundaries. It paused, and its voice turned instantly, bitterly cold. But in the end, you are still just a creature within this cage. Across all realms, I alone decide who lives and who dies. Now, I grant you a boon. Hand over the secret of how you defy the rules. Become my agent in the mortal world, and I will grant you immortality. Otherwise, the colossal shadow turned its neck, fixing precisely on Tianshu Dragon Court. Everything within that coordinate you hold so dear, along with your cultivation, will be reduced to ash. The heavenly Tao, throned high above all, had reduced my parents to the cheapest of bargaining chips. The global live stream fell dead silent. 3 seconds later, it erupted like a volcano. It's over. No matter how insane Xingfeng is, he can't beat the server's core mainframe. So what if he becomes the Dao's dog? Keeping your family safe. Refusing would be brain dead. Across the China server, countless players' eyes turned red. His dog? Dream on. Godfather Xingfeng relies on his fists, not on groveling. Can't beat him, so you threaten his parents. That's rotten to the core. Across the ocean, in the command conference room of the Beacon Nation, Wilson, who had been slumped in his chair, suddenly bolted upright, a twisted ecstasy exploding across his face as he slammed a fist down and knocked over his coffee. The advantage is mine. This kid's so arrogant. Even the system's core can't stand it anymore. A general rubbed his hands together. He refuses, and divine judgment wipes him out. He agrees, and there's a leash around his neck. China's trump card. Finished. The East Sea defensive line. China's supreme command. Slam. Li Yin brought his palm down and shattered the solid wood desk into splinters, his eyes bloodshot. Can't beat him. So you go after a man's parents, same as the Abyss. What's the difference between those low-life monsters? Just minutes ago, he'd been drinking to celebrate my swallowing the heavenly tribulation whole. Now, only a deep helplessness remained. Human strength. How could it stand against heaven? Xiao Zhenjiang clenched his fists until his knuckles turned white, his voice hard as iron. Sound the order. Activate the National Protection Formation. Every warrior above the 7th turn. Get to the Tianshu Dragon Garden and set up the defenses. Even if it's the Tao of heaven itself, if it dares touch the people of China, we'll knock a few of its teeth out. Meanwhile, deep in the fallen abyss, the ground was littered with the remains of high-tier monsters. My father, Jiang Jiangguo, cradled that seemingly beginner-grade wooden bow, which was in truth a full-star chaos supreme treasure, a devastating weapon, his weathered face flushed red with rage. Playing your little god and ghost tricks. With his current trillion-tier stats, plus the causality law's instant kill effect, one shot from him, even if it couldn't kill the Tao of heaven, would peel off a layer of its hide. But in the end, he didn't draw the string. Hold it in. I can't cause trouble for my son. He knew the Tao of heaven had come for me. Revealing his strength now would throw off the entire plan. Beside him, Liu gripped his iron sword until it creaked. Uncle, this rotten bastard really thinks we're pushovers. My mother, Lu Tzulan, stood caught between them, watching me stand alone on the lightning platform on the screen. Her eyes were red-rimmed, her fingers clutching the hem of her clothes, yet she didn't dare make a sound. The family clearly had the power to challenge the whole world. Yet for my sake, they all chose, in silent understanding, to hold back. Sometimes the deepest protection is being able to act, and choosing instead to trust. The Heavenly Punishment Lightning Platform. Silence. 10 billion pairs of eyes across the globe were fixed on me, waiting for an answer. Submit, or be destroyed. Have you decided? The Tao of heaven pressed. I slowly lifted my head, my gaze cutting across the void to meet that towering divine shadow. The right hand I'd kept in my pocket finally slid out. Decided. I curled my lips into a contemptuous smirk and let out a cold laugh. I'm deciding whether you're even worth one move from me. Hum. The void trembled violently. A staff swirling with visions of a collapsing universe materialized in my palm. A one-color supreme treasure, the staff of cosmic annihilation. This was the first time I'd drawn a weapon since stepping onto the platform. I gripped the staff and pointed it straight at the heavens. My voice wasn't loud, but it drove into the eardrums of the entire world like a dagger. Rules? I hate it most when people try to lay down rules for me, threatening me with my family. Stellar Rampage, activated instantly. Every stat was forcibly multiplied 20-fold. An aura burst from me, millions of times more overbearing than the Tao of heavens, crushing the lightning platform beneath my feet inch by inch. Just what the hell do you think you are? My black hair whipped wildly, and my voice fell word by word like thunderclaps. My fate is mine to decide. Who do you think you are? Today, I'll cut down this so-called heaven of yours. Slay the heavens. Question mark. The empty eye sockets of the faceless divine specter flared with blinding red light. Arrogant insect. I shall wipe this entire region from existence. It raised its right arm, and endless chains of crimson law converged across the heavens, splitting off into tens of thousands that shot straight toward the celestial pivot dragon court. A cold glint flashed violently in my eyes. Under stellar overdrive, all four core attributes instantly broke past 96 quadrillion. The trait, Tyrant's Law. Every basic attack becomes a forbidden spell. The trait, Dimensional Crush. All damage converts fully into true damage. I swept my hand once. The void collapsed across a vast expanse, and a black rift stretching tens of thousands of feet tore open the sky along the arc of my staff. Those crimson chains disintegrated into ash in an instant, and the specter's raised right arm was clipped by the rift, severed clean at the shoulder. Minus 254.8 quadrillion. The bloody damage number burned itself into the retinas of viewers worldwide. The world channel froze for a full second, then erupted into a frenzy. No one dared believe it. The Heavenly Tao had just had its arm snapped off by a single blow from a player. Insolence. The Heavenly Tao's voice carried undisguised horror. The firmament split open into a chasm 10 million feet wide, the origin realm of Azure Star. Endless world force flooded back in. Its severed arm regenerated, and its aura surged to a height never before seen. Divine judgment, erasure. Golden light filled the sky, gathering into a pillar of destruction that roared toward me with the power to scorch mountains and boil seas. This strike was meant to annihilate me utterly, body and soul. You want to erase me? A single thought, and I activated my Realm Lord tier divine skill. Primordial Realm Lord. Myriad Dragon Incarnation. Roar. A dragon's cry that pierced through dimensions exploded outward. My human body vanished as dark gold light burst through the ceiling pillar. A colossal dragon stretching 100,000 feet stretched across the arena, its black gold scales flowing with the laws of destruction and thunder, combat power surging 5,000-fold. The dragon's body blotted out the sun and sky, spreading across the entire world. Livestream rooms around the globe erupted like an earthquake. I used to think defying the heavens was just bragging. Now I know. Using the Heavenly Tao as a stepping stone is just the baseline. Open my eyes, darkness. Close my eyes, still darkness. This behemoth is literally covering the whole world. He hasn't even activated the divine skill the Dragon Maiden gave him, and he's already grinding the Heavenly Tao into the dirt. Does this power even have a ceiling? The pillar of destruction slammed viciously onto the dragon's spine, flames erupting everywhere. Yet it left only a single white scar before scattering into nothing. For white words floated above my head. Absolute immunity. This is impossible. For the first time, the faceless specter's voice cracked with fear. Realm Lord tier oppression? How can you command the power of the world above? I didn't answer. A dragon claw 10,000 feet long reached out, tearing through tens of thousands of layers of spatial barriers and clamped around its throat. The Heavenly Tao struggled desperately, marshaling every ounce of its origin force to resist, but it couldn't budge the dragon's claw by even a hair. I told you long ago. A cold, detached voice slithered out from the dragon's maw. My rules. I make them. The dragon's claw snapped shut. Terrifying force instantly crushed the body of the Heavenly Tao. The faceless divine figure let out a shrill, agonized scream as it shattered inch by inch. The will of the world collapsed with a thunderous crash in the face of absolute violence. Golden divine blood rained down across the sky, drenching the wasteland where the two realms met. The mechanical voice of the system crackled to life, laced with static from its own disintegration. Server-wide alert. Player Clear Breeze has successfully slain the Heavenly Tao avatar of the Demon Realm. Server-wide monster drop rates increased by 2,000%. Reality Demon Realm fusion rate, 30%. A brand new level 12,000 Ultimate Secret Realm passage has opened. A blinding pillar of divine light shot up from the wreckage and landed before me. Heavenly Tao Divinity, unique, primordial supreme treasure grade. Attribute bonus. All stats permanently plus 100 billion. Special effect. Upon consumption, transform into the Heavenly Tao of Blue Star, demon realm and rule the order of this world. Combat power surges automatically every date. Those few lines shattered the last psychological defenses of everyone watching. In the Beacon Nation's conference room, Wilson's eyes rolled back into his head as he toppled stiffly onto the carpet. Deep within the Frostwinter abyss, Demon Emperor Ball dropped to his knees, kowtowing. Even the thought of fleeing was snuffed out. He killed the heavens. He'd taken the heavenly Tao, the very ruler of all laws, and crushed it to death with his bare hands. The real world. Dongjiang City No. 4 High School. As the heavenly Tao fell, the interference halo blocking the livestream feed dissolved completely. I released my dragon form and shifted back into a young man in black and gold robes, turning to face the camera. Handsome features, cold and piercing eyes. The classroom of Class 2, Senior Year 3, erupted into shrieks like slaughtered pigs. It's him. It's really Jiang Feng. The boy who just mocked me as some hired grinder now had his legs cramping uncontrollably as he slumped to the floor, trembling. He'd actually been talking trash behind the back of a being who could crush the heavenly Tao. The other students clamped their hands over their mouths, drowning in terror and regret. They remembered the awakening ceremony, when they'd shamelessly ridiculed their classmate for his B-grade talent, and how he hadn't even bothered to respond. An elephant never concerns itself with the squeaking of the ants beneath its feet. In the front row, campus beauty Shin Qingni's face went white as paper. She recalled the entrance to the Demon Tower, where she'd condescendingly offered, "I need some bait to lure the monsters. I'll give you 10% of the experience." And he'd replied with just 2 words, "No thanks." That boy she'd written off as some bottom-tier laborer could crush the heavenly Tao with a flick of his hand. The sheer gap between her perception and reality shattered her Tao hard on the spot. She let out a scream of despair, her vision went black, and she collapsed onto her desk. Dongjiang City, Tianshu Dragon Manor. My father tossed the chaos would bow onto the sofa, picked up his teacup, and took a big gulp, unable to keep the corners of his mouth from lifting. This kid. This is getting way too big. My mother patted her chest, her face flooded with relief. Thank goodness you're okay. That's my boy, strong as ever. Li Hu knelt on the ground, kowtowing frantically toward the giant screen. Godfather, may you reign for 10,000 years and unite the entire galaxy. The heavens' judgment arena crumbled into dust. I hovered in midair, the fissure beneath my feet slowly sealing shut. The system notification chimed right on cue. Divine avatar of the heavenly Tao slain, triggering Panga's plunder. Plundering the heavenly Tao's source. Free attribute points gained, 20 trillion. My expression stayed calm, without a trace of hesitation. Constitution, agility, strength, intelligence, 5 trillion each. 4-dimensional attributes, 10 trillion. Set bonus times 240, 2.4 quadrillion. The World Channel had long since crashed under the flood of comments. Players across the globe were locked onto the golden crystal in my palm. A primordial treasure tier, heavenly Tao divinity. Swallow it and you'll command the order of the world itself. That's the supreme throne of Blue Star. Eat it, and he becomes the one and only God. The golden light reflected off my face. I closed my fingers around it and gave it a casual toss in my hand. Weightless, nothing to it. In a flash, I dropped toward the ground. Tianshu Dragon Manor, backyard. The strange phenomena in the sky faded fast. I crossed the space in a single step and landed solidly. Seeing me return, my father tossed the chaos would bow onto the lawn without a second thought. My mother rushed forward, grabbing my arm and looking me over front and back, her eyes red-rimmed. Fenger, you didn't get hurt anywhere, did you? My cold, hard expression softened in an instant. I'm fine. Just made a bit of a scene and worried you too. You little rascal. Always going for the big spectacle. My father kept a stern face, but his eyes were full of pride. Li Hu dropped to his knees with a thud, wrapping his arms around my leg and wailing. Godfather, you killed heaven itself. Hurry up and eat that divinity. Once you're the Almighty, set me up as your first divine envoy. Pathetic. I kicked him away. Hurried footsteps came from outside the yard. Xiao Zhenjiang, China's strongest, strode in with Li Yin and Zhang Chonglin. Jiang Shuyan followed close behind. These four figures who could make all of China tremble with a single stomp now looked at me with nothing but awe and fervor. Li Yin swallowed hard, his voice shaking. Lord Qingfeng, that's a heavenly Tao divinity. Swallow it, and China stands invincible. Anyone who dares defy us will suffer the wrath of heaven itself. Xiao Zhenjiang walked up to me. This iron-blooded commander actually bowed his head and cupped his fists on his own. Jiang Feng, on behalf of the Supreme Command, I beg you. Stop. I raised a hand to cut him off. He froze. China is the land that raised me. Of course I'll protect it. But this divinity, I don't want it. Dead silence fell over the whole place. Zhang Chonglin's eyes went wide. It's a chaos black gold tier divinity. Command over Blue Star and the demon. You don't want it? The ultimate authority over a domain. It's just a defective product from forced growth. I glanced at the crystal, disgust written all over my face. Eat that, and your potential is locked for life. People think 100 billion is the ceiling. For me, it's just the starting line. I want to achieve godhood through my own flesh and blood. No shortcuts. The crowd's breath caught. Treating even a chaos black gold divine core like trash, this level of ambition dragged their entire worldview across the floor. I flipped my wrist, about to shove it into my backpack to collect dust. Suddenly, a pink blur shot out from my chest. The dragon girl transformed into a delicate little doll of a child, clinging to my arm for dear life, staring at the divine core with hungry eyes, practically drooling. Hungry, she said in her sweet baby voice. I frowned. Don't just eat anything. It's full of impurities. You'll get a stomachache. I want to eat it. I'm gonna eat it. She squeezed her eyes shut, playing cute, opened her little mouth, and lunged forward. Gulp. The divine core that had driven the entire world insane. She swallowed it in one bite like a piece of candy. Dead silence. My outstretched hand froze awkwardly in midair. Li Hu's jaw nearly came unhinged. The next second, 10-colored divine light exploded from the dragon girl's body, splitting the heavens. Her tiny frame rose into the sky, and the massive shadow of the ancestral dragon coiled through heaven and earth once more. The blue star's surface resonated with a thunderous roar, and sweet rain fell from the sky above the demon realm. System alerts blasted across the entire server. Server-wide announcement. Qingfeng's pet, Dragon Girl, has devoured a chaos black gold divine core. The Dragon Girl has inherited the authority of Heaven's Way, becoming the new Heaven's Way of Blue Star and the Demon Realm. All stats forcibly boosted by 100 billion. Heaven's Way privilege. Daily breathing grants plus 1.2 billion to all stats. Monster kill bonus increased by 10,000%. While everyone else grinds monsters for their lives, she can skyrocket infinitely just lying around, breathing. The Dragon Girl did a somersault in the air and landed back on my shoulder. Burp, she rubbed her round little belly. That was delicious. My mother stood ramrod straight, pride all over her face. Even my Fenger's pet became a deity. The heavens are smiling on the Jiang family. Li Hu immediately spun around and started kowtowing frantically toward the Dragon Girl. Greetings, Grandmother Heaven's Way. Please bless me with God-tier gear drops. Dongjiang City Number 4 High School, Senior Class 3-2. The classroom was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. The projection screen was still broadcasting the global live stream. Dozens of eyes were locked onto the cold, stern young man on the screen. That was me, the one who'd been rated B-tier talent at the awakening ceremony. The Jiang Feng the whole class had mocked, saying he was only fit to be a leveling grunt for the rest of his life. The boy who'd been jeering and taunting just moments ago now had a face white as paper, his throat stuffed with cotton, unable to squeeze out a single word. Cold sweat soaked through his uniform. The moment he remembered he'd once called the Master of Heaven's Way a worthless piece of trash, his neck, backbone ran cold. Shun Qingmi slumped in her seat. Her S-rank talent, the pride of her life, suddenly seemed laughable and cheap. Her pedigree, her condescending charity, that guaranteed university admission spot that countless people had envied. Next to me, none of it amounted to even a speck of dust. I don't want a godhood, not because I can't get one. I just don't think it's worth my time. Any pet I casually raise could snack on the will of the world itself. She bit through her own lip without even noticing. Overwhelming regret came down like a sledgehammer, shattering every ounce of her pride. With her own hands, she'd pushed away the one and only chance she'd ever have to know a true God. Across the ocean, in the highest council chamber of the Lighthouse Nation, around the mahogany table, the titans who controlled the West's lifelines slumped in their leather chairs, wilting like frost-bitten eggplants. The projection screen was frozen on the exquisite little girl perched on my shoulder. That was her, the one who'd just let out a satisfied burp after swallowing a chaos black gold tear, heavenly Tao godhood like it was candy. Commander Wilson's hand trembled. His cigar had burned down to his fingertips without him noticing. Resist? Sanction? Snuff out China's genius? The moment my hand crushed the heavenly Tao's divine shadow to pieces, all those thoughts turned to ash. Starting today, destroy every classified file targeting China. Now, his voice was bone dry. Commander, our deep cover assets in the Far East. Pull them all out. Wilson shot up as if electrocuted, screaming himself hoarse. Open your eyes and look. What's standing over China is Jiang Feng's pet. Targeting China means picking a fight with the laws of the world itself. That pet gains 1 trillion in power from a single nap. What are you going to fight with? Your skull? The whole room fell dead silent. Send China a diplomatic note. He collapsed back into his chair, wiping the cold sweat drenching his forehead. Whatever resources Korea and Japan seized, pay China back 20-fold. Send a congratulatory telegram in my name, praising the divine majesty of Lord Qingfeng, whose might reigns over the universe. In the face of absolute, dimension-crushing dominance, this crowd dropped to their knees faster than anyone. Tianshu Dragon Court. This fortress, one that even top-tier power brokers would kill to enter, had an atmosphere strained to the breaking point. Outside Manor Number 12, red warning lines had been strung up every 3 streets. Not by the military, by the tycoons living in the Dragon Court, of their own accord. The big shots who were usually the picture of arrogance now tiptoed everywhere they went, not daring to speak above 30 decibels. Of course, a living god resided in the neighborhood, one whose pet was the heavenly Tao itself. Who would dare to breathe too loudly? Li Hu was strutting around outside the clubhouse. A chairman of a top-tier chamber of commerce rushed up to meet him, bowed 90 degrees, and offered a premium spirit cigarette with both hands. Brother Hu, this is some Purple Heart tea I just got my hands on. Care for a taste? Li Hu took the cigarette and shot him a sidelong glance. He knew exactly what these people were angling for. He blew out a smoke ring, clapped the chairman on the shoulder, and hollered at the top of his lungs. From now on, if anyone gets wronged, say my name in your grievance. My grandma is God Almighty. Say that yesterday, and you'd be locked up as a lunatic. Today, every big shot around straining to listen went numb with dread, eyes green with envy. Inside courtyard number 12, I lay back on my rocking chair, eyes closed, resting. The dragon girl crouched on the lawn. I reached into my backpack and pulled out a dozen or so 7-colored treasures, the kind selling for astronomical prices out in the world, tossing in a few chaos black gold gear pieces here and there, flinging them at her like I was feeding a pet. Crunch. Crackle. The dragon girl gnawed on a annihilation heavenly blade, chomping and mumbling. Master, being God Almighty is so boring. I just sneezed a minute ago and accidentally glared the Pacific tsunami flat. The Blue Star folks are still over there screaming about a miracle. I gave her dragon horn a little rub. Just don't delete the map. Finish eating, then get to work. Lock the drop rates on the overseas server dead. You got it, boss. She stuffed a robe into her mouth. I turned my head. On the other side of the yard, Xiao Zhenjiang and his 3 companions stood ramrod straight, not daring to breathe. I rose slowly. Well, since you've come all this way, I can't let you leave empty-handed. I lifted my right hand, lightly rubbing my fingertips together, and 4 wisps of pale golden light leapt out. These were mere threads of secondary law essence I'd casually peeled off when I crushed the heavenly Tao. A flick of my fingers, for streaks of gold shot out like meteors, sinking precisely into the space between their brows. Boom. Their system panels flashed wildly, and a line of dark gold text seared itself into their attribute columns. Heavenly Tao immunity, secondary law. Within Blue Star and the Demon Realm, permanent immunity to realm suppression and negative locks. EXP plus 800%. Upon suffering a fatal wound, forced resurrection once, 12-day cooldown. Jiang Shuyun stared, transfixed, at the two lines: permanent immunity to realm suppression and forced resurrection once. This was Blue Star's ultimate trump card for survival. Countless powerhouses would go mad with envy just seeing it. Her mind crashed. As a top-tier business elite, she normally squeezed every penny till it screamed. Yet this threat of law I'd tossed her without a second thought ground her entire business logic into the dirt. With this, she could march alone into the Beacon Nation's heartland to negotiate, point at Wilson's nose, and curse his mother, without fearing any physical destruction whatsoever. This is far too precious. I haven't done anything to deserve. Her voice trembled, her cheeks flushing red. A gift like this, I'm not worthy of it. I slouched back into the rocking chair, not even lifting an eyelid. Just take it. It was nothing but something I had no use for, tossed her way. I didn't need her gratitude. I just needed her to clean up the flies on the perimeter and stop bothering me. Mad Dog General. Li Yin dropped straight to both knees, the gray bricks cracking into a spiderweb beneath him. Zhang Chonglin followed right after, hitting the ground with a heavy thud. Li Yan's whole body shook, two streams of tears running down his scar-slashed face, the veins on his neck bulging as he roared at the top of his lungs. Divine Lord Qingfeng, this is the grace of a second life. This old Li's life. From now on, I'm yours. Point me at anything. I'll take it down. I'd gladly die for you, Divine Lord. Zhang Chonglin pressed his forehead to the ground. An extra life, plus the ability to ignore realm suppression. On cross-server battlefields, Chinese soldiers facing centuries-old foreign monsters at levels several hundred could strap on explosive packs and charge straight at them. This was the ultimate backbone of defending the nation. Xiao Zhenjiang stood at the rear. Peak of the seventh turn, he'd shouldered China's fate alone for 50 years, walking on thin ice the entire time. He stared at the golden glow on the back of his hand, his ash-gray hair drifting in the night wind. Slowly, he bent his right knee, cupped his fists, and raised them high above his head. His eyes were bloodshot, the relief of a man finally setting down a burden he'd carried for half a century. China finally has a truly invincible pillar of heaven. His voice choked. Jiang Feng, accept this old man's bow. The absolute peak of power, bowing completely to the absolute peak of strength. They weren't kneeling to an 18-year-old student. They were kneeling to a true god who could crush the heavenly Tao with a wave of his hand. I looked at the row of prostrated heavyweights, and a faint curve tugged at the corner of my mouth. Only after a person gains power do they realize the hardest thing isn't conquest. It's making people willingly stand up straight. Get up, all of you. There's no need for this. I waved a hand casually. A gentle yet irresistible force spread out, softly lifting all four at the knees like a spring breeze, drawing them upright whether they wanted to or not. Take these, not so you can bow and scrape to me. I withdrew my hand, my tone flat but warm. My parents are getting old. They like their peace and quiet. All that chaos out there, I'll trust you to keep it at bay. The four of them felt their taut nerves relax instantly. This 18-year-old boy standing before them, dressed in loose pajamas, clearly held power enough to crush everything. Yet his tone was calm enough to put anyone at ease. They straightened their spines and bowed deeply. Rest assured, Divine Lord, we will not fail our mission. Then they backed out of the courtyard with light, careful steps, not daring to make a single sound the whole way, yet carrying far more genuine, willing devotion than before. Everyone was gone. The golden haze left behind by the shattered heavenly Tao gradually faded. The evening wind swept across the lawn. Suddenly, my brow furrowed. In the deepest part of my body, a scorching pulse abruptly detonated, the source of my exclusive divine technique, divine tyrant body, immortal through 10,000 calamities. The tyrant body source, normally dormant within my cells, spiked violently in temperature. My blood flow surged to its limit, veins bulging beneath my skin like coiling dragons. I raised my right hand. Beneath the skin of my palm, black gold lightning crackled wildly. The space around me was actually being scorched into tiny black cracks. The system's mechanical voice blared out, laced with a piercing electrical short-circuit screech. Warning. Host's physical body data severely exceeds all limits. Law conflict. The divine tyrant body is forcibly parsing higher dimensional source energy. Hashtag system attempting to redefine physical body tier. Analysis failed. I pulled up the panel. The number 24,000 trillion in my HP bar flashed wildly, spewing out streams of garbled code. Crushing the heavenly Tao, redistributing the laws of reality. That one careless act had completely loosened the deepest ancient rules of Blue Star. I stared at the violent lightning crackling across my hand. Having absorbed a colossal amount of stats, this seemingly mortal body could no longer contain power of this dimension. My divine overlord physique was about to reach its ultimate breakthrough. Once I crossed that threshold, I would shatter this useless panel, break free from the system's definitions, and step into an ultra-high dimension that not even the laws could measure. The black gold lightning slowly contracted, sinking back into my skin. The burning heat was forcibly suppressed. I flexed my wrist. This was nothing more than gathering strength before the transformation. The night grew deep. Inside the house, my father's snoring shook the walls. The old couple had spent the day grinding mobs in their max-level divine gear and had worn themselves out. Lihu was crashed on a makeshift bed in the living room, clutching a red-tier greatsword, drool leaking from the corner of his mouth as he dreamed of dominating the entire server. On the street outside Dragon Court, 3 military troop transports quietly pulled away. Per my orders, the military security had cleared out completely. Holding a cup of warm water, I stepped onto the second-floor balcony. I let my spiritual sense spread out casually, covering a 10-mile radius. I raised an eyebrow. Outside the Iron Gate, there were no armed soldiers. In their place was a cluster of skulking shadows. Lin Jinbong, the richest man in the capital, wore deep blue silk pajamas and white hotel slippers, gripping a collapsible baton for self-defense. Beside him stood Zhao Sihai, a real estate magnate worth trillions, draped in nothing but a mink coat, his 2 bare, hairy legs trembling in the cold wind. Dozens of titans who controlled China's economic lifeblood were lined up in 2 rows, patrolling back and forth along the high wall. Their movements were stiff, their expressions as tense as if they were defusing landmines. Not one of them dared voice a single complaint, and certainly none of them dared go home to sleep. Living inside that courtyard was a living ancestor who had just crushed the heavens like an insect. Their lives hung on his passing thought. Serving as a temporary security guard here was the most honorable way they could think of to keep themselves alive. I took a sip of warm water, watching the ridiculous old men outside the wall, and shook my head speechlessly. Sometimes, the deepest fear needs no spoken threat. It stems from power alone. I set down the cup, turned, and walked back into the bedroom. The room. I pulled the curtains shut without thinking. The night breeze was cool. The fundamental laws of Blue Star had already been quietly rewritten by me. The heavenly Tao had been crushed, and the shackles pressing down on every awakened being were now completely shattered. The mana in the air was so thick it nearly dripped like water. One breath sent it surging through my lungs. I stood on the balcony, eyes closed. The heat inside me climbed to its peak. My consciousness left my body, my vision piercing through the atmosphere to hover in the boundless expanse of stars. Distant nebulae rotated slowly. The dead silence of the void, the hidden currents of dark matter, the gravitational tearing of stars being born and dying. All of it now as clear as the lines on my palm. Before my eyes, the system panel flashed wildly. What popped up were no longer Chinese characters, but strings of geometric symbols, an unknown language of the higher dimensional universe. I couldn't read it, but I stayed steady as a rock. A few seconds later, my eyes snapped open. Now I understood. Once this god's tyrant body transformation was complete, the so-called world-class and star-class thresholds would all be crushed beneath my feet. I would step into a dimension the system itself couldn't even define. My gaze dropped downward. On the lawn, the dragon girl, transformed into a little kid, was clutching a 5-colored treasure, munching on it with loud, happy crunches like it was a bag of potato chips. Beyond the courtyard wall, Lin Jinbong, the richest man in the capital, and a whole crew of big shots patrolled in the cold wind with dark circles under their eyes, sneaking around like thieves, terrified of disturbing me. Absurd, yet somehow it made sense. Someone knocked carefully on the courtyard gate, twice. Outside stood Xiao Zhenjiang, commander of China. This number one powerhouse, whose might shook the entire nation, had for the first time ever ditched his military uniform for casual clothes. His face was solemn as he pushed the gate open and stepped inside. He didn't even dare glance up toward the second floor, obediently making his way to the edge of the lawn. Lady Dragon, is His Excellency the Divine Lord busy right now? The dragon girl swallowed a mouthful of blade metal and smacked her lips. Master's spacing out. Don't bother him. His sense changed. It's like he caught a whiff of some unmatched delicacy. Xiao Zhenjiang's heart lurched. He obediently retreated to a corner and stood there stiff as a wooden post. Up on the second-floor balcony, I had shut out all external perception, fully immersed in the transformation. My spiritual power followed the trails of the nebulae, sinking wild roots into ever deeper dimensions. The dimensional wall between the demon realm and reality was as fragile as a sheet of paper before me. Ding! A system notification, with no warning whatsoever, detonated in the minds of every single person on the planet. Server-wide announcement. Player Clear Breeze has reached level 180, breaking the vast shackles and completing the 5th Transcendence. Class changed, Skyminder, Dao Origin rank. Physical laws forcibly interfered with. World fusion progress forcibly boosted to 45%. A brand new level 26,000 ultimate high-dimensional secret realm has been unlocked. Server-wide benefit. Blue Star's spiritual energy revives. Concentration increased by 400%. Base combat power multiplied 13x for all. Server-wide drop rate increased 20x. The screen filled with. The scarlet notification flooded the screen. The world channel went dead silent for 3 seconds, then erupted into a tsunami of jubilation. Holy crap! I fell asleep and woke up with an extra 0 on my combat power. Godfather Qingfeng, accept your child's bow. What the hell is a level 26,000 map? I'm only level 30. Am I supposed to be a toothpick for the boss? Everyone else grinds mobs to level up. Meanwhile, Boss Qingfeng just hacks into the backend and rewrites the source code. This cheat is so OP, even the system's got a kowtow. Guys, the spiritual energy Lord Qingfeng gave cured my 80-year-old grandma's rheumatism. She just punched clean through the security door. Across the ocean, the Western war zone fell utterly silent. World leaders stared at the blood-red announcement overhead, left with nothing but despair. Sanctions? Still, the man single-handedly raised the server-wide ceiling for everyone. Their so-called strategic counterbalance had become a joke. On the outskirts of Dragon Court, Jiang Shuyun, Zhang Chonglin, and the others bathed in pillars of golden spiritual light, fists clenched tight. The way they looked at me now had turned into the fanatical gaze reserved for a true god. In the manor kitchen, the range hood hummed away. Jiang Jiangwo tossed the wok. Thundering again? This little brat. Can't he wait till after dinner to level up? Lu Tsuolan chopped scallions, muttering, let him be. Everything our phone does is a big deal. Hurry up with those braised ribs. Huzi eats like an ox. Out on the balcony, I slowly exhaled a breath of murky air. My level bar surged wildly upward, finally locking in steady at LV.260. The world's fusion rate was approaching 50%. I was the sovereign of this realm. I opened the attribute panel. The new class had granted me a Dao Source tier divine skill. 10,000 origins returned to 1. The description was brutally simple. Automatically fuse all low-tier equipment, junk skills, and redundant items, refining them directly into origin-level laws. For the first time, the system's power pyramid was fully laid bare. Above the standard rankings, in order, quasi-primordial primordial, world tier, stellar, cosmic tier, realm lord, planar tier, Dao Source, origin tier, void heavenly venerate, and finally that unreachable pinnacle, the immeasurable tier. Yet my Pangu plunder slaughter remained infinite tier, beyond the 3 realms, outside the 5 elements. Now its permissions had been amplified without limit. It didn't just plunder attribute points anymore. Talents, skills, spatial environments, even entire starfields, could be forcibly stripped away and converted into pure numbers that doubled my combat power. At the very bottom of the panel were listed the 4 great laws I now commanded. Foundation, space, time, physical force fields. Combat, destruction, elements, divinity, and corruption. Enhancement, life revival, soul plunder, karmic rebound. Special matter manipulation, dimensional traversal. I curled my lip in disdain. With a single thought, I activated 10,000 origins return to one. In an instant, the pile in my backpack, mountains of junk, the gaudy low-tier skills plastered all over me, the dozens of effects tacked onto my chaos black gold gear. All of it was violently stripped away and crushed down. Dozens of pages of data streams collapsed to zero in an instant. In their place appeared a panel of absolute, pristine minimalism. Every absurd figure in the trillions and quadrillions had been compressed into intuitive base values and multipliers. Simplicity is the ultimate sophistication. My combat power skyrocketed dozens of times over in the blink of an eye. Keep in mind, my base stats had already hit the trillions. Factor in the damage amplification, and it multiplied 100, even 1,000 times over. Absurdly overpowered. The raging data stream gradually settled. All origins returned to one, wiped away the system's tangled clutter. Dozens of pages of passives, resistances, and effects were all ground down and refined into a dark gold orb of light no bigger than a fingernail. This was the power of Origin. Ding! All origins returned to one analysis complete. ID: Qingfeng level, LV-180 max. Class: Skyminder, 5th Awakening, Dao Origin rank. Combat power: 40 trillion base. Luck: 23 trillion. Multiplier amplification: 240. Treasure set: plus 20. Cosmic Unity: plus 20. Stellar Frenzy: plus 5,000. Myriad Dragon Incarnation: plus 49. Critical: plus 68. Power of Origin equals 5397x. I stared at that amplification multiplier, my expression calm. The once complex damage reduction and karmic reflection had all been broken down and fused into the simplest, most brutal form of combat power. They hadn't vanished. They were all coiled up inside that orb of light. The orb hovered over my heart, pulsing steadily with each heartbeat, every rise and fall radiating faint traces of Origin Dao rhythm. It was like a greedy black hole. The B-rank talent, diligence overcomes ineptitude, once used to keep up appearances, had already been devoured by it. The piles of junk materials and low-tier skill books in my inventory had all been ground to powder too, turned into fuel to keep the amplification climbing. Strip away the clutter, and simplicity reigns supreme. I finally understood the underlying logic of higher dimensional power. Master just a sliver of Origin power, and even a low-class combatant wielding top-tier gear with extreme laws could unleash unbelievable devastation. The weak overcoming the strong, killing across power tiers. On the higher dimensional battlefield, variables ran wild. But for me, variables didn't exist. Origin power was the branches and leaves. My infinite tier talent, Panga's plunder, was the root system anchored deep in the abyss. Without the roots drawing in massive stats every single day as a foundation, no matter how lush the branches grew, they'd be nothing but a castle in the air. One poke, and it'd crumble. 40 trillion base combat power as my foundation, multiplied by a permanent 5397x amplification. This wasn't a variable. This was dimensional supremacy that defied all reason. Second floor study. The floor-to-ceiling windows were half open, the night breeze scattering the stuffy heat. I sat before the rosewood tea table. The cast-iron kettle gurgled, sending up plumes of steam. Footsteps approached from outside, deliberately softened. The door swung open gently. Xiao Zhenjiang, the greatest warrior in all of China, stepped inside. This man, a peak 7th-tier cultivator revered by millions, had shed the uniform that symbolized his supreme military authority. In its place, he wore a coarse cotton robe washed pale with age. He didn't take the guest chair. Instead, he walked straight to the tea table, bent his spine, and slammed both knees down hard against the floor. Divine Lord Qingfeng. Today, this old man comes to lay it all bare. His voice was hoarse. That usually thunderous tone now carried a faint tremble. I didn't so much as lift an eyelid. I picked up the kettle and rinsed the clay cup. Boiling water struck the walls, white steam rose, and my wrist stayed steady as a mountain. 60 years ago, when the abyss descended, the truth is... Xiao Zhenjiang stared hard at the floor tiles, clenching his jaw as he pried open the festering wound he'd hidden for 6 decades with his own hands. I was a deserter. Those words nearly drained him of every ounce of strength. My hand pouring the tea didn't pause. The stream ran straight and true, not a single drop spilled. Back then, I was just an ordinary foot soldier. The monsters slaughtered entire cities. Our defenses crumbled at the first touch. I fled into an underground bunker, and by chance, I stumbled upon a fragment of a heavenly Tao divine rank. His chest heaved violently. His graying hair was soaked with cold sweat. If I had chosen to refine it on Blue Star then, maybe I could have ended that massacre decades sooner. But I was afraid. Facing those unspeakable, high-dimensional demon gods, the cowardice buried deep in my bones took over. I forcibly stripped away the divine body I'd condensed and sent it to the realm above, leaving only a hollow mortal shell with no divinity, scraping by on Blue Star. The old man closed his eyes, the corners twitching. 60 long years. He'd been hailed by over 1 billion people as China's anchor and pillar, worshipped by countless awakened ones as a totem of faith. Every word of praise, every medal, had flayed his soul day and night. Only he knew that inside this shell revered by millions dwelt the spirit of a deserter. He'd tried to save himself through atonement. But the more he made amends, the deeper he sank. The study fell dead silent, broken only by the sound of flowing tea. The thunderous fury I might have expected, or the scorn and abuse, never came. I picked up a freshly rinsed clay cup and set it before him. Only human. I lifted the pot and poured the amber tea until the cup was 7/10 full, my tone utterly flat. Even ants cling to life, let alone a raw recruit. There's no shame in surviving, dying. That's what makes a man truly worthless. No mockery, no pity, no judgment handed down from some moral high ground. I don't care what mistakes people made in the past. I only look at their value in the present and the future. I tapped the table lightly. Get up, sit down, drink your tea, and get to the point. Xiao Zhenjiang's eyes had gone red. He braced himself against the ground and rose, then settled into the wooden chair. So your divine body ascended to the higher realm? I studied him. Then back in the day, why did the abyssal demon emperor go through all that trouble to descend upon Blue Star? What was the point? He drew in a deep breath, ignoring the cup of hot tea, his expression more solemn than I'd ever seen. They didn't come to devour Blue Star's essence. One sentence, enough to shatter an iron law humanity had believed for 60 years. The hand holding my tea froze in midair. Everyone thinks the demon invasion was about draining Blue Star dry, using it as fodder to breed their kind. He spoke faster now, his voice cutting like ice. But my divine body in the higher realm uncovered the truth. Those low-tier demon gods, weak as gutter fish, had neither the right nor the power to devour Blue Star. I took a sip of tea, the faint bitterness turning sweet as it slid down my throat, and fixed my eyes on him, waiting for the biggest card to be flipped. Because Blue Star was never a low-level civilization at all. He clenched his fists hard, knuckles cracking. In the prehistoric age of myth, this place stood second only to the Great Realm, revered by all the races of the starry sky as the apex of the mortal realm. Its heritage and prosperity were so great that even the Great Realm above feared it. The apex of the mortal realm. The moment those words left his mouth, the air in the study froze solid. So Blue Star had never been some novice village left for the slaughter. It had once been the uncrowned king, standing above all. If it was the apex of the mortal realm, then why has it fallen into this ridiculous grind and level up joke of a world? I set down my teacup, my eyes going completely cold, because of a dimensional strike that stripped away all humanity. Xiao Zhenjiang suddenly pointed at the night sky beyond the window. Behind the deep darkness, it seemed countless malicious eyes lay hidden. 60 years ago, the comet that shattered the boundary wall and brought deification. It was never a stroke of fortune, nor an entrance to the abyss. Bone-deep hatred blazed in his eyes. It was a weapon, hurled down by the great realm above to sever Blue Star's mythical legacy. My gaze sharpened. A primordial supreme treasure. Colorless holy light. He forced out those words one by one. I had already obtained a Hongmeng supreme treasure, one tier above 100-star chaos black gold, the mysterious purple void demon-suppressing armor that dropped when I killed Zelik. But this superweapon, capable of forcibly downgrading an entire cultivation planet and rewriting it into a datafied online game, ranked even higher than a Hongming Supreme Treasure. A primordial Supreme Treasure. They dropped it, rewrote the fundamental laws of this world, and imprisoned all the true Qi and Dao arts our ancestors cultivated, locked them down into nothing but HP bars and mana points. Xiao Zhenjiang's words grew colder and colder. They sealed off the path to ascension, trapping all of Blue Star in an endless cycle of grinding monsters, life after life. They treated us like pinned livestock, and the abyssal demons were nothing but just hunting dogs thrown into the pig pen to periodically cull the surplus population. I stood up and walked to the floor-to-ceiling window. The night breeze stirred the hem of my robe. At the far edge of my vision, that pitch-black demon tower pierced the sky, the physical manifestation of the demon realm here on Earth. Once, all of humanity believed it was the only path to power. Now I saw it for what it was, nothing but an iron chain fastened around a dog's neck. My divine body scraped by for 60 years in the upper realm, clawing my way up just to reach the edge of the bottom tier. In the study, the tea's fragrance hung frozen beneath the weight of those words. I survived 60 years up there, and all I managed was to reach the edge of the very bottom. Xiao Zhenjiang gave a bitter smile, his face etched with despair. Only up there did I learn what it means to be a frog at the bottom of a well. I'm a 1,000-tier god of law, and I didn't even rank as an insect. He stared at his teacup, his voice trembling. The infants born to those great powers come into the world as Realm Lord-level sovereigns. And the god-tier powerhouses we on Blue Star gaze up to in awe. Up there, they're worth less than slaves, with red-hot iron chains around their necks. I held the purple clay cup, my hand steady as a mountain as I poured. The amber tea streamed down in a perfectly straight line, not a single drop spilled. So, I said without looking up, the Abyssal Demon Emperor came down to the lower realm just to seize that primordial supreme treasure? Exactly. Xiao Zhenjiang nodded heavily. Emperor Baal risked his life coming down here for the demon realm. Refine it, and his combat power would multiply 1,000, 10,000 times over. He'd leap straight into the ranks of the top overlords. I laughed inwardly. 1,000-fold, 10,000-fold increase? It sounded terrifying. But against my 40 trillion base combat power and my permanent multiplier of over 5,000, an increase like that wasn't even enough to fill the gap between my teeth. Rest assured, Divine Lord. Xiao Zhenjiang wiped away a cold sweat. The Demon Emperor has already been scared out of his wits by you. He abandoned even his century-old foundation and fled long ago aboard his demon ship. He leaned forward, his tone earnest. Your power shakes the heavens and outshines the ages. But until Blue Star is fully restored, please don't clash head-on with the upper realm. Head-on. I set down the teacup, scoffed, and leaned back in my chair. I never go looking for trouble. But if anyone tries to set foot across my threshold, I flexed my wrist, knuckles cracking. I'll twist off his legs and his head both and kick them around like a ball. The killing intent made Xiao Zhenjiang lower his head, not daring to meet my eyes. He drew a deep breath and began recounting the past. 20,000 years ago, Blue Star had a chance to escape its fate of being smashed through. Back then, spiritual energy was rich and abundant. Niuhua, Hui, Pengu. Heroes emerged one after another, and they pushed Blue Star to the very brink of transforming into a great realm. But that threatened the Realm King's core interests. He sent people down to recruit us, wanting to make us the divine slave star domain under his command. Xiao Zhenjiang clenched his fists. The great goddess Niuhua flatly. Absolute refusal. Better to shatter like jade than live as a god's slave. That enraged and humiliated the World King. He flat out dropped the demon realm, this supreme treasure, shattering Blue Star's laws and knocking us right off our pedestal. I let out a cold snort. Can't win, so you flip the table and throw bricks. This World King has the class of a 2-bit street punk. I tapped the table. I don't care about gods fighting gods. But when they shattered Blue Star, they smashed my rice bowl and threatened my parents' way of life. That's a grudge, and now it's set. Xiao Zhenjiang watched my calm face, and his heart settled. Divine Sovereign, please follow me somewhere. A thought stirred in my mind. Myriad Traversal. Neither of us even rose from our seats, yet the space around us rippled like water. The stuffy evening heat of the capital vanished, replaced by bone-deep cold and howling, gale-force winds. The absolute summit of Kunlun. Snow whirled in the raging wind, 100 degrees below zero. Ahead stood a massive bronze gate. It seems leaking a profound starlight, as if it opened onto the other end of the universe. This is the path to heaven, Xiao Zhenjiang said, pointing at the crack. Back then, it was the passage linking the world above. The two seniors, Ji Xuanzi and Jiang Kunlun, left through here. Hands in my pockets, I stared at the starlight and said nothing. All these years, almost no one who walked this path ever came back. Not because they didn't want to, because they lacked the power. Go up there, and you're worth less than an ant. I raised an eyebrow. Then why do people still line up to throw their lives away? Because of the great goddess Nuwa. His voice dropped low. Throughout history, all those legendary emperors and brilliant minds who vanished, most were summoned up there by her. She's secretly building up Blue Star's forces above, and she needs a constant supply of fresh blood from the lower realm to fight the World King. Only 2 words came to mind. That's it. She wants to lure me in with empty promises, drag me up to some higher dimension to be the grunt who charges the front lines. Dream on. I hold the infinitely scaling Panga slaughter. Kill a monster, and my stats snowball without limit. Why would I abandon Blue Star, a premium monster grinding ground, to go start from the bottom as some low-level errand boy? Never mind Nuwa. Even if every ancient god descended together, none of them could ever give me orders. The raging wind kicked up loose snow. Xiao Zhenjiang gazed at my back, knowing I had absolute conviction in my own judgment. Having laid bare the secret he'd guarded for 60 years, he seemed to shed a 1,000-pound burden. Even his spine straightened. He stepped back half a pace, cupped his hands together, and bowed deeply. Divine Sovereign, I've said all I can. This life of mine was stolen to begin with. He lifted his head, his face resolute. From now on, if there's ever any use for me, I'll charge into battle for you, even if it means being ground to dust, if only to redeem that cowardly heart I once had. I didn't turn around. I simply waved a hand, signaling him to go. No words of comfort, no attempt to hold. Stay? Xiao Zhenjiang bowed again, then turned into a streak of light and leapt off the peak, vanishing into the wind and snow. Some people keep walking and ascend to the throne of a god. Others keep walking and become soulless husks. I didn't know how to comfort him. I only understood one thing. If you want to control your own fate, you have to fight fate with your own 2 hands. At the top of the peak, only I remained. The cold wind whipped through my thin pajamas, but couldn't even stir the hem. The origin power shielding my body kept every law of physics locked firmly outside. I never thought of myself as a savior. My biggest wish was just to let my parents enjoy their golden years and to live my own life with a little more backbone. But I understood one simple truth. I'd crushed the heavenly Tao, and that made too much noise. The higher realm above wasn't blind, and the realm king wasn't deaf. Even if I wanted to quietly farm mobs, the reckoning would land on my head sooner or later. No wonder those old-timers, Jiang Kunlun, Ji Xuanzi, and the rest, had held the line for so many years. They were waiting for someone who could break the deadlock, a leader who could take humanity charging into the higher dimensions to face off against the final boss. A clever calculation. Too bad I never follow anyone else's script. Others resist the great realms through patience and forming alliances. Me? I only trust raw violence with no upper limit. No matter how strong the higher realm is, thinking about all that now is pure nonsense. The only thing that matters right now is to keep farming mobs, changing classes, and plundering stats. The speed at which I grow stronger can't stop for even half a second. I was just about to tear open space and head back for some ribs when, from deep in my mind, the reconstructed system suddenly let out a low hum. No longer that stiff, mechanical tone, but an ancient tremor carrying the essence of the great Tao. Ding. Detected. Player level has reached the maximum cap of level 260. The exclusive advancement path for the Tao Origin class Skymender has been activated. 6th Transcendence Ultimate Quest unlocked. Path of Skymending. Phase 1 step onto the path to heaven. Cross the realm barrier. and repair the deep space hole left when the primordial treasure, Demon Realm, crashed through Blue Star all those years ago. I stared at the golden text and let out a cold laugh. Repair the hole. I casually closed the panel, my body melting into the void, vanishing into the blizzard. Path to heaven? Screw the path to heaven. I stood in the wind and snow, without even the slightest interest in glancing back at the bronze gate. The Realm King setting the game, Nuwa scheming, the higher dimensions reckoning. In my eyes, it was all a lousy script written by a bunch of old monsters. The moment my brain short-circuited and I crossed that gate, it would be like sticking my neck into a meat grinder, and might even draw down a dimensional strike from the Realm King. I'm not stupid. Class change stuck? Can't break through the sixth transcendence? I couldn't care less. The combat power of this body of mine had long since ground the underlying logic of Blue Star and the Demon Realm into dust. The level the system gave me. Just a hollow number. As long as I held Pengu's slaughter, as long as monsters died every day, my stats would snowball without limit. Big enough base, high enough multiplier. Even a fresh zero reincarnation newbie could punch a high-dimensional god straight back into the womb. Steady growth is what really matters. People who rush tend to crash the hardest. Learn to keep your cool, and you'll actually go further and faster. Before diving into that newly unlocked level 26,000 secret realm, I decided to test the waters at a level 12,000 map first. To go sweep a 10,000 level map, I naturally had to bring along my professional full-screen auto-loot accessory. These past few days, I'd let Dragon Girl loose out in the wild to farm. That kid's a total grinder, running non-stop, day and night. In just a few days, she'd racked up over 6 million 7-colored Supreme treasures, and even dropped more than 300 pieces of 100-star Chaos Black Gold gear. A single thought. Grand Thousand Traversal. The next second, I set foot above a dark red wasteland. Looking down, a graceful figure was sprawled out casually atop a towering mountain of bones, radiating a cold, keep-away aura. Both her little hands were clamped around a 9-colored staff, and she was chewing on it like a stick of sugarcane. Crunch, crunch, sparks flying everywhere. Sensing the ripple in the void, she jerked her head up. The moment she saw me, her big eyes lit up like light bulbs. She tossed the half-eaten staff aside and pounced into my arms like a little meatball. Master. Dragon Girl wiped the gear crumbs off the corner of her mouth with my robe, then tilted her chubby face up, desperately fishing for praise. I've been super hardworking these past few days. Picked up over 6 million pieces of that 7-colored junk, and more than 300 of those pitch-black chaos sets too, all stuffed in the storage. I ruffled her little bun. Good work. Stop eating and come with me to a new place to stock up. Stock up? Yay. She instantly turned into a streak of light and obediently draped herself back over my shoulder. I raised my hand and slashed across the void. Grand Thousand Traversal. One human, one dragon, like 2 walking physics cheats, tore through the underlying code of the Demon Realm and forcibly descended into the level 12,000 ultimate secret realm that had just manifested. This death trap had only just taken shape. The system hadn't even had time to name it, and crimson data glitches still flickered across the sky. I glanced around and registered it on the books myself, void of buried gods. The instant I stepped in, gravity spiked 10 million-fold. There wasn't a trace of spiritual energy in the air, only violent, chaotic laws. An ash-gray sky, and ground made of star corpses frozen from dark matter. An ordinary max-level player who so much as brushed against a stray breeze would have their health bar evaporate on the spot. Master, it stinks here. Smells like some big bug's guts, Dragon Girl complained, pinching her little nose. The words had barely left her mouth. Deep in the sea of fog ahead, tens of thousands of crimson vertical pupils suddenly blazed to life. One after another, creatures as massive as mountains, covered in tentacles and white. The 10,000-level beasts encased in bone armor finally awakened completely. Just their breathing crushed vast swaths of space. Any single one of them could pin a Western superpower to the ground and grind it into dust. But the instant they bared their fangs, ready to pounce and kill, they caught the scent of the Dragon Girl on my shoulder. That was the absolute pressure of Blue Star's newly appointed Heavenly Tao. Tens of thousands of vertical pupils shifted upward, colliding with my utterly calm eyes. A monster that keeps the heavenly Tao as a pet? In a single instant, an ultimate tremor from the depths of their souls surged through the brains of every beast like a high-voltage current. Those white bone armors that supposedly could withstand nuclear blasts with their bare bodies began to shudder uncontrollably. No wars. No provocations. Thousands of arrogant 10,000-level monsters turned around as one without hesitation, frantically tearing through the void and bolting, running so hard their very bone frames rattled. You came all this way. Why run now? My tone was flat to the extreme. I didn't even bother drawing my 100-star staff of universal annihilation. I simply raised my right hand and, toward the 30,000 square meters of void ahead, casually pressed down with a single palm. No world-ending light show. No deafening explosion. 40 trillion base combat power, over 5,000 times permanent multiplier zone, coupled with unreasonable absolute true damage. This single palm strike slammed a data black hole into the void. Within 30,000 square meters, every fleeing 10,000-level monster, along with the dark matter star remnants and chaotic laws, disintegrated collectively in the same second. No screams. Even the process of vaporization was skipped entirely. The traces of their existence were erased directly by the system's underlying logic. I withdrew my hand, feeling almost a little drowsy. With a single step, Myriad Traverse activated in succession. My figure flickered into existence at the other two core coordinates one after another. Raise the hand. 2 more casual palm strikes. The entire map completely cleared. At the deepest part of the map, a lurking level, 15,000 ultimate boss had finally condensed a divine body tens of thousands of feet tall. Before it could even shout its cocky one-liner, the aftershock of my third traverse shattered its source core on the spot. Absolute dead silence. In just 10 seconds, this high-dimensional secret realm, one capable of driving China's military to despair, had been reduced to a vacuum wasteland with not a speck of dust remaining. Master is so awesome. The dragon girl bounced excitedly on my shoulder, her little fists swinging with a whoosh. She smacked her lips and said with mock seriousness, "But next time, little bugs like these, just leave them for me to stomp on. Don't dirty your hands. Enough flattery. Go collect the loot." I tapped her on the head. The words had barely left my mouth when the system notification box started spamming like it had caught a virus. Ding. Slain LV-12300 Aberrant Star Remnant Beast. Experience deposited. Full. System overflow pool maxed out. Ding. Slain LV-12500 High Dimensional Devourer. Free slaps. 2,000 plus level. 10,000 monsters. Devoured raw. Server first clear, plus my absolutely broken luck stat, measured entirely in trillions. The loot spilled out like a landfill, blanketing the entire void. The dragon girl opened her tiny mouth and inhaled hard. As the newly appointed heavenly Tao, her authority activated. Every scrap of shimmering light across the ground swirled into a river of stars and got vacuumed straight into her inventory. I glanced over the list. Even the trashiest gear started at 6-color rarity, and over 2,300 pieces had dropped. 600 pieces of 7-color treasures. Even Chaos Black Gold, the stuff that'd make players worldwide drop to their knees and call you grandpa. This backwater map coughed up 3 of them. A single monster dropped 12.5 billion stat points flat. I steamrolled the whole zone and racked up 38.75 trillion points to allocate. I casually maxed all 5 core stats, and my panel just straight up shattered. Every stat rocketed to 48 trillion. Luck exploded to 31 trillion. Drop rate's not bad, I guess. This haul was enough to arm dozens of Nation Guardian legions. But I couldn't even be bothered to toss it into storage. A flicker of thought, and the dark gold orb of light in my chest suddenly erupted with a suction force that devoured everything. Tao Source Tier Divine Skill. All origins return to 1. Melt it all down. In an instant, 2,300 pieces of 6-color gear, 600 pieces of 7-color, 3 Chaos Black Golds, along with the mountain of top-tier skill books and base materials crammed in my bag, all of it swept up into the air. Divine equipment so powerful that a single piece could touch off a world war. Crushed into powder in an instant under that overwhelming force. Invincibility affixes, causality effects, law resistances, all of it refined down to the purest form of raw violence. The waste burned away to ash, leaving nothing but drop after drop of the most concentrated Tao essence. The dark gold orb, like a starving beast, swallowed it in one gulp. On that minimalist panel across my retina, the number at the bottom, multiplier zone amplification, began climbing with reckless, unreasonable fury. 5, 397x, 6002x, 6034x. In the blink of an eye, my already off-the-charts combat multiplier just jumped another 70+ times over. And it wasn't done. As the millions of scrap materials in my bag got fed into this bottomless pit like free firewood, endlessly, that number, the one representing pure, ultimate violence, just kept climbing without end. The system announcement detonated in front of every player on Earth. The servers nearly caught fire. Server-wide announcement. Player Clear Breeze has cross-dimensionally annihilated the LV-15000 Ultimate War God. First clear of the level 12,000 Forbidden Zone, void of buried gods. Source feedback. All server-wide skill cooldowns permanently increased by 15%. Experience gain efficiency increased 10x. That level, 15,000 boss I off-handedly smacked into dust, didn't leave behind so much as a single hair. The system froze for a full 30 seconds before it reluctantly confirmed the thing was actually dead. The world channel exploded into chaos. Holy crap, level 15,000? I haven't even touched a level 150 mob. The rest of us are playing Wasteland Survival. Meanwhile, Breeze here is out there slicing up dimensions like vegetables. Meanwhile, in the conference room at Tianshu Dragon Manor, that group of titans, the kind whose every footstep sent tremors through all of China, stood frozen in stone. Zhang Chonglin rubbed his numb face. 1 second he changes classes, the next he wipes out a level 10,000 elite. This combat power, does it even have a ceiling? Li Yin slammed a palm on the table, eyes blazing with fervor. With a divine lord watching over us, I'd like to see anyone dare lay a finger on China. Standing atop the void remnants left behind by the annihilated monster, I suddenly remembered the secret Xiao Zhenjiang had let slip. The World King had been humiliated by Nuwa. For a being of such lofty stature, why not descend to the lower realm himself? Why merely hurl a single supreme treasure down to smash Blue Star? I quickly worked out the crux of it. Forcing a descent would demand a price steep enough to make even the World King wince. Otherwise, given his temperament, he'd have flattened an ant heap of a world like Blue Star with his own hands long ago. As for Nuwa journeying to the upper realm, it was most likely offense as defense. She'd left behind a seed, led humanity's elites in a strike deep into the upper realm's heartland, seizing resources while harassing the World King, keeping him too overwhelmed to spare a hand. She was waiting for someone who could truly break the deadlock. Can't figure it out? Then don't. Waste of brain cells. I let out a scoff. Once I stack my stats until the system glitches out, World King or God King, I'll flatten them all with one slap. A shift of thought, and Myriad Realm traversal tore through space. Dragging the Dragon Maiden along, I forced my way into the freshly unlocked level, 26,000 Secret Realm, Annihilation Star Abyss. Beneath my feet wasn't soil, but sprawling wreckage of shattered galaxies. The horrific gravity could grind stars into powder, and violent laws slashed through the void like razor blades. This environment, finally, something that isn't boring. Without warning, the star abyss ahead split open in a rift tens of thousands of meters wide. A faceless emissary, its entire body glowing white and bearing 12 wings, slowly descended. The level above its head burned a red so deep it looked black. LV-00. Lowly ant of the lower realm, the emissary boomed in an overlapping, mechanical voice. His Majesty the World King has sent me to force my descent and grant you the total obliteration of your soul. To arrive in this realm, the heavens above expended the origin essence of 3 galaxies. Villains die from talking too much. I didn't even bother lifting an eyelid. With a backhand, I sent a slap flying through the air. Boom. 40 trillion base combat power, wrapped in a 6,000-fold multiplier, pure, unreasonable violence. wrenched an actual physical black hole straight out of the entire star abyss. The 12-winged emissary didn't even manage to squeeze out a scream before it, along with the galactic wreckage behind it, was physically evaporated. You paid such a steep price to descend to the mortal realm, just to take a slap from me? I clapped my hands together. Dead men don't need such long monologues. Yue Wei has slain the LV 80,000 World King's envoy. Infinite tier, Pangu plunder triggered. Plundered. 500 trillion attribute points. System notifications rained down like a violent storm. My attribute bars jittered wildly, nearly bursting off the screen. I smirked. The World King had finally taken notice of me. No matter, I love scratching people's itches. Send one, I'll kill one. Send a whole swarm, and I'll flip his high-dimensional throne. High-dimensional monsters ranked absurdly high. A single one dropped 66.7 billion attribute points. I swept the field, plundering as I went. And within seconds a suffocating number flashed before my eyes. 15,675,000 billion unallocated attribute points. Distribute evenly. The massive flood of attributes crashed down like a river breaking its banks. Constitution, agility, strength, intelligence, luck. Each one instantly skyrocketed by 600 trillion. Combat power, sum of 4 stats, 648 trillion. Luck, 631 trillion. With multipliers stacked several thousand times over, a single casual auto attack from me could now wipe out an entire nebula across the cosmos. The Dragon Maiden transformed into a towering ancestral dragon, its abyssal maw inhaling deeply. The battlefield of loot poured into its mouth like a reversed galactic river. I glanced at the drop list. The baseline was 7 colored supreme treasures, 37,000 of them. The chaos black gold gear that the entire world scrambled to obtain, 5,000 pieces dropped. But the most ridiculous were 2 pieces of peerless equipment glowing with purple light. The mystic purple primordial war spear and the mystic purple chaos boots. Primeval treasures that towered above even chaos supreme treasures. After the void settled, at the very center where the envoy had been erased, a purple gold treasure chest floated quietly in place. I flicked the lid open with my foot. Inside there was no equipment, only an ancient tome that seemed woven from pure starlight itself. Law Codex obtained, Codex of all creation, matter manipulation. Effect, freely reconstruct, decompose, and transmute any fundamental matter in the universe. I weighed it in my hand, raising an eyebrow. Massive profit. It had actually dropped a law-type treasure. I tossed the codex up and caught it, fully aware in my heart. The value of this thing was beyond measure. The power of law was in a completely different league from the fireball tossing, ice arrow shooting skills back in the demon realm. This was a cosmic-level divine art that transcended the mortal dimensions entirely. To put it simply, my 648 trillion 4-stat attributes made me thick-skinned with an infinitely large fuel tank. But without law to drive it, I was just a dead volcano, crushing enemies through brute force alone. This codex, however, was the ultimate engine. With my 648 trillion intelligence, the equivalent of 64 million times a rookie awakeners, I didn't need to meditate or seek enlightenment at all. A single glance was enough. The codex. Its scripture transformed into purple light and vanished into my brow. Laws of matter manipulation, mastered in an instant. A flick of my will, and an ordinary 7-colored longsword, one I'd left sitting untouched in my storage space, shot out. The next second, its blade tore through the void, crossed dimensions, and appeared in the skies above Blue Star, defying every rule of reality. Time to test it out. Blue Star, Dongjiang City. The pedestrian street was packed as evening fell. A little girl with pigtails, riding on her father's shoulders, suddenly pointed at the sky stained red by the setting sun. "Daddy, look." The airplane's drawing a line. The young father glanced up. The snack bag slipped from his hand and hit the ground with a smack. That was no airplane. A blinding streak of 7-colored sword light split the sunset in two, moving faster than the eye could follow. The sword's energy tore through the atmosphere, dragging a vacuum-white scar tens of thousands of miles long across the heavens. Clouds churned violently to either side, unable to close the wound for a long, long time. beyond the East Sea defensive line. In the novice zone, two girls who'd only awakened their powers a few days ago sat on a rock, catching their breath. Ran, where should we grind next? The short-haired girl wiped away her sweat. My attack power's only 312. Before she could finish, a sonic boom exploded overhead. Both girls jerked their heads up, and their iron sword and wooden staff clattered to the ground. A seven-colored sword, trailing streams of radiant light and an aura of world-ending destruction, swept across the sky just a few thousand meters above them. Its glow lit up the entire forest as bright as day. Even from thousands of meters away, that pressure bore down on them like an invisible mountain. Both girls' legs gave out, and they collapsed into the mud. This wasn't the oppression of some high-level monster. This was pure dimensional annihilation. They weren't even worthy of looking up at it. The God Burial Void. I shook my head. One sword had circled all of Blue Star, and the mental energy it cost was practically zero. With 648 quadrillion points of intelligence, my sea of consciousness stretched out vast and boundless. If we're going to test it, let's do something big. I raised my hand and pressed downward. My storage space burst open with a roar. Whoosh. Tens of thousands of 6- and 7-colored weapons, along with 5,000 pieces of chaos black gold gear, tore through the dimensional passage like a reverse meteor shower and hung in perfect formation in Blue Star's low orbit. No arrays, no formations, just my will alone. Every blade pointed straight down at the surface, and each one radiated enough energy to flatten a massive capital city in an instant. Across the ocean, in the Beacon Nation, deep within the highest-level underground bunker, Supreme Commander Wilson stood holding a glass of red wine. Without warning, piercing air raid sirens blared. The main screen switched over. Above the northern continent, a dense swarm of red dots hovered in the stratosphere. The intelligence officer's voice cracked. "Commander, tens of thousands of unknown energy sources have appeared in the stratosphere. Any single one of them has a yield millions of times greater than our most powerful cannon. The entire globe, the core cities, they're all locked down." Wilson's hand shook, and his wine glass shattered on the floor. He stared, ashen-faced, at the chaotic black gold flying swords on the screen. "That's Qingfeng's gear. This is the work of that living reaper." He collapsed into his command chair. Air defense systems, missile interceptors, against divine equipment capable of ripping continental plates apart. They were nothing but paper toys. One thought from the entity up there, and Beacon Nation would be wiped off the map in a single second. At that same moment, the entire globe was shaken to its core. The supreme commanders of the Rainforest Federation and the Northern Federation worked through the night to open a direct hotline to Huaxia, pleading for peace. The Grand Chieftains of the Desert Alliance dropped to their knees in the yellow sands, kowtowing frantically. The surviving conglomerates of Fusang and Goryeo huddled in bunkers a kilometer underground, watching the sky-covering rain of swords in the holographic projection, too terrified to even breathe too loudly, as if it were a crime. The entire blue planet fell into absolute silence and submission beneath a single casual display of my imperial might. The God Burial Void. I closed my 5 fingers. In an instant, the sky-filling divine equipment crossed dimensions, returning before me like weary birds coming home to roost. Not bad. The matter manipulation power of the Codex of Myriad Phenomena was truly overwhelming, but it had one fatal flaw. Its ceiling was limited by the base material being manipulated. 7-colored equipment was fine for scaring the blue planet, but against a genuine high-dimensional realm lord, it would shatter after just a few uses. Only equipment at the chaotic black gold tier was barely worthy of serving as my standard ammunition. Even so, I didn't consider it enough. I needed to keep growing stronger, an exponential surge, a geometric explosion. Only by stacking enough numbers and fully mastering the laws could I firmly grasp my own destiny in the future. Can't keep up with the times, you're just taking up inventory space. I stared at the tens of thousands of 7-colored and 6-colored pieces of equipment, letting my consciousness sink into my heart. Myriad origins returned to one. The dark gold orb of light exploded outward, transforming into an abyssal maw that could devour the heavens and swallow the earth. Over 30,000 pieces of top-tier colored equipment, along with a massive quantity of high-dimensional base material, were instantly dragged in and ground to pieces. The impurities were stripped away, and the purest essence of the great Tao surged into my body like a river bursting its banks. The special multiplier zone of matter manipulation began to jump wildly. At first it wasn't even 100-fold. Then, immediately after, 150x, 300x, 580x. Finally, it slammed to a halt at 700x, and as the lingering essence continued to digest, it kept climbing steadily upward. Don't underestimate those few hundred times. This was a multiplier zone independent of base stats. Applied to a stat panel of 648 trillion, the numbers it elevated were staggering, astronomical figures. I turned toward the remaining 5,000 pieces of chaotic black gold equipment and raised an eyebrow. Whether it was the system's underlying code deliberately currying favor or pure chance, among these 5,000 pieces, exactly 1,000 weapons were, without exception, flying swords. The guards coiled with furious dragons, dark engravings, the blade flowing with the black light of the law of destruction. These 1,000, I'll keep as ammunition for scorching the earth. I raised my hand and summoned them, locking them into the privileged tier of my storage space. As for the remaining 4,000 pieces of battle armor, jewelry, and shields, leave them to rust. Melt them down. All origins return to one, activated once again. 4,000 chaotic treasures, each capable of driving all of humanity into a frenzy, were ground to dust without mercy, transformed into pure essence 1,000 times finer than the seven-colored source. The multiplier on the panel surged again, defying all reason. Meanwhile, in the distant realm above, amid the violent interstellar turbulence, two battered figures drenched in blood stepped across the bones of several high-dimensional realm beasts, struggling to cross a towering starlit divine gate. Jiang Kunlun coughed up a mouthful of golden blood glowing with divinity, his body swaying on the verge of collapse. Ji Xuanzi had lost part of an arm, yet his gaze remained fixed ahead, firelight igniting in his blood-red eyes. The star mist dissipated. At the end of their vision, upon an ancient and vast floating star continent, stood a tattered bronze war banner, still snapping proudly in the wind. At its center was carved an ancient totem. It was the mark belonging to Nuwa. The two exchanged a glance, and on their blood-caked faces they forced out a grim, tragic smile. They'd made it. At last, they'd made it. The realm above, a boundless, immense star continent. Violent interstellar gales tore at the weathered bronze war banner. Jiang Kunlun, coughing pale golden divine blood, knelt on one knee upon the cracked white jade plaza. Ji Xuanzi had lost half an arm, yet he straightened his spine, his gaze locked ahead. The star mist slowly parted. At the very front stood a desolate phantom, a human head atop a serpent's body, surrounded by the five-colored source of creation that mended the heavens. Her merciful eyes seemed to pierce through past and present, and with each breath, she stirred storms teeming with life across the star continent. Behind her, several figures capable of collapsing entire galaxies stood silent as statues. A giant clad in beast hide bore a great yellow bow across his back, his thick knuckles digging into flesh. A wild man with loose hair leaned on a massive wooden staff, his eyes like torches. Further back, a headless war god stood bare-chested, his nipples serving as eyes and his navel as a mouth, wielding an inverted great axe, his battle intent tearing through the vast sky. Above the clouds, three elders in Taiji robes sat cross-legged, their aura deep as the abyss. No one spoke, yet the killing intent, condensed from 20,000 years of blood and tears, plunged the entire star continent to freezing point. Found them. Jiang Kunlun spat out a mouthful of bloody foam mixed with fragments of viscera, his voice hoarse. The Heavenmenders, we found them. The serpent-bodied woman tilted her head slightly, her gaze piercing through countless barriers, gazing toward that blue planet in the east, shrouded in a haze of data. She said nothing. Only her serpent tail drifted slowly through the void, sending out ripple after ripple of fate. The Demon Realm, level 26,000 Forbidden Zone, Annihilation Star Abyss. A streak of crimson sword light sheared through the skulls of 30,000 mutated starbone beasts. I stood atop the dark matter wreckage, my breathing dead steady. 3 full days and nights. Ever since I one-shot that World King's envoy, I hadn't taken a single step out of this map, turning this high-dimensional sanctuary, one that even the powers above the heavens feared, into a slaughterhouse so brutal the system's respawn function had started throwing errors. Ding. Slain. LV.26, 000 star Abyss Overlord. EXP deposited into max-level overflow pool. Ding. Infinite tier, Pangu plunder triggered. 500 quadrillion free attribute points looted. Notification chimes swept across my retina in a frenzy, dense and unrelenting. In the distance, a vast, ancient summons echoed faintly. Its source pointed straight to the barrier at the edge of the Forbidden Zone, the level 90,000 map, ruins of the Divine Court. There was no malice in that call, but I stopped dead at the boundary line, not letting my toes cross even half an inch. My stats were already off the charts. Even if I broke into the level 90,000 restricted zone this far underleveled, I'd have a 99% chance of walking out unscathed. But that wasn't enough. The car crash in my past life taught me one thing. So-called 99% safety is a joke in the face of fate. From that day on, the word probability was scrubbed from my vocabulary. Without a 100% guaranteed curb stomp, any sliver of risk is just a death wish. I was going to stack my HP so high in this safe zone that even high-dimensional gods would feel despair just glancing at me. Tally the haul. After 3 days and nights of slaughter, the EXP overflow pool had degenerated into pure gibberish. 9.6 billion%. 6 and 7 colored treasures were piled up like cabbages, 3 million of them. The chaos black gold gear that the outside world worshipped as divine. A full 360,000 pieces had dropped. I raised a hand, my mental force sweeping through like a sieve, filtering out the junk and pulling from the sea of equipment the 7,000 flying swords with the most savage stats. Combined with the 1,000 I'd stashed earlier, 8,000 chaos black gold flying swords in total, humming as they formed ranks in the void. The Codex of Myriad Phenomena required top-tier matter as its vessel. These 8,000 flying swords were the foundation from which I'd sweep across all the heavens. Time to make a bit of a statement. Otherwise, certain people would go to their graves never knowing what the name Jiang Feng truly meant. I spread my 5 fingers and slammed my hand downward. Go. Blue star. High noon. The sky went dark without warning. Not clouds blotting out the sun. The entire firmament was being torn wide open. 8,000 chaos black gold flying swords, each 100 zhong long, crashed through the dimensional barrier between reality and the demon realm, carrying a pressure heavy enough to crush a planet. They didn't strike wildly. Instead, they arranged themselves into a rigid, lethal sword formation, hovering in a ring across the stratosphere. Every sword tip pointed straight down at the surface. The chaotic energy streaming along the blades sliced the shroud of data fog surrounding Earth into ragged shreds. The ringing of the swords swelled into a colossal, thunderous toll, resonating violently in the very souls of all 8 billion people. The entire sky turned to pure black and gold, forcing back even the light of the sun. The world channel went dead silent for 10 seconds. Then the comments exploded at the speed of light. Holy crap, did the sky just crack open? Are those swords? Those are freaking Star Destroyers. 8,000 of them, all chaos black gold tier. Did Qing Feng just rob the system's back-end code? Say no more, I'm already kowtowing in the middle of the street. Please, Godfather, don't let your hands slip. Dongjiang City, Tianshu Dragon Court. In the inner chamber, Xiao Zhenjiang's hand trembled, his purple clay teacup clinking sharply. 8,000 chaos supreme treasures. 1 man. 3 days, and he drained the entire foundation of a higher dimensional world. Li Yin swallowed hard. If that sword formation falls, Blue Star won't last a single second. The Divine Sovereign isn't just intimidating outside enemies. He's drawing his sword against that heaven itself. Zhang Chonglin and Jiang Shuyun exchanged a glance, both filled with utter submission. In the face of absolute power, all schemes and strategies were nothing more than a child's game. At that same moment, in the Jiang family courtyard, Jiang Jiangguo held a watering can, gazing up at the swords blanketing the sky, grinning so wide the wrinkles on his face spread out. "Wife, come look. Our boy really put on quite a show. All black and shiny, like the cured pork we used to hang under the eaves." Lu Tsuelon shot him a look, her face full of pride. "What cured pork? That's our son's power. This is called bringing glory to the whole family." Meanwhile, outside the iron gates of the Dragon Court, a group of men in security uniforms, who were in fact top financial magnates and political heavyweights, knelt sprawled across the lawn. Lin Jinbong, the richest man in the capital, lay flat on the ground, his suit soaked through with cold sweat, kowtowing again and again. He felt that the wisest decision of his entire life had been running over here to work as a guard for the Jiang family. Across the ocean, in the highest level bunker of the Beacon Nation, Commander Wilson stared at the black gold flying sword hovering on the holographic screen, suspended directly above the White House. The laws of destruction pulsing from its tip made even the underground nuclear defense layers groan. Bang! He smashed his palm down and shattered the red nuclear button case. "Defense my ass," he roared like a cornered beast. "Give me the holographic international conference. Bring every single nation in." 1 minute later, the projections of more than 30 heads of state gathered together. No arguing. No probing. Everyone, submit or die. Wilson's eyes were bloodshot. "We can't beat him. We can't beat him at all. Huaxia's Qingfeng isn't human. He's a god who rules the universe. 8,000 supreme treasures to wipe us out. He alone could erase us 10,000 times over." He drew a deep breath, his tone humble to the very bone. "Fully lift. War preparations. Inventory every last resource in the national treasury and ship it all to China overnight. We, the United States, willingly submit to China as our sovereign, pledging eternal friendship. The Dragon script will be adopted nationwide, effective immediately." The Korean representative dropped to his knees with a thud. "The Marshal is wise. We've long wished to return to our roots." The Japanese Prime Minister slammed his forehead against the floor over and over. "China above all. We surrender every mining right to the secret realms. Just spare us. Let us live." In less than 5 minutes, a meeting that would decide the new order of the Blue Planet came to a close, drowned in absolute terror. The phenomenon wasn't over yet. The very instant 8,000 flying swords shattered the darkness, all 8 billion people across the globe felt their legs give out beneath them. Thud, thud, thud. Like an endless field of wheat flattened by a sudden storm, billions of living souls, no longer in control of their own will, dropped to their knees in unison, bowing toward the eastern sky. Dongjiang City, Commercial Pedestrian Street. Shen Qingni had just emerged from a low-tier secret realm, gripping a frost staff that radiated bone-chilling cold. Behind her trailed Zhao Feng, Li Hao, and a fawning simp named Wang Chong who'd latched onto the group. The once bustling street had fallen dead silent. Office workers, a candied fruit vendor, a patrolling officer, all of them were on their knees, eyes brimming with tears, staring desperately at the sword formation that had cut through the gloom in the sky. What's going on? Have they all lost their minds? Veins bulged on the back of Shen Qingni's hand as her staff creaked under her grip. She was seething. They were all awakeners from the same batch. So why should that useless nobody with a mere B-grade, power-leveling talent get to stand above everyone else? Wang Chong leaned in, groveling. "Qingni, these people are obviously caught in some mass illusion. Ignore them. With your S-grade talent, you'll have Zhang Feng crushed under your heels sooner or later." Before he could finish, an elderly white-haired couple kneeling by the roadside cut him off. Dressed in rags, a chipped begging bowl set out before them. Their faces now glowed with reverence as murky tears streamed down. One of them slowly lifted his head. Those once clouded eyes now shone with a light that seemed to pierce through the ages. He looked at Shen Qingni, not with anger, but with pity. "Girl, the day has dawned." The old man's voice was hoarse, yet it struck straight through to the soul. "If you don't understand, then close your eyes and look upon the greater world." Shen Qingni froze. As if compelled by some unseen force, she closed her eyes, and her consciousness sank into the deep spiritual network. Boom! A boundless flood of ancient memory came crashing through her understanding like a landslide. And it wasn't just her. This was the shared awakening of all 8 billion souls on the blue planet, dormant for 60 years, buried in the deepest layers of their genes, the bloodline subconscious. She saw it. In the primordial chaos, the vault of heaven split apart. Black waters poured in. The human race wailed amid the world-drowning floods. A woman of breathtaking beauty with the body of a serpent, heedless of her own divine form tearing apart, smelted 5-colored sacred stones and sealed the breach in the sky with her own flesh and blood. She saw the ancestors who had been pinned and raised like swine by higher-dimensional gods. Did not yield. They raised their stone axes and, against the annihilating gale, launched a suicidal charge at the thunder of the higher dimension. Death before retreat. The scene shifts. 60 years ago, a meteor wrapped in colorless holy light tore through the atmosphere, a dimensional strike from a primordial supreme treasure. The laws that the ancient sages had bought with their lives were shattered and locked away. Blue Star was reduced to a data prison that recognized nothing but health bars and mana bars. Humanity became like puppets with their spines severed, barely clinging to life, forgetting who they were. And in this moment, those 8,000 flying swords cut apart more than just the nerve of the overseas nations. That razor-sharp sword light sliced through the 60-year dimensional shackles wrapped around the very soul of the human race. So he was never putting on an act. He was using the most extreme violence to forcibly awaken that memory buried deep in humanity's bones. The memory of death before becoming a god's slave. The memories receded like an ebbing tide. Ugh! Shin Qingni's eyes snapped open. She gasped for air, cold sweat soaking through her clothes. The staff in her hand hit the ground with a clang and shattered to pieces. He reconnected Blue Star's spine. Her voice trembled violently. That ridiculous flicker of jealousy and pride in her eyes was ground to dust before the vast righteousness of an entire race. She finally understood. Her pitiful little pride wasn't worth so much as a speck of dust in Jiang Feng's eyes. Thud! Her knees buckled, and she dropped hard onto the concrete. Behind her, Zhao Feng, Li Hao, and Wang Chong were already weeping, prostrate on the ground. There was no humiliation, only the purest pilgrimage. The God-burying void. I stood with my hands behind my back, watching the mighty tide of faith power surging up from Blue Star. My brow didn't so much as twitch. Awakening memories, reforging spines. It was all just a side effect of 8,000 flying swords shattering a barrier. I never wanted to be a savior. My goal was simple: test my sword and establish deterrence on the spot, so the overseas flies and the envoys from above would stop buzzing around. Done. To say I felt nothing at Nuwa's unbending, death before surrender spirit would be a lie. Some things are harder to erase than health bars and stat numbers. I cleared the stray thoughts from my mind and turned my attention back to my inventory. It held a treasure mountain, 3 million 6 to 7 colored supreme treasures, and over 300,000 pieces of chaotic black gold armor and jewelry. Letting even one piece slip out could ignite a war between nations on Blue Star. But in my eyes, it was all just junk taking up space. Treating it as scrap recycling? Absolute profit. The Tao source tier divine ability, myriad origins returned to one, erupted in full force. This could no longer be called devouring. It was a universe-scale resource collapse. A dark gold orb of light emerged from my chest, transforming into a black hole spinning at tens of thousands of Mach. The sky-filling divine gear was violently dumped out and swept into the vortex. Countless radiant laws were crushed and refined at the center, a piercing. The explosion roared through the void. My eyes were locked on the multiplier at the bottom of the panel. 30,000 pieces of legendary gear had stacked the multiplier up to 766x. As 3 million top-tier items poured in like a flood. Boom. The number went berserk. 766x. 5000x. 10000x. Fine cracks of black light split across the surface of my body. Physical energy leaking out that even the system's code couldn't contain, a single ripple enough to shatter a star. In the next instant, Divine Overlord body brutally kicked in, forcibly sealing the wounds. Destruction and rebirth, cycling madly across my skin. When the last 100,000 accessories were drained of their final trace of essence, The numbers hit their ultimate crescendo. 43, 200x, 85, 000x. With a muffled boom that cracked the void itself, the crimson number locked into place. Special multiplier boost, 160, 000x. Not only that, there was still undigested essence lingering inside me, and the number kept creeping upward by tiny increments every second. I slowly clenched my fist. The grinding of my knuckles made the surrounding space wail like shattering glass. My four-dimensional base stats had long since climbed into the hundreds of trillions, and now with this 160,000x multiplier layered on top, I closed my eyes and felt the power inside me, raging like a furious sea. A single casual breath released enough leaked energy to instantly kill the version of myself from 3 days ago. This wasn't just getting stronger anymore. This was another jailbreak of my very life dimension. I exhaled a burst of scorching white breath, burning the dark matter for tens of thousands of miles around me into nothingness. At that very moment, far above, in the distant heavens, that high-dimensional core, vaster than countless galaxies combined, deep within an endless chaotic nebula, there coiled an existence beyond all reason and measure, the World King. His body stretched across the sea of stars, rivaling an entire star region. Every breath he drew stirred up world-ending gales. Wherever they passed, stars collapsed and the void was annihilated. Through eons of silence, he had watched over these heavens with cold indifference for untold ages. But the instant 8,000 flying swords cut through the colorless holy light barrier, this sovereign was disturbed. The World King slowly opened his eyes. They were a pair of cold, indifferent eyes that burned like stars. No emotion, no mercy, only the purest high-dimensional order. His gaze pierced through layer upon layer of dimensions, carrying a pressure that could grind all things to dust, staring straight down. The God-burial void. The power I had just reigned in instantly went taut. An unprecedented shudder washed over me, like ice water poured over my head. My heart skipped half a beat. My absolute defense, empowered by that 160,000x multiplier, actually let out a groaning creak beneath that single gaze, as if buckling under an unbearable weight. Fear. This was the first time since my rebirth that I had truly felt it. A tangible, lethal threat. Even though it lasted only an instant, that crushing pressure drove into my brain like a steel needle. I clenched my teeth hard. After the initial tremor, my gaze turned cold and sharp. Steadying my mind, I forcibly severed that prying gaze creeping along the threads of cause and effect. A World King, huh? I muttered under my breath, the veins on the back of my hand bulging. That single glance shattered the smugness I'd been harboring. I'd thought that with hundreds of millions of stacked stats, I was already absolutely invincible in this world. Who would have guessed that one cross-dimensional look from him could make my heart pound like this? This was the dimensional suppression of a being from a higher plane. It seemed my whole rise had gone far too smoothly. On Blue Star, I was a god who transcended dimensions. But the moment I stepped off Blue Star and faced an ancient monster standing at the apex of the universe, my hand of cards wasn't worth a damn. I'm still leveling up way too slow. I drew a deep breath, a flash of ruthlessness crossing my eyes. If I just kept grinding along at this pace, then the second that World King made his move in person, what was I supposed to stop him with, my bare head? I didn't care if I died, but I could never lose the family at my side. My parents' silhouettes as they watered flowers and cooked in the yard, Lihu's carefree, brainless grin. This peace I'd fought so hard to earn, I would never let anyone break it. Submit? The thought didn't linger for even a second. Submission had only one ending, being squeezed dry of all value, then crushed like a bug. The heavens can't be relied on, but I can. The heavens don't get the final say, I do. If the enemy was strong enough to throw all reason out the window, then I had to be even more unreasonable than he was. Stats had no ceiling, so I'd stack the numbers until even the laws of the universe collapsed. I turned my head, those eyes, cold and detached once more, gazing toward the far end of the void. There, a world barrier had been sending me a faint call this whole time. The level 90,000 map, ruins of the Divine Court. Before, I'd felt there was a 1% uncertainty about that place. To play it safe, I'd held back. But now, under this 160,000-fold crushing gap, spurred on by that one death stare. That 1% of hesitation was completely erased. I patted my shoulder. The Chowhound dragon, who'd just eaten and drunk her fill and was now belching contentedly without a care in the world, stared at me with a dopey, adorable look. I curled my lips into a cold smirk. Let's go. Time to hit the next stop and restock. One step out, and I tore through the vast expanse of worlds. One man and one dragon, charging straight toward that ancient barrier that sealed off the higher dimensions. My steps faltered slightly, my brow furrowing. Deep in the void, that pressure, like the universe collapsing in on itself, lasted only half a second, but the space around me let out a shrill, mournful wail. Master! I turned my head. The little dragon girl, usually so carefree and thoughtless, was now clutching the hem of my robe for dear life, her golden dragon eyes. The air was thick with a fear that wouldn't dissipate. As the primordial ancestral dragon who governed the heavenly Tao of Blue Star, her senses were sharper than mine. That single glance from the World King, one that pierced across dimensions, had unleashed a hurricane deep within her soul. She was terrified. I ruffled her hair and abandoned the idea of bringing her into the 90,000-tier map. The water runs deep up ahead. A little thing like you shouldn't get mixed up in it. My tone was flat. Head back to Blue Star. Keep watch over the home front. Since the World King had his eye on the Divine Court ruins, who knew what deadly trap lay waiting inside? I needed to focus on clearing the map. I couldn't afford to play babysitter. With the dragon girl holding down the fort, backed by 8,000 suspended chaos flying swords, the rear was locked down tight. For once, the dragon girl didn't fuss. She nodded hard. Okay, an existence on that level wasn't something she could touch yet. But that brutal single glance had, ironically, started transforming this newly appointed Heaven Almighty into a true deity. Fear, sometimes, is the fastest teacher of all. Oh, right. I gave one last flat instruction before turning away. On your way back, swing by the Winter Demon Abyss and wipe out that Demon Emperor. Pull it out by the roots. When it comes to protecting my own, I have no limits. As for enemies, their very ashes should be scattered into a burning star. The dragon girl clenched her tiny fist. My gaze swept to the corner of my retina. The experience pool had already piled up into a garbled mess, and the massive haul of attribute points I'd just plundered was still wildly ticking upward. The multiplier zone had now skyrocketed to 160,000 times over, and my combat power had completely overflowed. There were still 2,034 trillion attribute points sitting idle on the panel. Adding them now would just make me more of a monster, no real point to it. Let it collect dust for now. A trump card held in your hand is always steadier than one shown out in the open. What I didn't know was that this offhand decision to keep something in reserve would, not long after, forcefully turn the tide of a certain death sentence, a situation from which there should have been no escape. Blue Star, high above the heavens. The sky full of black gold sword shadows had just stabilized when a muffled cracking sound suddenly tore through the horizon toward the East Sea. Roar! A high, ancient dragon's cry drowned out every other sound in the world. A billion players jerked their heads up in shock. A primordial ancestral dragon, tens of thousands of yards long, its entire body wreathed in world-destroying thunder and multicolored divine light, shattered the dimensional barrier and descended with a thunderous crash. That heavenly Tao pressure froze the world's oceans solid in an instant. The ancestral dragon didn't linger. Its cold, vertical pupils swept northward, its tail whipped around, and it transformed into an aurora that pierced through the universe, streaking straight for outer space. Holy crap, that's Godfather's dragon. The heavenly Tao's manifested. Is it heading to outer space to stock up on goods? The world channel blew up all over again. The players had gone numb. They'd swallowed more heart pills today than in the past 60 years combined. Dongjiang City, the Jiang family courtyard. Jiang Jiangguo, birdcage in hand, watched the dragon's silhouette vanish at the edge of the sky and smacked his lips. Old lady, that dragon our Feng raised. Little snake, why are you getting chubbier by the day? Lu Tsuolan poked her head out from the kitchen, holding a plate of greens, and snapped. A good appetite is a blessing. Now hurry up and bring the dishes out. The food's getting cold. Tianshu Dragon Manor, Estate Number 1. The titans of China's military, political, and business worlds had gathered. Xiao Zhenjiang, Li Yin, Zhang Chonglin, along with head steward Jiang Shuyun, sat around a round table of red sandalwood. Outside in the courtyard, dozens of tycoons worth trillions didn't dare to breathe too loudly. The Divine Lord is making another big move. Xiao Zhenjiang watched the incoming footage, his tone filled with awe. That ancestral dragon is heading straight for the Demon Emperor's lair. The blade that's hung over our heads for 60 years is finally going to be ripped out by the roots today. Li Yin slammed a fist onto the table. Hell yeah, 60 years of holding it in. I've dreamed of chopping that bastard ball to pieces. In their eyes, Jiang Feng had become the ultimate truth of this universe. They had no idea just how much weight lay behind that single glance from the high-dimensional realm king. Xiao Zhenjiang's secretary suddenly burst in, his face pale. Commander, gentlemen, we're completely blockaded outside. Who dares blockade the Dragon Manor? Li Yin shot to his feet. It's Commander Wilson of the Beacon Nation, along with the leaders of the Maple Leaf Nation, Europa, Goryeo, and Fusang, all of them. They've hauled out the entire reserves of their national treasuries. Right now, they're kneeling 500 meters from the front gate, bowing with every step, begging for an audience with the Qingfeng Divine Lord. For a moment, dead silence fell over the round table. Jiang Shuyun set down her tablet and rose to her feet, her sharp business suit accentuating an aura of cool competence. She pushed up her gold-rimmed glasses, a cold smile tugging at the corner of her lips. The Divine Lord said these people would come sooner or later. She strode in her high heels to a snakeskin sack in the corner, stuffed full of the junk Jiang Feng had tossed aside because it cluttered his inventory. She dug out a few faintly glowing pieces of two-color gear, a broken spell crown, a rusty short sword, a well-worn bracer. To today's China, these were nothing more than ordinary stockroom goods. In Jiang Feng's eyes, they were less than dust. Let's go, gentlemen. Jiang Shuyun's tone was indifferent. Let's meet these former rulers of the world and toss them a few scraps. Outside the Dragon Manor, the asphalt road baked under the scorching sun. Wilson, once so arrogant and unassailable, now knelt on the ground without a shred of dignity. Beside him, the Fusang Prime Minister and the Goryeo leader kowtowed until their foreheads ran with blood. Behind them, more than a dozen heavy trucks lined up in a row, loaded with centuries of Western wealth. The gate slowly opened. Lord Wilson, I've heard so much about you. Jiang Shuyun looked down on him from above. Wilson scrambled forward on his hands and feet. Ms. Jiang, on behalf of the Beacon Nation, I offer everything to the Supreme Qingfeng Divine Lord. I only beg that the divine sword in the sky be withdrawn. Give us a way to live. Leave your things here. From now on, we set the rules. Jiang Shuyun raised her hand, tossing out those few pieces of two-color gear. The gear was tossed out like garbage. Clang. A rusted short sword clattered to the ground in front of Wilson. That's the god's reward to you lot. Use it to guard your nation. Now scram. Wilson stared at the broken blade, his eyes instantly bloodshot. Now that Jiang Feng had rewritten the rules, even a piece of junk touched by a god's aura was a life-saving talisman. He lunged at it like a starving stray dog, clutching the short sword as snot and tears streamed down his face. Thank you for your grace, O God. My lighthouse nation shall enshrine this sword for generations, guarding our fate forever. Nearby, the Fusang commander abandoned all dignity to wrestle a Goryeo chieftain on the asphalt over a beat-up magic crown. 10,000 nations came to pay tribute. The four corners of the world submitted. China stood at the absolute pinnacle of the blue planet. Level 90,000 restricted zone, the Divine Court ruins. I stepped across the boundary wall, and the scene before me changed in an instant. There were no mountains, rivers, sun, or moon. Only the ruins of an ancient star field, shattered to pieces by ultimate loss. Broken continents drifted beneath my feet. The boundless corpse of an ancient god lay sprawled across the sky, and dark purple currents of chaotic space-time darted everywhere. Interesting. The moment my heels found solid ground. The void ahead twisted, and a grand, ancient holographic projection slammed into my face. Hundreds of millions of primordial ancestors and winged alien races were locked in a world-destroying battle. As the fighting reached a fever pitch, a ridiculously massive comet came crashing down from the top of the starry sky. That was no star. It was a pure mass of dimension-reducing law, colorless holy light. The holy light tore through heaven and earth, and tens of billions of living beings turned to ash in an instant. Every heaven-defying divine power became a laughable number before this force. This was the origin of the blue planet being forcibly turned into an MMO. The scene faded. On the enormous, ruined steel of a god ahead, a Taiji Bagua diagram appeared, and a faint figure slowly drifted out. It was an old man in a Taiji robe, with the ethereal air of an immortal sage. The great Tao of heaven's secrets coiled around him. Though only a wisp of his remnant soul was left, his presence was maxed out. The progenitor of civilization, Fushi. After countless eons, a descendant of humanity has finally made it here. Fushi clasped his hands behind his back, his eyes weathered yet gratified. Child, to have crossed the 90,000-level cliff, you must have endured unimaginable suffering. He let out a faint sigh, as if seeing the blood and tears history of humanity's resistance. I am Fushi. I left this wisp of my soul only to wait for someone who could break the deadlock. Your bone age is only 18, yet you fought your way here. Today, I shall bestow upon you the final fortune of heaven's secrets. As he delivered his opening speech, he habitually pinched his fingers and worked the laws of yin and yang, intending to divine my background so he could tailor a custom inheritance package. Then his gaze fell upon my stat panel. Ding! Fushi's grand voice cut off, as if someone had grabbed him by the throat. The duck at his neck stopped mid-swallow. Those eyes that had seen through the ages suddenly bulged like two light bulbs. His ghostly Taoist robe flickered so violently from shock it looked ready to short-circuit. What had he just seen? No painstakingly forged Tao foundation. No fragments of divinity earned through comprehending heaven and earth. Just a row of cold, brutal, staggeringly massive numbers that made his remnant soul tremble. Base 4 stats, 648 trillion. Fushi's mind detonated with a pop. He commanded the great Tao of yin and yang. At his peak, even his fully unfurled blood energy dharma had reached only tens of billions, the absolute limit of heaven and earth. Yet this person before him counted in trillions. A single word of difference, worlds apart. His gaze trembled as it dropped lower. Special multiplier bonus, 160,000x. Fushi's hands shook in his sleeves like a Parkinson's patient. He stared at me blankly, 20,000 years of high-dimensional cultivation theory crumbling to dust in a single second. You. He pointed at me, unable to force out a single word. This was no junior who'd come begging for fortune. This was a numbers monster wearing human skin, more monstrous than the world above. Grant him fortune? One reflected auto-attack from this kid would incinerate this remnant soul and the entire secret realm together. The chaotic currents of space-time tore at the shattered star corpse. Fushi's remnant soul froze for a full half-minute. He drew a deep breath, the rhythm of the 8 trigrams barely steadying his mind, and let out a helpless, bitter laugh. It seems I've been the frog at the bottom of the well. His whole otherworldly sage act shattered on the spot. Then his expression turned grave. I was stationed here by decree of Lady Nuwa, awaiting your arrival. I meant to grant you an opportunity, but clearly that would be utterly redundant now. He fixed his eyes on me. Take my advice, go no deeper. The World King has laid an absolute killing formation in the depths of these ruins. Your power defies heaven itself. Rather than press on, come with me to the world above and help humanity tear apart the World King's blockade. I brushed at non-existent dust on my sleeve. Not interested. Fushi was stunned. You won't fight for humanity? Don't try to guilt-trip me with that noble cause crap. My tone was flat. When I feel like going, I'll go on my own. If there's one thing I can't stand, it's people telling me how to do things. I stared into the depths of the void. Cross me, and I'll naturally go smash his whole operation. But how I fight, and when I fight, that's my call. Fushi's brow furrowed, still trying to persuade me. Young man, you don't understand the World King. Before he could finish, a gentle, 5-colored divine light silently pierced through the boundary wall. A lotus bloomed in the void. From within the radiance, a breathtakingly beautiful woman with a human head and a serpent's body took form. She released not the slightest trace of pressure, yet the violent space-time currents around her instantly softened into a docile breeze. Fushi bowed at once. My lady, knew I didn't spare him a glance. Her gaze settled on me. Then, unexpectedly, she smiled. It was a gentle smile, carrying an appreciation that spanned the ages. Shock flickered in Fushi's eyes. 20,000 years. Ever since the day the laws of Blue Star were shattered, he had never once seen the goddess smile. I never imagined the Skymender who breaks this deadlock would be so young. Nua's voice was ethereal, without a trace of the arrogance one might expect from a higher dimensional deity. I gave a slight nod. Treat me with respect, and I'll return it tenfold. Nua didn't ramble on. She gave me a long, deep look, and a voice only I could hear dropped into my mind. My people are willing to go through fire and water for China, and I won't force you to take up the mantle of a god. But remember this, the so-called rules laid down by the World King are nothing more than an enormous trap. Her transmission paused, taking on a rare gravity. Deep within the ruins lies the World King's bait. Reading your destiny, I sense a faint character woven into it. Trapped. 9 times out of 10, it's connected to this place. Unless you're absolutely certain of yourself, do not set foot there. I said nothing, standing quietly, my gaze calm as still water. A true powerhouse is never held back by another's warning. He simply takes it as intelligence. Nua said no more. With a sweep of her long sleeve, 5-colored divine light gathered up Fushi's remnant soul, tore through the void, and vanished into the sea of stars above. In the endless galaxy, Fushi couldn't help but turn his head. Goddess, this young man is impossibly arrogant. Can he truly forge a path to the future for China? Nua halted her form, her serpent's tail sending ripples spreading through the sea of stars. She lowered her head, gazing far off at that blue planet ringed by 8,000 flying swords. Destiny will decide. No demands, no chains. That was the greatest indulgence she could grant me. The frozen demon abyss. Boom. A body stretching tens of thousands of feet long smashed through 3 meteors and slammed down hard onto the throne at the abyss's core. The primordial ancestral dragon, the Dragon Maiden. Her golden vertical pupils spat out violent thunder as she swept her gaze across the surroundings. Empty. Completely empty. The lavish abyssal demon fortress looked like it had been gnawed clean by a dog. The floor tiles had been pried up, the treasury cleaned out. Even the night-luminescent pearls had been dug straight out of the walls. Baal, the demon emperor of the abyss, had already fled with the elite of his entire race. Ruhr, the Dragon Maiden, was furious. Her master had sent her here to scatter his ashes, and the coward had actually run. Where was that supposed to leave her, the newly appointed heavenly Tao? She took a fierce sniff. Lingering in the vacuum was a faint trace of panicked, fleeing abyssal demon energy, pointing straight into the endless stars. Trying to run? The Dragon Maiden split open her massive maw, bearing stark white fangs. You stood me up. Your bones aren't even worth throwing in a soup pot. Crackle. The ancestral dragon's world-ending thunder body erupted in full. She transformed into a bolt of annihilating thunder that not even light could catch, tearing through the universe, hunting madly in the direction the demon energy had gone. Those ashes. Today, they will be scattered. Blue Star. 8,000 chaos flying swords hovered in the stratosphere. All 8 billion people across the globe fell to their knees as one. The World Channel, China's dedicated server, completely erupted. Comments scrolled faster than a photonic computer could calculate. Every single person had awakened that memory, sealed away for 20,000 years. At last, they understood what Blue Star had once been, a mortal realm sovereign that had nearly reached the summit. And at last, they understood just how despicable the Realm King was. To suppress Blue Star, he had forcibly reduced an entire cultivation world into a data prison that recognized nothing but health bars and mana bars. Boundless fury burned in the veins of every Chinese citizen. Zhao command Huing, screw the Realm King. Even if I'm only level 10, even if I'm just cannon fodder, I'll bite off a chunk of the upper realm. Iron-blooded veteran. 60 years of laying low. We've held this in way too long. Goddess Nua is suffering up there. How can we just sit and watch the show. Nameless assassin. Who can break through the portal? I've got a body full of explosives. Let me go up there and give the Realm King a little bang. The Chinese people have never lacked rational minds. Crouching Dragon is here. Everyone calm down. The Realm King must have a weakness. We need to research a way to crack the high-dimensional laws. Master of Calculations just took over the accumulated resources of all the Western nations. Let's hurry and figure out whether Heavenly Tao Divine rank can be mass-produced. If we're going to fight, we fight a well-funded war. The debate raged on. But strangely, there was one thing everyone agreed on. Not a single person backed down. Better to die standing than live on their knees. Suddenly, one highlighted comment was pushed to the very top. Old Zhao of Dongjiang. Everyone shut up. The best thing we can do right now is wait for Divine Lord Qing Feng to emerge from seclusion. Wherever the Divine Lord's sword points, that's where we slaughter through. Yes, wait for the Divine Lord to come out of seclusion. Revive China. Sweep across the upper realm. Once, Nuwa had held back the Realm King's butcher's blade single-handedly. Now, they had their own invincible commander, Qing Feng. Dongjiang City. The pedestrian street. Shen Qingmi knelt on the hard concrete, her gorgeous dress hem caked with dust. That face, once held so high above everyone, was now filled with shock and despair. Her once prized S-rank talent, Frost Empress, was worth less than a plastic toy in the face of this grand narrative of 10,000 worlds being dimensionally reduced. Deep in her soul, a stabbing pain throbbed. She cursed herself bitterly. Just how foolish and short-sighted had she been to strike such a condescending, charitable pose toward the very man who had crushed the heavenly Tao with a single hand? Behind her, Zhao Feng, Li Hao, Wang Chong, and Zhang Ming, the ones who had always circled around her, had long since gone pale, their legs trembling. Wang Chong craned his neck and shouted, though his eyes darted toward Shen Qingmi. Don't be scared, Qingmi. When Divine Lord Qi Feng comes back, we'll follow him and slaughter our way to the upper realm. Li Hao chimed in weakly, right? We can't chicken out. Zhang Ming shook like a leaf in the wind, forcing the words out through gritted teeth. Aye, I'm not scared. Let's go. Only Zhao Feng gritted his teeth and put on a tough act, but the fear in his eyes was impossible to hide. They were all scared out of their minds. They just didn't want to look weak in front of the campus goddess. Everyone shut up. A hoarse, cold voice cut through the pathetic performance. Shen Qingmi slowly rose to her feet, not bothering to brush the dust off her skirt. She looked at these four boys, so quick to flatter her every day, now forcing themselves to play the hero, and felt nothing but the absurdity of it all. Wake up, she said, her voice terrifyingly calm, weighed down by the exhaustion of total defeat. Do you really think you're going off to fight in the upper realm? You're just afraid of losing face in front of me, so you're pretending you're not scared of dying. But deep down, you know better than anyone. You're so terrified you can barely stand. The four of them went pale and lowered their heads. Shen Qingmi stared up at the sky, her eyes hollow, as if she'd finally woken from a long dream. I lost. I lost completely. Even now, I can't believe it. That boy Jiang Feng, the one I overlooked, actually crushed the heavenly Tao with his bare hand. She closed her eyes gently, her voice barely audible. The gap between us was never about talent or status. It's the distance between a mortal and a god. Every bit of pride I ever had was nothing but a joke in front of him. The most humiliating thing in life isn't losing to someone else. It's realizing that all your former arrogance was built at the bottom of a well, where you could never see the sky. Level 90,000 Forbidden Zone, the Divine Court Ruins. Amid the silent interstellar wreckage, I stood alone before the shattered steel of a god. Fushi and Nuwa had both departed. The warning still echoed in my mind. Bound by fate's calamity, do not tread here. I looked up, toward the deeper reaches of the ruins. There, dark violet chaos mist churned, eerily quiet. And behind that quiet lurked a menace that even a 160,000x multiplier zone couldn't entirely dismiss. The bound fate calamity? I turned the words over in my mind, a cold smile curving my lips. My instincts were razor sharp. If I turned back to live peacefully on Blue Star, the Realm King would surely bring down an even more terrifying punishment. I couldn't afford to drag this out. I had to pile up my stats until the Realm King wanted to gouge out his own eyes just from glancing at me. Hiding was never a way out. The only real safety comes from beating your enemy until they don't dare lift a finger. I clench my fists. A fate calamity? Then let's see if the Realm King's bait is tough enough. Boom. I took a single step forward. No flashy skill effects, no light show, just the purest explosion of raw physical power. In the instant my foot came down, the shattered stellar debris for 100,000 miles was crushed into empty atomic dust. The 160,000x multiplier combined with my 648 trillion base four-dimensional stats formed a layer of dark gold origin storms swirling around my entire body. Everywhere it passed, those dormant level 90,000. A tear distortion beast didn't even get to scream before it was crushed into a mist of blood. Like a humanoid tyrannosaur, I smashed through layer after layer of the law barriers the World King had set up, cutting a straight path into the deepest reaches. The road ahead was endless darkness, as if even space and time had been devoured, leaving only the World King's oppressive presence, looming over all living things like a god over insects. The instant my figure was swallowed by the mist. Blue Star, World Channel. On the retinas of billions of players, a blinding flash of golden light erupted. Ding. Highest level server-wide announcement. Fusion progress of the demon realm and reality, surging to 95%. The world law countdown has begun. If the player Clear Wind survives the life tribulation ahead and completely shreds the ruins law, Blue Star will fuse with the demon realm at 100%. At that moment, Blue Star will cast off its data shackles, formally advancing from the data age into a universal high martial era. Clear Wind attains the Tao and ascends to godhood. The Dragon Maiden commands the heavenly Tao. China stands atop all the heavens, never to fall. The golden text carried a sacred, awe-inspiring authority, branding itself into the eyes of every person on Earth. The entire world fell into a dead silence. And then came the ultimate frenzy, unleashed after being suppressed to the absolute limit. And the turning point of it all rested on the shoulders of a single man, the one who had charged alone into the level 90,000 death trap. I took one step forward, my form vanishing into the dark purple chaotic mist. The ruins of the void receded like an ebbing tide. My feet sank down, no longer the weightless void, but cold, hard earth. My vision suddenly stretched into the distance, and a desolate, tragic grandeur slammed into me like something physical. This was no debris field of ruins. This was a living, bleeding, ancient battlefield. The sky was steeped in thick blood, the earth split open, lava running wild. I stood atop a sheer cliff, looking down. Hundreds of millions of primordial ancestors ran and wailed across the land, clad in animal hides, gripping bronze spears and dagger axes. Their once mighty bodies, strong enough to move mountains and fill seas, were now covered in gashes so deep the bone showed through. High in the heavens, a colossal comet was grinding everything to dust as it slowly bore down. A colorless holy light carried a bone-chilling, higher-dimensional order, brutally severing the spiritual energy of this world. Not far from the cliff, a wild-haired old man knelt before a ruined altar, the tortoise shell in his hands crumbling to powder. Fuxi, progenitor of human civilization. His eyes wept blood as he pointed at that comet and roared, every word a mixture of blood and tears. This is no natural disaster. This is the spearhead of the upper realm. This holy light is the executioner's blade hurled down from the heavens above. Before his words even faded, the surface of the comet split open with thousands upon thousands of cross-shaped fissures. The Haotian race had arrived. No declaration of war. No mercy. Tens of millions of silver-armored beings stepped out from the cracks, cold face guards, higher-dimensional war halberds, crashing into the ancestors' ranks like ruthless exterminators. A one-sided, dimension-crushing slaughter had begun. A flash of silver. Hundreds, thousands of primordial powerhouses didn't even have time to summon their treasures before their heads went flying skyward. Scalding blood surged upward like a reverse waterfall, staining the clouds a blinding purple-black. A war god wielding a massive axe roared as he broke the sound barrier, cleaving a silver warship in two. Just 1 second later, a law-forged spear hurled from on high pierced through his chest, pinning him to the face of a mountain that towered thousands of feet. The mountain crumbled. The war god fell. On the ground below, the old, the weak, the women and children were trampled without mercy. The Haoyan clan's battle formation was a meat grinder. Every inch it advanced left behind a field of severed limbs. Absolute suppression of realm. In half an hour, the flourishing high martial civilization of Blue Star teetered on the brink of extinction. Despair spread like a plague, until, high in the heavens, a five-colored divine light suddenly blazed forth. Nuwa appeared in midair, human head, serpent body. She gazed down at the carnage below, her eyes filled with the deepest compassion and unshakable resolve. She did not flee. She forcibly drew upon the last remaining core essence of Blue Star, the five-colored divine stone smelting violently in her palm, all to preserve one final ember of hope for this world. Her divine body as the furnace, she gave her life for what was right. Her body disintegrated piece by piece, transforming into a vast, sky-mending force that forcibly sealed the massive breach in the firmament through which the enemy had been madly pouring in. Then, she scattered the last of her divine soul on the most desolate, nameless mountain range of the lower realm, what later generations would call the ultimate peak of Kunlun. She carved a path to heaven out of her own flesh and blood. Bearing boundless rage and resentment, she stepped alone into the upper realm. Using herself as bait, she dragged the greater part of the upper realm's fury away from Blue Star. Before she left, the fragments of her divine soul became 10 divine beings, standing guard across the path. She pinched clay to create humanity and carved a weighty name for the newborns rising from the ruins. Huaxia. She poured out everything she had, all to wait for the day this bloodline, the one that carried the will of the primordial age, could, within this cage of dimensional suppression, overturn the entire board. The scene cut off abruptly, the images shattering like bubbles. I still stood in the depths of the dark, ruined divine court, exhaling a long breath of turbid air. The boiling murderous rage in my chest subsided somewhat, replaced by a profound gravity. Myths were never bedtime stories to soothe children. They were histories of blood and tears, filled in by the lives of our forebears. Because some were willing to die for descendants they would never meet, those who came after had a place to stand. Even as cold and hardened as I was, something stirred deep in my heart. I reined in my emotions and pressed onward. I hadn't gone far when the mist dispersed. Ahead, on a gray plain, a figure stood with its back to me. From that stance alone, the pressure radiating from its body caused space itself to keep collapsing and annihilating. I knew this aura all too well. 648 exa base four-dimensional stats, plus a 160,000-fold absolute multiplier. Identical, not a single strand of data off, down to the last hair. The figure slowly turned around. In an instant, two terrifying forces of the same origin slammed together. The earth split open like it had been carved by a blade, revealing a bottomless abyss. From within it, phantom river waters surged forth, forming two mighty rivers that raged endlessly between us, churning up waves 10,000 feet high. The Yellow River and the Yangtze. That face lifted. The features, the expression, even the cold cruelty buried deep in the bones, all identical to my own. He spoke above the roaring waters. Behold the ancestral waters that gave birth to China. If you can kill me today, you'll earn the right to face the Realm King. If you can't, you're not even fit to be a shooting star. Even his voice was exactly the same. I didn't waste breath on some line like, "Who the hell do you think you are?" After being baptized by 8,000 flying swords, I knew exactly what this trick was. The heart demon illusion. Any conventional mind-based illusion would be instantly crushed by my 160,000x multiplier zone. But the heart demon was the one exception, because it was a perfect 100% mirror of my own stat sheet. He didn't press me with more words. The moment his last syllable faded, he moved. No charge up, no wind up. One step carried him through the curtain of the river, his fist wrapped in a dark gold source storm, driving straight at my face. I didn't dodge, didn't evade. I raised my hand and met it head on. Boom. Both fists ground together, locked. No shockwave, No sound. Quadrillion tier true damage crashed and crushed against itself, and the underlying spatial laws within a 100,000-mile radius suffered an outright logic crash, a distance far enough to stretch from Earth all the way to Mars. The void shattered into dense clusters of pixel fragments, and the realm barrier overhead tore open with cracks like a spiderweb. This fight had broken the entire combat system from the very first second. I whipped out the Staff of Cosmic Annihilation, a flash of rainbow light in his hand, and he drew out an identical seven-colored staff. Myriad Dragon Incarnation. My body swelled, transforming into a dark gold Titan dragon 100,000 feet long, 10 Everests stacked on top of each other, a single sweep of my body spanning an entire province. He transformed in sync. Two ancient ancestral dragons blotting out the sky, tearing at each other savagely across the ruins of the star domain. Dragon claws ripped through dimensions, dragon breath poured against dragon breath. I struck with a divine dragon tail sweep, smashing half his body to pieces, dealing tens of quadrillions in true damage. The next second, green light flickered wildly above his head. He rose again on a drop of blood, health bar refilled. Fully restored, he retaliated with a burst of ancestral dragon breath, searing straight through my dragon form. My own no blind spot recovery triggered in sync, flesh knitting back together in an instant. I shifted back into human form and kept trading blows. I commanded the substance of space itself to become 100 million blades, grinding him into a bloody pulp. Even in that pulp state, he ignored physical reassembly, pressing in point blank to unleash the causality annihilation of a 100-star chaos treasure. I tanked it head-on, and the instant my health bar hit zero, the invincibility mechanic kicked in, force-locking my HP and firing back. The two of us auto-attacked each other like madmen in the void. Every single second, a tsunami of damage, tens of thousands of Jing, unleashed, pouring down, grinding everything to dust. Hard enough to crash reality's core logic. Hard enough to drain the very energy from space itself. Neither of us could kill the other. Same locked HP, same damage immunity, same infinite mana pool. Every ultimate we threw canceled the other out, guaranteed. This wasn't a fight. It was two stat monsters with unkillable invincibility bugs, endlessly farming each other. Hours later, the ruins had been beaten into an absolute, silent vacuum. I stopped, staff drawn back, hovering in the void. I coldly watched him do the same, weapon lowered, breathing lightly. Trading numbers with him. I could keep this up for 10,000 years and get nowhere. I stared into his eyes, my gaze calm and clear, seeing straight through the illusion. I never wanted to ascend, I said quietly, my voice reverberating through the vacuum. It was this world that forced me to draw my sword. And in that half-second window, that gap in my defenses while I spoke, the demon across from me suddenly wore an expression of pure, twisted wrongness. Black light flared in the depths of his eyes. A spiritual law, utterly foreign, drenched in the darkest malice, forced its way violently into my brow. The scene before me blurred instantly. The void scattered. The long river of time ran dry. Weightlessness dragged me down, plummeting fast. Crash. Blinding, blunt pain. The crisp snap of breaking bone. Every trace of my power vanished. My 648 trillion four-dimensional stats, my 160,000-fold multipliers, all of it, formatted to nothing. I'd become an ordinary human, too weak to bind a chicken. My consciousness struggled to gather itself. Before me, a stretch of asphalt drowned in cold rain. Blood, great sticky, warm pools of it spreading across the pavement, a puddle reflecting the alternating red and blue of police lights. The shriek of sirens, the acrid stench of burning rubber, the panicked screams of a crowd, all of it drilling into my ears. My past life, the scene of the crash that took my life. I lay in the pool of blood like a torn rag doll, my insides feeling crushed over and over. My vision unfocused, bloody foam bubbled from my lips. First aid kit. Now, get back. A soaked female officer came sprinting through the blood, dropping to one knee in the muddy water, both hands pressing hard against the artery in my neck, her voice cracking with urgency. Don't fall asleep. You hear me? Open your eyes, look at me. The ambulance is almost here. Rain dripped from the brim of her cap onto my face. I tried to open my mouth, but my lungs couldn't force out a single sound. Over her shoulder, at the corner of the street, a young mother clamped her hands over a little girl's eyes, her face frozen in terror. Cold. A brutal chill seeped from my toes into the marrow of my bones. My life was bleeding away fast. The most primal fear of death washed over me completely, drowning me. My sight shrank to a single black point. My hearing peeled away. Consciousness fractured, and I fell into a bottomless abyss. In that dead silence, there was no system, no magic, no one at all. Only, there was death itself, the great void of falsehood, striking straight at the law of fear. My soul was sinking into black water. Fear became thorn vines, coiling tight around my throat. My dying subconscious tempted me relentlessly. Just give up. Close your eyes, drift off to sleep, and the pain will stop. No. In the absolute darkness, I forced myself to bite down on the last shred of clarity I had left. I'd already died once. If I couldn't make it back, who would carry that family on their shoulders? I bit clean through the tip of my tongue. Phantom agony ripped through my nerves. Even trapped in the land of the dead, I'd stand up and tear a hole through the heavens. Then, all at once, the heavy black curtain was ripped open by a blinding streak of warm sunlight. The crisp scrape of a spatula against an iron wok reached my ears, along with the familiar roar of an old, worn-out range hood. "Phone you up yet?" A voice, slightly hoarse but so gentle it made my heart tremble. Lu Tsuelon, the mother who gave me every ounce of her favor in this life. My eyes snapped open. Before me was that cramped but spotless old bedroom. Sunlight slanted through the gap in the worn curtains, falling across my desk. She pushed the door open wearing a faded apron, carrying a plate of eggs still sizzling with oil. Seeing me sitting dazed on the edge of the bed, she smiled so wide the corners of her eyes crinkled. "What are you sitting there like a fool for? You did great on your graduation exams, so your mom's making an exception and skipping overtime today. I'm taking you out to eat." I stared steadily at that weathered face. The floodgates of memory burst open. In my past life, I was a weed that grew up in a cold, loveless orphanage. I couldn't forget being pinned down in the mud and kicked by the older kids over half a moldy piece of bread. I couldn't forget swallowing my own blood while they screamed at me, "Unwanted bastard." I'd learned cruelty early, wrapping myself in thick ice, until I crossed over into this data-locked cage. Jiang Jiangguo and Lu Tsuelon, an ordinary couple scraping by at the bottom of society, poured the cleanest, most unreserved love they had onto me, without holding anything back. The white kanji, warm to the perfect temperature every morning. The sweat-dampened allowance money old Jiang would secretly tuck into my backpack. These small, ordinary things slowly thawed the wasteland of my childhood into a warm, blooming spring. My eyes suddenly burned. 2 lifetimes of a heart hardened to stone. All of it collapsed completely in front of that single plate of fried eggs. Mom. It was the first time in 2 lifetimes combined that I called out that word without a shred of defense from the deepest part of my soul. She froze for a second, wiped her hands haphazardly on her apron, her eyes rimming red as she leaned over to ruffle my hair. "This little monkey learned how to get all sentimental today, huh?" The warmth on top of my head was rough and real. Too real. But it was exactly that devastating realness that blasted a sky-piercing clarity through my dust-covered mind. The vulnerability and longing in my eyes vanished, freezing into an endless violence and death. I knew exactly where I was. The great illusion realm, using the most real, most vulnerable memories as bait. If I dared to sink into this tenderness for even a second, my soul would be formatted, trapped here forever as a vegetable. But I understood something now. Your true weakness was never the flaw you needed to cut out. It was the thing you had to fight like hell to protect. It was precisely because someone was worth going back to that I couldn't die here. All things are illusion. Only my heart is iron. I shot to my feet and shattered the illusion before me with a single kick. I threw my head back and roared, "Get out! I'm going back to Blue Star." That roar carried no mana, no attributes, nothing. It was pure will, crushing across dimensions. The sound waves were like a blade tearing through the primordial void, shredding the cozy bedroom, shredding Lu Tsuelon's face, hacking the entire law barrier of the great illusion realm to pieces. Crack. The whole illusion crumbled inch by inch like cheap glass. My consciousness snapped forcibly back into my body. I stood motionless amid the ruins, eyes clear, cold as frost. Ahead of me, that inner demon, identical to myself in every way, now had its features twisted, written all over with sheer terror, its body scattering in the wind like burnt-out paper ash. The trapped character life tribulation? Hilarious. Just smashed it physically. Meanwhile, far above, in the infinite high dimensions, the mortal realm had stars. The extraordinary ascended to the heavens, and the ultimate pinnacle for all dimensional beings was the chaos realm, the primordial void, and that indescribable boundless mountain. The heavens had 9 tiers, from lowest to highest. Mortal realm, planets, star regions, star seas. Extraordinary, great realms, heaven realms, origin realms. Ultimate, chaos realm, primordial void, boundless mountain. The higher the tier, the vaster the world, the stronger the power. Each tier could contain countless worlds beneath it. At this moment, in the boundless chaos even deeper than the origin realm, a realm king floated cross-legged. His divine form was larger than 10,000 star seas stacked together. Chaotic nebulae drifted at his sides, like specks of dust too small to see. He sat in deep meditation, eyes closed. Ho! A long breath flowed out. That single, feather-light exhale stirred up a world-ending storm in the chaos, evaporating tens of thousands of lower-tier spaces on the spot. A stream of dark, murky energy expelled with the breath, falling into the chaos and devouring energy like mad. After a scalp-crawling series of bone-cracking sounds, hundreds of evil beings clad in black armor were born from thin air. The waste the Realm King casually breathed out, brought down to the lower realms, were all Realm Lord-level bosses ruling entire star regions. Ga ga ga. A green-faced, fanged monster twisted its neck wildly, madness in its eyes. We are the new rulers. Each of us takes over one great realm. For the Realm King, we'll wipe out all who refuse to submit. Ground. Hundreds of demonic entities shrieked as they tore through the void's barriers, becoming a black torrent that scattered outward to slaughter across the myriad worlds. The World King didn't even lift an eyelid. This trash wasn't worthy of his world essence. His ambition pointed straight at the highest throne that transcended the pinnacle of all laws, the boundless sacred mountain. The void beside him trembled. An envoy draped in a silver robe materialized, Mo Yuan, dropping to one knee, his posture humble. 2 violent Daos, space and destruction, surged around his body as he gazed up at the World King with fanatical eyes. Mo Yuan. A grand, utterly emotionless voice thundered through the chaos. The task I assigned you. How does it fare? Mo Yuan pressed his forehead heavily against the void, reporting respectfully. Reporting to the World King. The anomaly Jiang Feng from the abandoned data realm has taken the bait you laid and stepped deep into the ruins of the Divine Court. His eyes brimmed with venom. I set up the Great Delusion Space. Even if he glitches out and turns himself into a stat monster in the lower realms, as long as he's still human, as long as he still has emotions and desires, he can be trapped in the delusion for tens of thousands of eons and never dig his way out. By the time you ascend the boundless sacred mountain, even if he does crawl out, he won't be qualified enough to serve as cannon fodder. The World King didn't open his eyes. He only twitched the corner of his mouth on that face, cold and hard as ancient starstone. It was the ultimate contempt of a higher dimensional god looking down at an insect. And here I thought there was some earth-shattering variable. His voice carried boredom. Among the countless lower races, this Huaxiao bloodline is at least somewhat resilient. Getting to die inside your Great Delusion Space. That makes him a slightly larger ant, I suppose. Go. Keep your eyes on Blue Planet. Once Nua's remnants are wiped out, uproot that last bit of foundation, all of it. By your command, Mo Yuan accepted the order and was about to rise and withdraw. But the very second the World King finished posturing, his divine soul, which hadn't rippled in eons, throbbed without warning. That thread of law and causality that had been clamped down tight around the Great Delusion Space. Snap! It broke. Clean, decisive, not a single shred left behind. I kicked that cozy bedroom to pieces. The paint peeled off, dissolving into garbled code, vanishing inch by inch. The first layer of the Great Delusion Space's disguise was scrapped. I stood once more beneath the dead silent starry sky of the 90,000-tier Divine Court ruins, my right hand gripping the staff tight, not having retreated half a step. On the system panel, my intelligence stat, maxed out at a Google, was running wild. Computing power billions of times beyond a light brain dismantled hundreds of billions of lines of underlying spatial code around me in a single second. Killing intent lay hidden beneath the silence. The surrounding nodes were still locked down. The World King's array hadn't been broken at all. That inner demon illusion that had just dissolved was nothing more than an appetizer. Illusion nested within illusion. This was the World King's specialty. That's it. A trace of mockery surfaced in my eyes. The air at the back of my head. Suddenly, a ripple that defied all logic rippled through the air. An invisible blade forged from pure psychic energy struck at my vitals like a venomous serpent. Its speed shattered physical limits. Even time itself was torn apart. This was the purest form of high-dimensional soul strike, bypassing health bars entirely to erase consciousness at its very source with a single blow. I didn't dodge. I didn't even turn around. A single thought, and the system panel unfolded across my retinas. At the very bottom of the interface, that long-reserved stash of 2.034 trillion free attribute points pulsed with a bloodthirsty crimson glow. Firepower deficiency anxiety. Right about now, that's just perfect. Alert. High-dimensional soul strike detected. Sixth hidden attribute channel forcibly unlocked. I didn't even blink. My will became a hammer, and over 2 trillion attribute points slammed straight into the newly opened spirit slot. Point allocation complete. Spirit, 2.034 trillion. Soul defense / impact, 2.034 trillion. The instant those numbers locked in, my one-of-a-kind, 160,000x absolute multiplier zone seized upon this new attribute like a starving wolf catching the scent of blood. A dark gold soul barrier detonated behind my head. The invisible blade struck it, and with a crisp, teeth-grinding crack, that soul weapon, capable of annihilating the ruler of an entire galaxy, shattered on the spot into a sky full of light fragments. I drew the staff of universal ruin, with a backhand motion, turned slowly, and locked onto the spatial fault line 100 meters away. The scattered mirror image was reforming its body from a swirling mass of purple mist. A sneak attack? How small-minded. The codex of all creation flared to life in an instant. Physical laws violently seized control of every particle of matter throughout the ruins. Hundreds of thousands of star fragments and meteorites ignored gravity entirely, hurtling from every direction like cannonballs fired straight at the mirror image. The image scrambled to raise a rainbow shield. Meteorites hammered against it, bursting into rings of physical fireworks. And in that half-second while it was distracted, a dark gold fissure split open at my brow. Source energy wrapped around a soul impact of 2.034 trillion times 160,000x, compressing it into a solid battle spear. I swung my hand. The spear tore through the void, punched through the physical shield like a hot knife through tofu, and drove precisely into the center of the mirror image's forehead. Crack! Its head burst like a watermelon, and its body collapsed into a cloud of murky purple mist. Not dead yet. Seconds later, the mist churned, and the body reformed itself completely. Immune to both physical and soul damage, the mirror image cracked its neck and let out a wild laugh. I am a law mirror image forged by Lord Mayuan's own hands. Within this grand void of non-delusion, I'm immune to every soul strike of my own tier. You think you can kill me with a spear? You're wasting your breath. It leveled its staff at the tip of my nose. A lower realm pig like you could never comprehend the might of the high dimensions, and Lord World King's combat power points straight toward the immeasurable god. Mountain, standing shoulder to shoulder with the immeasurable sage. You're nothing but a defective knockoff who stacks stats by exploiting a system glitch. What could you possibly have to challenge the heavens? I watched it perform in silence, my eyes flat and unmoved. Dead men don't get to run their mouths. That line snapped something in its head. You think you're the only one who knows how to allocate points? Stats you crammed at the last minute mean less than paper before absolute law. The Great Void Space comes with high-dimensional mysteries baked in, and my soul attacks carry an absolute damage multiplier. Now go to hell. It raised its staff high. Above the dome, hundreds of millions of purple wraiths tore through the void, weaving together into a soul storm that blotted out the sky. Everywhere it passed, even the underlying code was stripped away in sheets. I tugged at the corner of my mouth, gripped my staff, and stepped forward into the wind. Attack speed maxed out, 6 trillion strikes per second. Every second, I carved 6 trillion torrents of interwoven destruction, physical and spiritual, out of thin air before me. The purple storm and the dark gold torrent slammed together. Space collapsed in cascading waves, and the ruins' walls groaned with spreading cracks. The mirror image hunkered behind the storm, frantically pouring on more power, trying to grind me down with high-dimensional rules. It had no idea what I was actually doing. I wasn't locked in a desperate fight. That intelligence stat, a full septillion points, had become the most precise deconstruction instrument, madly tearing apart the storm's underlying code. Analysis progress, 45%, 80%. Every time it pressed down with its laws, it was feeding me core data for free. Brute forcing a kill with raw numbers is too slow. Beating magic with magic, that's what you call a dimensional reduction strike. Keep going. Don't stop now. My voice was ice. The mirror image flew into a rage, burning its very origin to force the storm 10 times larger. The violent torrent surged back and swallowed me whole. A hair's breadth from death. Ding. Drawing on transcendent intelligence, the host has seen through the flaw in the Great Void Space's laws. Reverse analysis complete. Comprehended the spatial law technique. Great Void Divine Art. I stopped, standing dead center in the storm. My dark gold origin light exploded outward, ripping apart the eye of the storm. I'll be borrowing your laws. No need to thank me. Great Void Divine Art activated in full. In that instant, the highest authority over the entire ruins was forcibly handed to a new master. The roaring purple storm froze in midair, as though someone had hit pause. The next second, the wind reversed violently, backlashing toward the mirror image with 100-fold fury. Its features twisted with utter disbelief. How could a lower realm being like you analyze Lord Mayuan's exclusive divine art? This breaks the rules. My right hand snapped shut. The reverse storm turned into a meat grinder, wrapping the mirror image up, skin and bone alike. Crack. Its body, along with the law core sustaining its reconstruction, was erased on the spot by my computing power. It died clean, no reassembly ever again. With its vessel gone, the Great Void. The Void Realm let out a mournful wail before collapsing with a thunderous roar. The causal thread that had bound the World King to Blue Star shattered completely. Slain. LV-260 mirror image, Qingfeng. Infinite tier, Pangu predation triggered. Plundered 200 quintillion free attribute points. The instant the causal thread snapped, the high-dimensional barrier that had shrouded Blue Star for 6 decades melted away like spring snow. Server-wide alert. Player Qingfeng has severed the World King's doom. The Demon Realm and Blue Star have achieved 100% fusion. 500 crimson notifications flooded across every pair of eyes on the planet. The surface roared. Blue Star's mass began expanding with a savage disregard for the laws of physics. The roads of Dongjiang City stretched endlessly, their area multiplying tens of thousands of times over. The Pacific surged inward, its expanse breaking through light years. The Himalayas thrust skyward, their peaks piercing the stars. 10 minutes. Just 10 minutes. A ruined, bottom-tier planet from the mortal realm was violently pulled into a Star-Domain-class continent. Blue Star had achieved its ultimate ascension. The billions of monsters that survived the demon realm descended upon the human world through the fractured space, only to be crushed into helpless weaklings by the new laws. World law reconstruction complete. The human race bloodline seal has been lifted. Spiritual energy has evolved into high-dimensional realm element. A breeze drifted past. The air was no longer filled with exhaust fumes and thin spiritual energy, but with realm element so thick it could drip like water. A single breath regenerated a mortal's severed limbs, turned white hair black, and sent their lifespan skyrocketing by centuries. Effective immediately, newborn humans have a guaranteed minimum base level of LV300. All existing players receive a mandatory 3,000% boost to all attributes. In Dongjiang City, on the shattered pedestrian street, Shen Qingmi knelt in the cracked concrete, feeling the realm element surge through her limbs as her level shot up like a rocket. Her prized S-rank talent, under the baptism, began to transform, taking on the embryonic form of a higher-order law. The entire human race of Blue Star had taken flight. Warning: anomaly detected in the analysis of the Demon Realm's core essence. The Demon Realm's foundational architecture exceeds Primordial Supreme Treasure Tier. System computational power insufficient. Players must explore on their own. I stood in the depths of the ruins, cast a casual glance at the light screen, and raised an eyebrow. Beyond Primordial Supreme Treasure Tier? To break Blue Star's backbone, the World King had really spared no expense. This time, I'd hit the jackpot. World level cap officially unlocked. LV 500,000. Qingfeng has attained the Tao and ascended to godhood. The dragon maiden governs the heavenly way. China stands eternal among all the heavens, never to fall. Golden characters hung over every stretch of the new starry sky. All 8 billion people across the world dropped to their knees at once. Long live the God Sovereign. China shall never fall. The roars merged into a materialized golden ocean. The human race worldwide worships you with fervor. Global faith value plus 8 billion. All attributes firth, skyrocketing 1000x. In the heavenly pivot dragon court, the courtyard had expanded who knows how many times over. My father, Jiang Jiangguo, gripped the wooden bow capable of blasting galaxies apart and gazed up at the heavens. That little punk actually punched a hole in the sky. Li Hu knelt on the lawn, kowtowing and screaming until his voice cracked. Godfather, you're a badass. Grandma Heavenly Tao is invincible. Along the estate's perimeter, Xiao Zhenjiang and the other military heavyweights dropped to one knee in perfect unison. Xiao Zhenjiang rose, drew the war blade at his waist, and pointed its edge straight at the newborn star's cape. Then he sent out a server-wide pin message. Xiao Zhenjiang, the Divine Lord Qingfeng has shattered the shackles. We ask the Divine Lord to become the supreme commander of the human race. Lead us to storm the higher realms and bring Empress Nuwa home. The World Channel was instantly buried under an avalanche of war cries. Storm the heavenly realm. Bring the Empress home. Let those Realm King scumbags taste the steel of the Chinese people. 20,000 years of suppressed blood fury erupted like a wildfire sweeping across the plains. Deep within the ruins, I shut off the frantically flashing World Channel, staff in hand, and stepped across the ash-covered ground. Treading on starlight, I continued deeper. The chaotic mist had been swept clean. Walking on the bones of dead stars, I reached the ruin's core. Ahead, an ancient altar burst apart, and 3 dark gold treasure chests rose from beneath the earth, hovering steadily. These were the ultimate inheritance of Blue Star, sealed away 20,000 years ago when the primordial ancestors evacuated. The Realm King had once forcibly suppressed them with higher dimensional laws. Now that the causal link was severed, this legacy would return to its rightful owner. I raised my hand and opened the first. A mass of law essence, black as ink, lay quietly at the bottom. 9 Nether Prison Law, Spatial Gravity System. Within its range, gravity climbs to its absolute limit, power scaling with attributes. Enemies are crushed into cosmic dust on the spot, body and soul annihilated. A divine skill for wiping out common fodder. Practical enough. I clenched my fist, and the pitch-black law tyrannically fused into every fiber of my being. The second chest. A rhombic, transparent stone floated within, a miniature galaxy swirling inside it. Starseed Origin Crystal. Only a world core at the Star Domain tier or above could nurture such a thing. This one's purity already bordered on the Star Sea limit. All origins returned to 1. I activated my divine skill. The origin storm transformed into the gaping maw of a colossal beast, devouring and refining it. Absorbed supreme grade origin crystal. Exclusive multiplier zone surges by 500,000x instantly. I glanced at my panel, my absolute multiplier, once at 160,000x, shot straight up to 660,000x, a number that would probably crash even the system's core mainframe. I opened the third. A fruit, swirling with the purple energy of primordial chaos, met my eyes, its fragrance sweet and clear. Primordial creation star fruit. Ripens once a day, 10 per harvest. Eat one, and all attributes surge unconditionally by 100 billion. Maximum 3 per person. I was already a min-max stat monster. Bringing this fruit back home, being the treasured little darling my parents and Lee who spoil rotten. That's the ultimate growth resource. Since it's a plant, let's see it grow. I casually tossed the star fruit into the dirt beneath my feet. Barely 2 seconds passed. Crack. The shell split open, roots drilling straight through 10,000 miles of stellar debris. A towering divine tree shot up from the ground, 10 radiant, iridescent fruits hanging heavy from its branches. Instant planting, instant harvest. Now that's thinking big. I stripped every last one and stuffed them into my pack. My family's food supply secured. Once I finished counting, I pulled up my personal panel. A full 200 quadrillion free attribute points, sitting bright and untouched in the unallocated column. I mentally hammered the button, dumping everything in one shot. 4 core stats, 50 quadrillion luck, 50 quadrillion spirit, 102 quadrillion. The instant those numbers locked in, invisible ripples surged out from my body. Everywhere they passed, that supposedly indestructible dimensional barrier dissolved like wet toilet paper. I clenched my fist lightly. This power had already blown past every ceiling. The system could no longer define me. I lifted my head, my gaze sharp as a blade, piercing through the deep starry sky and pointing straight at the higher realm looming above. "So you're the Realm King," I said, my voice bone cold. "Wash your neck clean. You're up next and soon." Meanwhile, back on Blue Star, things had gone completely insane. The realm element baptism came crashing down on all of humanity, holding nothing back. The world channel scrolled so fast the neural computers were practically smoking. Wild Blade Oldly, the realm element is insane. I've been stuck at level 30 for 10 years, just shot straight up to level 500 without moving an inch. Dongjiang Old Dog Wu. My old man's been paralyzed for 10 years. This morning he hauled 500 pounds of rice up 10 flights of stairs without breaking a sweat. Iron-blooded war soul, an envoy from the Beacon Nation, is kneeling outside our apartment complex, crying and begging for a single Chinese residence permit. Online was in a frenzy, but the changes in the real world shattered every law of physics anyone knew. Outside a suburban air raid shelter, a level 70 twin-headed abyss hound, one that had somehow survived, lunged at a 7-year-old girl playing in the mud by the roadside. The girl in the floral dress didn't even look up. Annoyed by the noise, she raised one chubby little palm and swatted the air. Smack! That beast, one capable of wiping out an entire third-tier squad from the old era, burst into nothingness on the spot. Not a single hair remained. The girl wiped her hands with a look of disgust and went back to shaping her mud figures. At the third nursing home, an 80-year-old woman who'd been paralyzed for 20 years suddenly heard her bones popping like firecrackers. She threw off her blanket and pressed down on the armrest. The reinforced steel railing twisted into a pretzel under her grip. The old woman sprang up from the ground, cleared the 3-meter courtyard wall in a single leap, and charged toward the square dancing formation with the vigor of a sprinter. "Everybody out of my way. That center spot is mine today, and I'm not moving." In the delivery room of the downtown hospital, a cry rang out. A baby boy was born. The doctor had just picked up the scissors when his whole body froze stiff. Floating in midair above the newborn's head was a line of golden text. LV-300. Just born. Not a single drop of milk yet, and already starting at level 300. That kind of innate combat power? Just yesterday, it would have been enough to dominate an entire war zone as a Legion tier overlord. Born in Rome, so to speak. This is what universal ascension looks like. This is the absolute foundation of the Huaxiao race. Meanwhile, in the distant depths of the abyssal star sea, a demonic body 10,000 feet tall fled through an asteroid belt like a whipped dog. Baal, demon emperor of the abyss. With his last remaining fleet of 1 million ships, he was desperately trying to escape the star region newly sealed off by the Heavenly Tao. Max out the jump engines. Break through. Vale roared into the comms. The next second, the space ahead went black without warning. An ancient primordial dragon, countless times larger than a star, stretched across their escape route like the Wall of Sighs. Across its dark gold scales, world-ending lightning crackled like a spiderweb, and those pure gold vertical pupils, vast as the sun and moon, looked down mockingly at the tiny fleet. The Heavenly Tao Dragoness. Bale went limp with terror on the spot, dropping to his knees in the void with a thud. Grandmother Heavenly Tao, spare me. I'll be your dog. The entire abyssal race will serve Huaxia as your interstellar watchdogs. Yammer, yammer, so annoying. The dragoness snorted impatiently, her massive jaws parting slightly. A stream of world-ending primordial lightning erupted. A flash of white light. No explosion, not even time for a scream. Bale, along with his army of 1 million and tens of thousands of warships, vaporized instantly in the vacuum, reduced to cosmic dust. Total annihilation. The screen cleared in an instant. The dragoness lazily swished her tail and reported through the consciousness channel, fishing for praise. Master, all cleaned up. The enemy was too weak, not even worth playing with. Her voice took on a hint of excitement. Blue Star has completely transformed. All of Huaxia has awakened their ancient memories, and they're worshipping you like mad as their one and only god. Listening to the chatter in my head, I shook my head helplessly. A god? A savior? I never had any of that boundless love for all nonsense in me. I, Jiang Feng, only live by one hard truth: protect my own little patch of ground and the people I love. But if the world kings insist on flipping over my dinner table, then don't blame me for tearing open the entire sky. Even dust can hide a spark of fire. Even the ordinary can breed a legend. Since there's no avoiding it, then I'll sweep across all the heavens with a single sword and stand alone to shatter the eternal order. I lifted the staff of universal ruin and stepped through the shattered dimensional gate of the ruins. The teleportation light faded. I hovered above a star region spanning thousands of miles, looking down. Beneath my feet was no longer that tiny azure planet, but a star region-tier supercontinent stretching across the endless void, so vast the eye could never reach its edge. Mountains and rivers surged like wild dragons. The dimensional essence flowed like seas and oceans. Across the boundless land, countless children of Huaxia looked up in unison, their eyes fervent, their tsunami of worship tearing through the clouds and reaching all the way to the galaxy. Continues. Along the sprawling borderlands, envoys from 1,000 nations knelt prostrate on the ground, trembling like sifted grain, not even daring to lift their eyes and look directly. I stood against the light, my sleeves snapping and roaring in the astral wind. One man alone drove back all the heavens, a nation united to forge its gods. I stood above the endless starry sky, hands clasped behind my back. The blue planet beneath my feet had long since expanded into a vast stretch of star territory. Viscous world essence churned through the air, and the mountain shaking, ocean-roaring cries of worship from the people of China surged straight into the heavens. Golden text burst across my retina. Ding! The demon realm and reality have merged 100%, triggering a unique event, sundering the heavens, forging the gods. New plane taking shape, the Heavenly Tao reconstructing. Vacancies open, 365 astral lords of the heavenly cycle, 108 seats of heavenly might and earthly fiends, 10 supreme, divine thrones. Please, spokesman of the Heavenly Tao, Qing Feng, kowtow to the heaven and earth above and petition for the divine investiture roster. Kowtow to heaven and earth. Wag my tail and beg the world king for scraps. Just to fetch some employee onboarding form for a wage slave? Too small-minded. I raised my right hand, palm turned up. My Heavenly Tao. I call the shots. 661 sextillion units of spiritual power roared to life. The colossal world essence brutally tore through the system's programming and seized control by force. Primordial purple energy, the origin source of star corpses, the will and faith of the entire world. I gripped it all in one hand and kneaded it into a frenzy. The purple-gold ball of light compressed into a scroll of golden radiance stretching 10,000 feet, unrolling across the starry sky. No reverence for heaven and earth. No bowing to the world king. I'll forge my own damn divine investiture roster with my bare hands. The system frantically spat out red alarms. A second later, crushed beneath my dimensional overwhelming, it crashed completely and obediently surrendered its highest authority. Ding. You have refined your own exclusive divine investiture roster. Divine throne acquired. Sovereign of all heavens, Lord of 10,000 stars, divine venerable Qing Feng. The instant the roster was complete, 20,000 years of accumulated world origin and power of faith poured into my body like a river bursting through a broken dam. My bones cracked and thundered. The world essence violently remolded every limb and organ. Acquired super high-dimensional law trait, primordial Tao bones. Multiplier boost, 4,000,000x. I glanced at the panel. A base four-dimensional stat of 50 quadrillion, now bolted onto an absolute multiplier of 4.66 million, a terrifying pressure. That figure had long since shattered the limits of both the mortal realm and the heavenly realm. I casually lifted a hand. A trace of pressure slipped from my fingertip, crossing the endless starry sky to grind a dead star into cosmic dust. The old heaven is shattered. A new heaven shall rise. My voice rang out across the star territory like a great bell. Today, in the name of the sovereign of China, I invest myself and decree my own order, and I ordain all living things. Countless people of China held their breath, eyes locked on that divine silhouette in the heavens. Jiang Jiangguo, Lu Zuilan, step forward and receive your investiture. Within the Tianshu Dragon Court, my parents had barely registered what was happening before gentle laws lifted them into the air, bringing them face to face with me. Before the two of them, the cold, unmelting severity that had lingered in my eyes for 10,000 years faded away entirely. I hereby invest Jiang Jiangguo as the East Flower, Divine Sovereign, 10,000 Virtue, Celestial Venerable. I hereby confer upon Lu Zuilan the title of Western Spirit Holy Mother, Longevity Primordial Sovereign. May she receive the worship of all heavens and be granted a primordial divine rank. Two streams of purple energy shot across the starry sky and poured down. My father's hunched frame straightened and shot upward in an instant, draped in an imperial robe woven from galaxies, his white hair visibly turning black before my eyes. The old spatula in my mother's hand transformed into a divine weapon wreathed in the power of creation, and her faded apron became a robe of shimmering, iridescent silk. The lifespan panels of my two elders simply dissolved into gibberish, now as eternal as the sea of stars. My father stroked the black beard that had just sprouted, grinning so wide his eyes disappeared. My mother's eyes were rimmed red as she gazed at me, her face brimming with pride. I lowered my gaze, landing on Li Hu, who was frantically kowtowing on the lawn. Li Hu, Godfather, Li Hu is here. I hereby confer upon you the title of World-Guarding War God, first seat of the heavenly constellations, to guard the frontier of the star domain. Dark gold battle armor clattered into place, covering his entire body, and a massive sky-splitting axe appeared in his hand. His base combat power shot up 15,000 times on the spot. Li Hu pounded his breastplate, the sound ringing out. Thank you, Divine Sovereign. If any of those bastards up there dares come down, I'll cleave them in two while they're still breathing. I turned to look at the ancient primordial dragon circling above. Dragon Maiden, I hereby confer upon you the title of Primordial Dragon, Celestial Venerable, Empress of the Star Realm. Command all dragons, and wield the thunderous judgment of the new heavenly Tao. Roar. The Dragon Maiden's body swelled tenfold, and a single breath of dragon fire scorched the surrounding meteors to ash. A third heavenly Tao dragon horn burst through the skin on her forehead, and with a light clamp, she seized the ultimate thunder judgment, powerful enough to erase a realm lord. Then, my voice thundered across the land of China, roaring in an unbroken chain. Xiao Zhenjiang, chief of the earthly fiends, holy king of the Tao's guardian. Lian, fierce heavenly star, demon-slaying celestial venerable. Zhang Chonglin, Star of divine machination, eternal grand strategist. Jiang Shuyun, star of wealth, 10,000 treasure, Tao venerable. Divine light, as if it had eyes, crashed down from the rankings and pierced precisely into these pillars of the nation. Xiao Zhenjiang's hidden ailments and old wounds were smoothed away in an instant, and he stepped straight into heaven-tier combat power. The iron-blooded commander wept openly, tears streaming, and slammed his head to the ground in a deep kowtow. Black demonic flames surged skyward around Li Yan. Atop the tallest tower in the capital, Jiang Shiyun's business suit transformed into a lavish divine robe. Gripping the authority over all wealth in the star domain, she bowed deeply toward the stars. 36 heavenly constellations, 72 earthly fiends, 365 cyclic heaven star lords. Following the bloodlines of legion commanders, city lords, and the fallen heroes of every era, I bestowed them all in one breath, clean and complete. And the rewards weren't over yet. A golden rain poured down across the entire star domain. Every citizen of China touched by it had the shackles on their bloodline shatter completely. Their base combat power surged 100-fold, and 500 years were added to their lifespans out of thin air. On the pedestrian street of Dongjiang City, the golden rain landed on Shun Qingni's shoulders. Her, Frost Empress, inheritance instantly ascended to the frost element's origin, and the temperature around her plunged to absolute zero. Yet she felt not a shred of joy. She lay pressed against the ground, in the most abject micro-posture, gazing up at the summit of the starry sky. Behind him, his 4 lackeys were frantically savoring the surge of power exploding through their bodies. Qingni, I hit level 400. One kick can bring down a whole building. Keep grinding those levels. Sooner or later we'll catch up to the Godlord Qingfeng. Then he'll finally give you a second look. Shun Qingmi slowly turned her head, her eyes cold as if staring at a few corpses. Catch up to his heel? She let out a short, icy laugh, pointing at the sky-covering golden scroll that blotted out the heavens. Take a good look at that divine investiture roster overhead. He's no longer some awakened one. He's a creator god who writes the new rules. The 4 men's ecstasy froze on their faces in an instant. A single sliver of fortune slipping through his fingers is enough to extend our lives by 1,000 years. What do you have to catch him with? Your lives. She pressed her forehead back against the cold cement floor. Face reality. In this lifetime, we don't even have the right to gaze at his retreating back. The 4 swallowed hard, finally terrified out of their wits by that bottomless chasm, and obediently kowtowed to the ground. At the same moment, beyond the edge of Blue Star's territory, Wilson, commander of the Beacon Nation, knelt bolt upright in the muddy buffer zone alongside the top brass of the Western Alliance. Above their heads, not a single drop of golden rain fell. The boundary essence beneath their feet had been drained dry, reduced to utterly withered wasteland. Just moments ago, Wilson had watched with his own eyes as a Chinese old man selling roasted sweet potatoes across the way sneezed, and with a thunderous boom, a stone mountain hundreds of meters away was shaken into rubble. The entire nation of China had been invested with godhood, every last citizen ascending a dimension. Meanwhile, these outsiders had been kicked clean out of the game by the new heavenly Tao. Their combat power was locked, their stat panels shut off. Forget the transcendent legions. Now they couldn't even beat a 1-year-old baby, their bodies so fragile they'd shatter at a poke. It's all over. A 5-star general collapsed into the muddy water, wailing. Without the boundary essence baptism, we're not even worthy of being cannon fodder. Wilson dug his hands deep into the mud, oblivious to his fingernails snapping and bleeding. He was sick with regret. If only he'd swallowed his pride sooner and sucked up to Jiang Feng, even just to land some lowly odd-job position on the fringes. But now, there was no way out except to wait for death. Inside the defensive line, a group of middle schoolers with backpacks happened to be passing by. Through the iron mesh, they looked at the Western bigwigs outside, those who once turned their noses up at the world, now bawling with snot bubbling from their noses, and couldn't even be bothered to throw a taunt. Hurry up, hurry up. They're rerunning the investiture ceremony tonight. If we're late, we won't get the prime center spot at the plaza big screen. Tisk, those people out there are really pathetic. Looks like they lose HP just from breathing. Not a shred of sympathy, only complete indifference. 20,000 years of bloodline oppression, 60 years of data-driven humiliation, all ground into the dust of history the very moment I took hold of the divine investiture roster. Single-handedly battling 3,000 emperors, sweeping aside 13 continents with both palms. Hua. I'll translate this into natural American English. Chapter translation. Xia didn't just find his footing. He set foot upon the very summit of all realms. The grand ceremony had ended, and the cosmic anomalies in the starry sky faded away. I pressed the deification list into the spot between my brows, but instead of returning to the Dragon Court right away, I simply hovered there in silence. My vast spiritual force spread out like an invisible net, unfurling across countless star domains in an instant. I could hear a pin drop dozens of dimensions away with perfect clarity. Suddenly, my brow twitched, and a cold glint flashed in my eyes. Suspended amid the endless stars, I raised an eyebrow. My spiritual net, more precise than any instrument by a factor of billions, had caught a faint, abnormal ripple in space. At the edge of Blue Star's newly expanded star domain, a dead-silent asteroid belt suddenly began to seethe. Space rippled like water, and a massive, pitch-black fleet tore through the dimensional barrier and burst into view. 800,000 alien creatures, clad in deep blue scale armor, each with 4 arms, crowded shoulder to shoulder across the mothership's decks. Every last pair of eyes was locked onto Blue Star like a pack of starving wolves. The Star Devourers. Chieftain, the dimensional essence concentration on that planet is off the charts. It's a fat piece of meat, dripping with oil, one lieutenant said, excitedly rubbing all 4 of his hands together. Chieftain Luobai smacked him across the forehead and lowered his voice. 20,000 years ago, the Realm King personally slammed the primordial treasure, Demon Domain, into that planet. You think that was charity? That was fertilizer for a fruit tree. Blue Star is the seed of the fruit the Realm King needs to ascend along the Great Tao. Once it devours the Demon Domain and grows to its limit, the Realm King will descend to harvest it himself. Standing beneath the heavens, I nearly laughed out loud. Seed of the fruit. Everything was exactly as the fading shadow of Nuwa had said. The Realm King was playing a grand game of chess, using my childhood home, the place where I was born and raised, as his private nourishment. Using my china as a bloody fruit platter? I'm flipping this whole damn dinner table over. I'd only just arrived, and I happened to be short a few live captives to interrogate about the coordinates of the upper realm. So I didn't rush to crush these bugs. With a flicker, I tore through the void and appeared in the Tianshu Dragon Court. In the courtyard, Jiang Jiangguo and Lu Tzulan wore flowing divine robes, curiously exploring the power now coursing through their bodies. I pulled out a handful of fruit swirling with primordial purple energy and handed it over. Dad, Mom, these are primordial creation star fruits. Find a spatial treasure and plant them first. You can harvest a new batch every single day. Lu Tzulan took one and wiped it on her sleeve. Plant nothing. Let your mom taste test whether it's sweet first. She took a bite. Jiang Jiangguo grabbed one too and stuffed it into his mouth. Boom. 2 solid pillars of purple gold energy erupted from the top of their heads, piercing straight through the clouds and into the sea of stars. Every one of their attributes shot up by 100 billion on the spot. Jiang Jiangguo took a sharp breath, and his nose tickled. HCHO. A violent hurricane, wrapped in world-ending waves of raw law and order, blasted out of his mouth. Hundreds of miles away, a towering mountain of stone was wiped flat in an instant, without so much as a sound. The ground was gouged open, a chasm plunging straight toward the planet's core, its edges melting into churning magma. Jiang Jiangguo rubbed his nose, dumbstruck. Holy crap, did I just become Superman? At that very moment, red alarms shrieked madly aboard the Star Devourer mothership. Luobai stared at the off-the-charts energy readings, every one of his deep blue scales bristling upright, his legs buckling as he crashed to his knees, splintering the deck. You said this was just a newly formed seed. This is no seed. This is the goddamn daddy. Full speed jump, run. Run? I sent a mental message. Huzi. Far away at the frontier of the star region, freshly seated at the head of the Tian gang, Li Hu's eyes lit up instantly. Foster father. Huzi's here. He hefted his heaven-splitting great axe onto his shoulder and locked onto the deep void. He'd just claimed his divine seat and had nowhere to burn off all this power. Before I could even get out the words, "Leave one alive," he'd already stepped onto the starry Great Wall, channeling combat power tens of thousands of times over into the axe's edge. "You mangy dogs, you dare come begging in my China's territory." One swing, the heavens split. A dark gold axe blade arc streaked across the cosmos like an aurora tearing through the universe, slicing into the deep void. 800,000 aliens, thousands of motherships, not so much as a ripple stirred. They were cleaved apart, body and soul obliterated, vaporized into cosmic dust. My hand froze midair, still poised to send the message. I pinched the bridge of my nose. I wanted you to grab a leader to interrogate, to soul search for the coordinates of the World King's lair. The void rippled, and Lihu flickered back cheerfully, slamming down onto one knee, his face practically begging for praise. "Foster father, I chopped those bugs so clean there wasn't even scrap left." "Slick right. You killed them all? Didn't leave a single one breathing?" Lihu scratched his head, his expression stiffening. Got carried away. How about I head up to the higher realms and nab a few of the World King's lackeys to make up for it?" "Enough. If you run off, who guards the frontier? Get back to your post." He thumped his chest, radiating bloodlust. "Don't worry, foster father. The day you march on the celestial realm, take me with you. I'll carve up that World King's divine body alive." With that, he pulled out a storage ring like he was presenting treasure. I swept it with my divine sense. 3 million pieces of top-tier 7-colored equipment, 350,000 Chaos Black Gold sets, 2 Primordial Supreme treasures, and 3-star region origin stones shimmering with flowing starlight. Toss these resources into the transcendent great world, and they'd spark a world-ending bloodbath of a scramble. But to me now, casually stacking nearly 1,000,000 multiplier tiers, it wasn't even enough to fill a gap between my teeth. "You're trying to fob me off with this junk? Fine, whatever." I crushed the ring and flicked my fingers. Millions of pieces of top-grade divine gear transformed into a sky-blotting meteor shower, thundering down toward the China region. 10,000 hardships, and all beings ferried across. Today, my China ferries itself. My voice rang out across the star region. Consider these spoils a bonus for our own people. Finders keepers. The entire Huaxiao server erupted into celebration in an instant. Divine gear is raining from the sky. That dragon-slaying blade that just crashed onto my balcony is mine. Thank you, Divine Lord, for these treasures. May Huaxia stand eternal. 1 second. 800,000 aliens reduced to ash. Under this starry sky, who else dares challenge us? Meanwhile, in the wasteland quarantine zone, that group of once lofty Western leaders stared through the barrier at the meteor shower of treasures falling within Huaxia's defensive line, their eyes practically bleeding with envy. Supreme Commander Wilson collapsed into the muddy water, slapping his own face as he wailed. "They're cherry-picking 7-color grade equipment like it's nothing, and we can't even get our hands on a single scrap of refined iron. Why did I ever pick a fight with a monster like that?" Disaster is born from arrogance. The moment they treated fear as capital and hostility as foresight, they had already kicked themselves out of this new era. High in the air, my status panel flooded red across the board. Huaxia's national faith has reached maximum threshold. Faith multiplier forcibly boosted to 5000x. I waved my hand, suspending 3 star domain origin stones in my palm, and with a single thought, all origins as one. The origin vortex descended like a colossal beast, wringing the 3 stones down to their purest streams of law and devouring every last drop. Star domain origin stones successfully absorbed. Exclusive multiplier zone boosted by another 1.5 million times. Layer upon layer stacked together, my origin power multiplier soared to 2.16 million times, and combined with my 4 million-fold primordial Dao bones, plus my 6 core stats that ran into the tens of quintillions. I clenched my fist ever so slightly. Crack, crack. Merely by curling my knuckles, the surrounding high-dimensional space let out a groan of unbearable strain, its underlying laws crumbling at the edges. Realm King, your chess game. It's my turn to flip the board. I lifted my head, my gaze piercing through the endless void, locking onto that unfathomably distant highest dimension. At that very moment, at the edge of the ultimate realm that towered above all planes of existence, a Dharma body so vast that entire nebulae were mere specks of dust before it sat cross-legged within a churning storm of chaos. The Realm King, each of his long, drawn-out breaths sent tens of thousands of lower-tier star seas flickering in and out of existence. The right envoy, Yin Chong, pressed himself against the empty chaos, not daring to breathe. Reporting to the Realm King, Jiang Feng of Blue Star wiped out the entire scouting start of our race in a single strike. He has also overturned the system's restrictions, crowned himself, rewritten his own scriptures, reshaped the heavenly Tao, and has already provoked the fury of numerous powers in the upper realms. The Realm King slowly opened his eyes. Within those pupils, like galactic black holes, there was not a trace of human emotion. Crowned himself, rewrote his own scriptures. His voice was ethereal and immense, resonating with such force that Yin Chang's very soul screamed in agony. I sowed trillions of fruit seeds across the myriad realms, expecting they would lie dormant for millions of years more. I never imagined that this anomaly, Jiang Feng, would force this lowest-tier fruit to ripen ahead of its time. He raised a single hand, and in his palm, suspended amid the flickering shadows of 10,000 rising and dying planes, he gazed at that blue star radiating golden light, the corner of his mouth twitching ever so slightly. Kill my old envoy, destroy my grand illusion, and now you dare covet the heavenly Tao that I myself decreed. You've got some nerve, and you're plump enough to be worth the effort. Yin Chong lay flat on the ground, his heart churning with terror. Anyone praised like this by the World King always ended up wrung dry of every last drop of value, left without even a corpse. The World King's gaze was cold enough to freeze eternity. Send word to those useless wretches in the divine Empyrean court. Have them descend to the lower realm and probe the depths of this variable. If he knows his place and bows his head, I might grant him a position pouring tea and fetching water. But if he dares spit in the face of my generosity, a killing intent that could freeze 10 million miles of starry sky descended in silence. Then I'll swallow him whole, roots and all. In the boundless higher dimensions, a floating continent forged from crystals of pure law, the divine Empyrean court. Their commander, Lei Jun, clad in violet lightning armor, sat upon his throne, gripping the World King's decree that had just dissolved in his hand. His expression was grim. Elder brother, what does the World King command? Below him, several six-winged Deva lieutenants bowed in unison. Lei Jun crushed the remnants of the decree. The World King wants us to go to the lowest tier of the mortal realm and put the screws to some newly promoted backwater plane, Blue Star. He says a variable has appeared there. We're to size him up, and while we're at it, bring him to heel like a dog. The hall erupted in laughter. A lowly seed fruit realm, hardly worth the divine Empyrean court's time? Lei Jun didn't laugh. One sweep of his cold gaze, and the laughter died instantly. Fools, do you think anything that warrants the World King's personal decree could be a common ant? His voice trembled. The World King, Song Yuan, when he stormed the heavenly court all those years ago, he didn't even lift a hand. With a single glance, he crushed all 8 of our ancient heaven emperors. Anyone capable of that kind of absolute domination has long since crossed the great divide into the void realm, perhaps even the heaven venerate realm. Otherwise, how could he treat the boundless plains as his own personal orchard? You could have heard a pin drop in the hall. Lei Jun rose abruptly, snatching up his thunder halberd. Botch this errand, and its annihilation of body and soul. Muster the 100,000 divine Empyrean Imperial Guard. Tear open the boundary wall. Let's go see just how brave this variable really is. At that same moment, on Blue Star, atop the peak of Kunlun, fierce winds raged, snow swirling across the sky. An ancient bronze gate stood in silence, and beyond it lay an interstellar passage of fathomless depth. The path to heaven began right here. I pulled up the mission panel. 6 Transformation Ultimate Mission, Path to Mending Heaven. Objective: cross the boundary wall, travel to the greater world above, and repair the high-dimensional breach torn open long ago by the demon domain. Blue Star was stable now, and my parents had gained the strength to protect themselves. My original wish, to guard everything I loved, had been fulfilled. But my journey was only just beginning. The World King hid in the highest dimension, playing his game of chess. I had no desire to face him. Meeting force with force, I'll keep grinding levels and stacking my panels, steamrolling straight through with numbers so brutal they defy all reason. Dealing with him? Just a matter of flipping the table on my way out. Behind me stood the newly enshrined gods of China. They clamored to charge into battle at my side as the vanguard, but I shut them down flat. Blue Star had just ascended, and our top fighters had to stay home and guard the door. Zhang Chonglin stroked his beard and let out a long sigh. All feasts must come to an end. With you gone, divine sovereign, you're sure to turn their world upside down. Jiang Shuyan stood quietly in the driving snow, pushing up her gold-rimmed glasses without wasting a single word. Guard the home, manage the finances, protect the two elders. Those were the iron rules of this head steward. Li Yin blazed with black demon fire, pounding his dark gold breastplate until it thundered. Anyone who dares act up on Blue Star, I'll make sure they don't die with their body intact. Then came Li Hu. The rough-edged guy had been playing tough just moments ago, but the second he walked up to me, his eyes went red. Foster father, I used to be just a street bum, mooching off you for food and drinks. Now I'm the first seat of the heavenly constellation, and it's all thanks to you giving me a leg up. And you're heading up there to wade into the mess of the upper realm all by yourself. He slammed his massive axe into the ice with a clang. You just say the word once you get there. Any trouble, and I'll lead all of Blue Star charging up to back you up. I let out a rare smile and pointed at the ancestral dragon circling overhead. What are you worrying about? The Dragon Maiden and I have a soul contract. We can connect in a second, even across dimensions. If anything comes up, I'll call you up as free muscle. Li Hu sniffed and cupped his fists in a formal, old-fashioned bow. Foster father, take care. Enough. Quit acting like you're in a period drama. I cursed him with a grin, easing the heavy weight of parting. A flash of gold, and the massive ancestral dragon transformed into human form. The Dragon Maiden had grown a bit, radiating the majesty of the heavenly Tao all around her. But in that moment, she couldn't hold it together and buried her face in my chest. You have to pay attention to me every single day. You're not allowed to think I'm annoying. A dignified heavenly Tao of an entire realm. The master who commanded the ultimate lightning judgment. And in front of me, still just a clingy little kitten. I ruffled her hair. Stop crying, and keep an eye on the family's rice bowl. Jiang Jiangguo, dressed in the imperial robes of an emperor sovereign, clapped me on the shoulder with a careless grin. You little punk, go make it big in the upper realm and don't embarrass the Jiang family. If you find anything good, remember to bring some local goods back home. Lu Tsuelon didn't nag. She just stepped forward, hugged me tight, and her eyes went red. The last one to come forward was Xiao Zhenjiang. He lowered his voice. Divine Sovereign, I've already made arrangements at the end of the path to heaven. Years ago, I stumbled upon a fragmentary primordial godhood. After refining it, I gained an extra life. My main body and my avatar share consciousness. I sent that level, 1000 avatar to lie low in the upper realm long ago. It's right at the edge of the star wreckage ruins at the end of the passage. The moment you arrive, he'll be there to receive you. I gave a slight nod. Having a local snake to lead the way would save me a lot of trouble. No more talk. I lifted the staff of cosmic annihilation, turned, and stepped through the ancient bronze gate that sealed off dimensions. A blinding light flared, my figure dissolved, and the rift snapped shut. The peak of Kunlun returned to the dead silence of falling snow. Everyone stood frozen in the snow, unmoving for a long time. And then, boom, without warning, the newly forged, rock-solid boundary wall of Blue Star was ripped apart by higher dimensional laws. The sky went dark in an instant. Violet lightning tore through the clouds. A law warship stretching 10,000 miles smashed through space itself and hovered above Kunlun. On its deck stood 100,000 Shinshao Imperial Guards, each bearing 6 wings, clad in heavy armor and gripping their weapons, gazing down with the eyes of men looking at corpses. Lei Jun strode to the bow, his thunder halberd in hand. He didn't spare a single glance at this land brimming with dimensional essence. treating it like nothing more than freshly cleared pasture land in some lower realm. Listen up, you ants of Blue Star. His voice boomed like a great bell, shattering the falling snow across the sky. I am the commander of the Shunshao Celestial Court. By the mercy of the World King, this ripe little fruit of yours is granted the privilege of surrendering to heaven. Hand over the anomaly. As for the rest of you, your entire race will cripple your own cultivation and don the soul-locking rings. If the World King's in a good mood, maybe he'll let you keep your worthless lives, scrubbing toilets in the essence pools. Atop Kunlun, silence reigned like death. A few seconds passed. Go screw yourself. Li Hu's veins bulged as he swung his massive heaven-splitting axe up over his shoulder. You feathered piles of trash think you can come shake down China for protection money? Grow a pair and come down here. Grandpa'll chop you into 8 pieces and feed you to the dogs. Jiang Jiangguo grabbed him by the arm, and Lu Zuolan took a step sideways, planting herself in front. The two old ones wore faces still as water, burning with fury, yet steady as mountains. Xiao Zhenjiang slowly stepped forward, drew his warblade, and pointed it straight at the clouds. The terrifying aura of the Sage King, guardian of the way, erupted with a thunderous roar. Beside him, the Dragon Maiden shed every trace of her fragile disguise. Reflected in her eyes was a pure, world-ending judgment of thunder, the killing intent of heaven itself locking instantly onto the 100,000 guards above. We of China kneel to no heaven and bow to no earth. Xiao Zhenjiang's voice was like iron. True strength was never about pressing others beneath your heel. It meant that even with power in your grasp, you still remembered the taste of being oppressed. And so we would never, ever kneel. You want dogs to break in? The Dragon Maiden sneered, the dragon horns on her forehead flashing with blinding golden light. Then leave your lives here, as fertilizer. Atop Kunlun, the cold wind froze. The 100,000 Shunshao Imperial Guards hung in midair. 6 wings beat as one, whipping up a storm in the void. Lei Jun stood at the bow of the 10,000-mile law warship, sneering down at Xiao Zhenjiang with his drawn blade, and at the Dragon Maiden with her dragon horns. Ants of the lower realm, you don't know death when it's staring you in the face. He leveled his halberd at the land of China. All forces, hear my command. Raise the cities and establish our might. Leave a few alive, soul-locked, to bring back to heaven. The 100,000 guards let out a low battle cry in unison. The sound waves cracked the clouds apart, transforming into 100,000 streaks of light that dove toward China. The summer defense line. Xiao Zhenjiang didn't waste a single word. The Path Guardian Sacred King's divine throne roared within his body, and his heavenly realm combat power was instantly unsealed. Gripping his blade with both hands, he slashed fiercely at the sky. Not a hint of flourish. The heavens split open on the spot. A black spatial rift stretching tens of thousands of miles tore across the firmament. The thousands of Imperial Guards charging at the front didn't even have time to scream before the rift sliced them clean apart, bursting into a sky-filling mist of blood. The warship's shields flickered wildly for half a second, then shattered with a deafening crash. Lei Jun staggered back half a step, glaring at Xiao Zhenjiang, the contempt in his eyes freezing over in an instant. This was absolutely not the combat power a freshly matured fruit seed should possess. This was peak Realm Lord level. Old Xiao, don't hog it all for yourself. Li Hu got antsy, breaking free from Jiang Jiangguo. Dragging his massive sky-splitting axe, he stomped through the ice layer and shot forward like a dark gold cannonball, crashing straight into the Imperial Guard formation. Dozens of Shunshao spears thrust at his chest all at once. Clink-clang, the spear tips snapped on the spot, without leaving so much as a white scratch on his dark gold armor. Li Hu grinned, baring his teeth. This trash for a shield? Not even good enough to scrub your grandpa's back. He swung the giant axe in a full arc, one horizontal sweep. The void ripped open, and thousands of Imperial Guards were cut clean in half, like harvested leeks. The axe's momentum didn't fade. It carved a hole thousands of feet wide into the warship's armor. I was just fretting about where to break in my new patch divine gear. Perfect timing, boys. Lei Jun's face turned black as a pot's bottom. In the span of a few breaths, 20% of his 100,000 Imperial Guards were gone. A few sharp-witted lieutenants realized Kunlun was all hard bones. They decisively split their forces into multiple columns, transforming into ghostly light and diving toward East River City and other civilian districts. Avoid the main gods. Grab the civilians. I refuse to believe mortals are this tough too. East River City, Pedestrian Street. A lieutenant led over 100 remaining troops in a dive, locking onto an old auntie carrying a grocery basket across the road. Lowborn scum kneel, his 5 fingers curled into claws, striking at the auntie's throat with a soul-tearing pressure. The auntie had just finished her shopping and was hurrying home to catch the rerun of the deification ceremony. Hearing the sound of the air being split, she instinctively turned her head. These days, all of China had undergone deification, everyone ascending. The vast realm element within her body, baptized by the new heavenly Tao, sensed the hostility and automatically moved to protect its master. The auntie's hand jerked, and a large head of cabbage flew out of her basket. Wrapped in pure realm element essence, the cabbage broke the sound barrier and smashed straight into the lieutenant's face. Bam! The lieutenant's prized bodyguarding aura shattered like glass. His features caved in, his neck snapped, and he crashed, armor and all, into the asphalt, wedged in so deep he couldn't be pried out. Behind him, over 100 Imperial guards slammed to a halt in unison, dumbstruck. At the intersection, a few middle schoolers with backpacks came walking over. Spotting the 6-winged Imperial guards hovering in midair, their eyes lit up. Check it out. Wild monsters are dropping from the sky. No cutting in line. I just ascended 600 levels. Let me test my hands first. The middle schoolers leapt dozens of meters into the air, each throwing out the most basic straight. A punch, the fist's wind carrying the roar of new realm element energy. Hundreds of Imperial guards were instantly blasted into a bloody mist, dropping to the ground like dumplings into boiling water. At that same moment, on the edge of Blue Star, outside the protective dome, the Western leaders standing in the ruined mud saw it all with perfect clarity. Wilson's knees buckled and he collapsed into the muddy water, trembling and muttering, "It's over. Even some old lady out buying groceries can one-shot a divine army. In this world, we're not even worthy of shining their shoes." The surviving Western Awakeners fell into dead silence, drained of even the strength to feel envious. Above Kunlun, Lei Jun stared at the battle reports coming in from every direction, his scalp crawling. 100,000 Imperial guards, slaughtered like chickens by civilians and a handful of lunatics in just minutes. This wasn't picking low-hanging fruit. This was walking into a wolf's den to serve yourself up as a buffet. Retreat. Activate the cross-realm jump. Lei Jun screamed, his fingers flying through hand seals, trying to activate the soul-locking ring to relay the disaster to the Realm King. "You dare come to my house to steal our rations?" An ice-cold female voice exploded right beside his ear. The Dragon Maiden had, at some unknown moment, already positioned herself directly above the warship. The third heavenly Tao dragon horn on her forehead blazed with a dazzling violet gold light. The heavenly punishment of the new heavenly Tao locked down the entire space. Boom! A bolt of chaotic divine lightning, thick as a barrel, tore through heaven and earth and struck the warship with pinpoint precision. The supposedly indestructible high-dimensional warship instantly vaporized in the lightning. Half of Lei Jun's body was blasted to charcoal, and he plummeted heavily downward. Li Hu stepped forward, his huge hand clamping around Lei Jun's neck, dangling him in midair like a dead dog. "Running? Did you ask your grandpa who's asked for permission?" Li Hu sneered, then turned his head and shouted, "Hey Xiao, this guy's a big shot. I left him breathing. Go search his soul." Xiao Zhenjiang strode forward and pressed one hand down on the crown of Lei Jun's head, his mighty spiritual power mercilessly stabbing into his sea of consciousness. Lei Jun let out a scream like a pig being slaughtered. His identity as a Shenshao commander had become a complete joke before the gods of Huaxia. Meanwhile, in the boundless high dimensions, the upper realm's starry sky, in a graveyard of star wreckage known as the Sky-Severing Abyss, an ancient bronze gate slowly manifested against the back of a massive meteorite. The doors pushed open, and I stepped out. The concentration of realm element energy shifted abruptly. The air was filled with violent void turbulence. Every strand of wind could shred an ordinary realm lord to pieces. My expression remained calm. With a physical body whose four-dimensional attributes had reached 50 quadrillion, I treated this turbulence like a gentle breeze against my face. All around lay the broken fragments of enormous stars, dead silent and desolate. Suddenly, from the meteorite belt to my right came the sharp sound of something slicing through the air. Hand over the divine crystals. A creeping worm smuggled in from the mortal realm dares to run wild here, break his four limbs, and drain his origin essence. 3 streaks of light shuttled through the air at incredible speed. At the very front was a tough-looking man drenched in blood, his battle armor in tatters. None other than the level 1000 divine rank avatar that old Xiao had left in the upper realm. At this moment, his left arm had been severed clean at the root. Cracked, his chest bore a wound that punched clean through, front to back, and his aura had withered to the breaking point. Chasing close behind were 3 guards clad in silver starlight armor, stellar rank, hunting him for sport. Now and then they'd toss out a blade of energy, savoring the thrill of cat and mouse. Old Zhao's clone gritted his teeth, resolve flashing in his eyes. Want my divine crystal? Dream on. He jerked to a stop and spun around. The shattered divine core inside him contracted violently, radiating a destructive crimson glow. He was going to self-destruct and take these 3 bastards down with him. Old Xiao, setting off fireworks the second we meet? That's hardly appropriate. My calm voice echoed through the ruins. Old Zhao's clone shuddered hard, whipping around toward the sound with disbelief written all over his face. 100 meters off, I strolled closer, one hand tucked in my pocket, in no hurry at all. The 3 stellar rank guards stopped too, sweeping cold gazes toward me. Where'd this suicidal little nothing crawl out from? This is heaven's business. Get lost. The middle guard didn't finish. I didn't even bother drawing my staff. I just raised a hand and flicked my index finger. 9 Nether Prison Law, Spatial Gravity System. Origin Source Rank, Divine Technique. Myriad Origins return to 1. Crack. The space around the 3 guards collapsed inward in a frenzy, crushing down. Invisible gravity slammed onto them like a billion mountains. They didn't even have time to scream before their armor, artifacts, and divine souls were compressed and refined in an instant. Not so much as a speck left behind. 3 breaths later, all that remained were 3 source light orbs the size of longans, drifting lazily toward me. Ding. Pengu plunder kill triggered. Slain stellar rank, guards times 3. Forcibly plundered 240 quintillion free attribute points. On my source multiplier panel, over 16 million times over, the numbers ticked up ever so slightly. Don't underestimate that little tick. Up in the upper realm, countless powerhouses would crack each other's skulls open for it. I clapped my hands and looked at old Zhao's clone, now frozen stiff as a statue. The corner of my mouth curled up. Old Xiao, you've really been having it rough up here in the upper realm, huh? Old Zhao's clone was a churning sea inside. The God Sovereign was still invincible. To him, the powerhouses of the upper realm were no different from ants. Just then, a piercing shriek tore through the sky in the distance. An arrogant roar cut through the clouds, rattling space itself. Which ant dares to kill people of my Lingxiao heaven? Get out here and die. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 10 streaks of light shattered through the void's chaotic currents and slammed down dozens of meters in front of me. As the glare faded, 10 powerhouses appeared, clad in the Star Marshal battle armor of Lingxiao heaven. At their head was a 4-winged, peak stellar rank commander. He glared at old Zhao's clone and sneered coldly. Running? Why not run now? You dared kill one of heaven's patrol. Today I'll drain your divine crystal and burn you like a lamp. Only after finishing did he catch sight of me. His brow furrowed. Where'd this lower realm hick come from, daring to stick his nose in heavens? Noisy. I didn't even lift an eyelid. I gave my thumb and index finger a light rub. Snap. A crisp finger snap. The words caught in his throat. The laws of gravity around the 4-winged guardian went haywire in an instant. A gravitational field over 10 million times normal crashed down like an invisible hydraulic press. Bam! Not even half a second of resistance. The 4-winged guardian, along with the 9 guards behind him and their high-dimensional battle armor, were crushed into a single compressed patty of blood and flesh. Villains die from talking too much. Physical enlightenment, delivered. 10 walnut-sized orbs of origin light spiraled toward me. Ding. Pengu plunder triggered. High-tier guards slain times 10. Force plundered 600 trillion free attribute points. Obtained. Chaos black gold equipment times 3. High-dimensional divine crystals times 10. I didn't even glance at the divine crystals, just tossed them into my inventory. The 3 pieces of chaos black gold equipment were forcibly smelted by all origins returned to 1, and my combat multiplier climbed another notch. 600 trillion attribute points, credited. Without hesitation, I dumped the entire pool. Constitution, strength, agility, and wisdom, split evenly. All 4 stats leveled up another tier, now past 5 quintillion. Old Zhao's clone stood there, mouth slightly agape, frozen like a wooden statue. He'd lurked in the upper realm for over a decade. He knew exactly how brutal these peak star rank guards were. High-dimensional bodies came with built-in law immunity, and killing across ranks could take days and nights of grinding. But this guy in front of him? One snap, and the enemy just shattered? What are you spacing out for? I clapped my hands, my gaze sweeping past him toward a massive dark vortex deep in the ruins. It was a void rift stretching tens of thousands of miles, churning with a space-time storm that ground everything to dust. Back in the day, the Realm King had hurled the primordial supreme treasure, the Demon Domain, and forcibly smashed through Blue Star's realm barrier, leaving behind this deep space hole. Because of it, Blue Star's laws had been bleeding away for years, forcing the entire world into a digitized state for a full 60 years. I walked to the edge of the rift and pulled up my system panel. 6th Transformation Ultimate Quest, The Path of Mending Heaven, Phase 1. Objective: step onto the path to heaven, cross the realm barrier, and repair the deep space hole punched through by the Demon Domain. The job our ancestors never finished. Today, I'll wrap it up. I raised my right arm, palm aimed at that rift spanning tens of thousands of miles. The one-of-a-kind vast realm essence within me, paired with the matter control laws of the Codex of all existence, erupted forth without reservation. Boom. The star wreck ruins shuddered violently. Violet gold light transformed into countless chains of law, savagely stabbing into the void barriers on both ends of the rift. Under the suppression of my 5 quintillion stats and 10 million-fold multiplier, the raging space-time storm couldn't even kick up a ripple. It was flattened outright. The chains contracted and stitched together frantically. 10 seconds, and the tens of thousands mile deep space hole sealed completely. A sturdy realm membrane, circulating with the aura of China's new heavenly Tao, was welded firmly onto the foundation of the greater realm. Ding. Phase 1 complete. Heaven mending, SUC. I'll translate this Chinese text into natural American English. Achievement: Blue Star's dimensional barrier fully restored. Free passage between Blue Star and the upper realm. Channel access controlled exclusively by you. As the words faded, a burst of primordial violet light exploded inside me. The long-accumulated overflow of experience points came flooding in like a broken dam, surging through every limb and bone. Ding. 6th Ascension complete. Level breakthrough. Currently level 360. 7th Ascension threshold reached. Class advancement. Tao Sovereign, peak of the Tao Source tier. Before I could even check the new stats, another blood red skill window popped up on the panel. 6th Ascension Core Divine Skill, Myriad Tao Shadows. Effect: instantly strip away your own laws to split into 1,000 physical clones, each with combat power, attributes, and equipment fully identical to the original. Every clone independently unleashes all skills, with damage and law effects stacking perfectly at 1,000x the original. For once, my breath caught for a split second. 1,000 clones at full combat power? My current single-target combat power, factoring in the 10 million times multiplier zone, had long exceeded the system's display limit. And now stack that 1,000 times over. This isn't firepower coverage, I chuckled softly. This is dimensional liquidation. Old Zhao's clone felt the terrifying aura that flashed across me and went completely numb. 1,000 originals, and they stack? He swallowed hard, his scalp prickling. This was a straight-up, pure-blooded stat monster. Did the World King even know the lower realm had raised such an unreasonable monster of a father? This wasn't someone coming to resist. This was someone coming to stock up. At that moment, old Zhao's clone shut his eyes and trembled slightly. A few seconds later, his eyes snapped open, his expression grave to the extreme. Divine Sovereign. My main body just synced up the intel from soul-searching Lei Jun. He strode forward, speaking rapidly. The World King, Song Yuan, treats the endless plains like an orchard, and there are trillions of orchards like this. He plans to devour the ripened fruits to charge toward the heavenly sovereign threshold of the boundless sacred mountain. I turned around, my face impassive. Continue. The ones we killed just now were from the Lingxiao Celestial Court, one of the World King's lackeys in the upper realm. The courtmaster just issued a kill order to pull back every single spy stationed around Blue Star. Pull them back. I raised an eyebrow. Yes. Old Zhao's eyes reddened. They're going all in to hunt down and wipe out Nuwa and the remnants of China's ancient sages. The courtmaster wants to take Nuwa's creation origin and trade it to the World King in exchange for direct entry and the protection of the heavenly realm's core. Almost at the very same moment, deep within the upper realm, at the headquarters of the Lingxiao Celestial Court, inside the crystal grand hall suspended among the clouds, the Lingxiao court master crushed a message jade slip. He had just used a karma detection array to try to view the scene of those 10 guards' deaths. The karma threads connected all the way to me, but all his vision revealed was a stream of crimson garbled code and an endless string of attribute multipliers with more digits than he could count. With just one glance at that panel, the crystal pillars of the hall groaned under unbearable strain. Even the high-dimensional Dao heart the court master prized so dearly split with a crack. What kind of monster is that? How could the mortal realm ever breed such a pure numerical aggregate? He slumped back into his throne, cold sweat pouring down. He made his decision on the spot. Never, ever touch that jinx called Qingfeng. Sound the order. Full army, move out, seal off the Shattered Star Sea. We wipe out Nuwa's remnants before that wild card can interfere. The court master's face twisted savagely. Once I claim Nuwa's creation origin and offer it to the World King, I can finally escape this cursed place. Amid the ruins of the star wreckage, I quietly listened as old Zhao finished his report. No rage, no urgency. I just weighed the universe-shattering staff in my hand, my gaze turning ice-cold, hunting down my Huaxia ancestors, and planning to use them to score points. I sneered. Old Zhao spoke anxiously. Divine Lord, Nuwa is trapped in the Shattered Star Sea. That place borders the Lingxiao Heavenly Court, and hundreds of millions of troops are closing in. It's dire. Shouldn't we rush there to help right now? Help? I shook my head. Their army's out in the field, which means their home base is wide open. The Lingxiao Heavenly Court is the World King's lapdog. Their vaults must be stuffed with high-dimensional loot, don't you think? Old Zhao froze. You mean, war is just a numbers game, and I've got a serious case of firepower anxiety. I lifted my foot and strode toward the depths of the starry sky. We hit the Lingxiao Heavenly Court directly and clean them out. Empty the treasury, do a free shopping spree, drain every last bit of their foundation to stack up my multiplier zone. I glanced back at him. Once we raise their base, I'll bring 1,000 copies of myself and go break the siege for our ancestors. And while we're at it, we'll send the World King a nice little gift. Old Zhao shivered hard, his blood boiling. Kick down the door, loot the place, slaughter gods in reverse. The Divine Lord's methods were absolutely feral. Meanwhile, deep in the upper realm, the Shattered Star Sea, a dead star region ground apart by broken, shredded laws. At the center, atop a ruined dead star, half of a phantom, human head, serpent body, struggled to take form. Across Nuwa's weathered face lay an exhaustion and resolve she couldn't hide. Below her, Ji Xuanzi, descendant of the Yellow Emperor, Jiang Kunlun, descendant of the Flame Emperor, and several hundred Huaxia forebears who had fought alongside them since ancient times. Every one of them was drenched in blood, their armor shattered, their auras sunk to the lowest ebb. Beyond the defensive line, the Lingxiao Heavenly Court's army blotted out the sky like a black tide, having completely surrounded the dead star. The warship's spiritual main cannons charged wildly, their light of destruction illuminating the entire star system. Forebears, our realm essence is spent. Jiang Kunlun knelt on one knee, leaning on his broken spear, dark gold divine blood surging from his mouth, his eyes still fierce. We have nowhere left to retreat. Forebears, our realm essence is spent. We have nowhere left to retreat. Deep in the shattered star sea, atop a ruined dead star, Jiang Kunlun leaned on his broken spear, dark gold. Divine blood ran dry across my body. He looked up at the Lingxiao Heavenly Court armada blotting out the sky. Countless psionic main cannons had finished charging, their annihilating white light casting the dead silent starfield in a ghastly pale glow. Behind him, Ji Xuanzi, descendant of the Yellow Emperor, closed his eyes. Hundreds of surviving Huaxia sages gripped their shattered blades, their inner origins raging into reverse. Even if body and soul were both destroyed, they would never leave the origin of creation to the upper realm's lackeys. Nua's half-human, half-serpent phantom struggled to manifest, her weathered face heavy with sorrow. It was me. I failed to protect Huaxia at this very moment of mutual destruction. And I stood at the far end of the endless high dimensions. The void twisted violently as I forcibly dragged old Xiao from the ruins of the Star Corps to the sky above this high-dimensional continent. Divine Lord, that's the mountain gate of the Lingxiao Heavenly Court. Old Zhao's voice cracked as he pointed at the heaven-piercing divine mountain below, forged from millions of law crystal veins. The garrisoning Heavenly Court elders had already sensed the disturbance. A layer of dark gold barrier, like an enormous overturned bowl, instantly enveloped the entire mountain gate. Where'd these lower realm ants come from? Our Heavenly Court's heaven-severing grand array can trap even Tao Origin experts to death. Since you've come to die, then become nourishment for the formation. One hand in my pocket, I couldn't even be bothered to draw the broken wooden staff on my back. Can trap Tao Origin experts? Sounds tough. The next second, myriad transformation Tao shadows. Boom. No incantation. No spectacle. The entire sky above the Xinxiao continent was completely packed with 1,000 of me. 1,000 white-robed young men, identical in appearance, in aura, right down to that same mocking curl at the corner of the mouth. Each one radiated absolute combat power at the 5 capital base attribute level, in the 10 million times multiplier tier. This was no clone technique. This was dimensional crushing that didn't play by any rules. Old Xiao hovered at the edge, legs trembling uncontrollably, with only one thought left in his mind. This wasn't breaking a formation. This was a full map format wipe. Thanks to nature's bounty, all of you can go eat shit. 1,000 of me spoke in unison, like the whispers of gods across a sea of stars. 1,000 broken wooden staves rose at the same time. Not some heaven-shattering divine art, just a mage's most basic LV1 explosive flame. But layered under 1,000 physical bodies and a 10 million times multiplier tier, the instant the fireballs converged, the underlying laws of the Xinxiao continent simply collapsed. Boom! Blazing white light swallowed heaven and earth. The heaven-severing grand array, said to trap realm lords to death, didn't even ripple in the microsecond it touched the fireballs. It vaporized silently, like a soap bubble under the scorching sun. Along with those arrogant elders, the tens of thousands of defenders, and the heaven-piercing divine mountain stretching across billions of miles, all erased clean from both the physical and causal levels by sheer numbers. As long as the numbers are high enough, laws are just paper too. I waved my hand and dismissed all 999 of my clones. Pengu slaughter triggered, total domain harvest. Kills, peak stellar rank times 99, 000, realm lord rank elders times 8, primordial legion times 2, 360, 000. Forced plunder of free attribute points, 200 quintillion. Full allocation, all 4 dimensions synced, breakthrough to 55 quintillion. Power surged through me to the absolute limit. The corner of my mouth curled up. 55 quintillion across every attribute, paired with these multipliers. In this whole world, who's left to challenge me? I strolled into the empty ruins of the mountain gate, dragging along old Xiao, now frozen stiff as a wooden statue, and wandered down to the underground vault like I was taking a walk through my own backyard. A thread of chaotic, soul-shaking miasma coiled around the vault's entrance. Careful, divine lord. That's a source seal left by the Realm King. One touch, and your soul's gone. I didn't slow down. The codex of myriad phenomena spun wildly in my mind. 55 quintillion worth of intellect became a psychic scalpel, and in an instant it deconstructed this high-dimensional seal down to the most primitive grains of sand. The Realm King's lock? This doesn't even qualify as a security door. I kicked the vault door open. Mountains of chaos black gold gear, hundreds of thousands of high-dimensional divine crystals, pool after pool of starseed source essence thick as mercury. This was the entire fortune the Lingxiao Celestial Court had plundered from 10,000 worlds over millions of years of playing lapdog. On a crystal altar of white bone in the center of the vault sat half a scroll of ancient records. I pulled it over from across the room, gave it a single glance, and my eyes turned cold as black ice. This wasn't a cultivation manual. It was the Realm King's ledger, a black account book recording the orchard harvest. Scarlet Flame Star, force ripened over 9 million years, source drained dry, refined into wasteland medicinal dregs. Songling Realm, 10 billion souls refined, corpses forged into a cushion for the Realm King's throne. Line after densely packed line, thousands upon thousands of once thriving worlds, all reduced to stepping stones for the Realm King's ascent to the heavenly venerate realm. They mattered less than weeds. So this is what the true abyss looks like. It never roars. It simply keeps quiet books, writing the life and death of countless civilizations into row after row of cold numbers, using all living things as fertilizer. I closed my fingers, crushing the scroll to ash. This kind of blood-sucking old snake, hiding in the shadows. If I don't flip his whole table over, it'd be a disgrace to all these numbers I'm carrying. I spread both arms wide. Tao source divine art. 10,000 sources returned to one. The source vortex inside me exploded outward, forming a black hole that blotted out the sky. Its pull twisted space and time into a braid, swallowing the entire accumulated wealth of these past millions of years. Devoured Starsea source pools times 12. Devoured chaos black gold gear times 4, 800,000. Devoured high-tier divine crystals times 320,000. System prompts flooded the screen like a downpour, the red interface lagging and flickering. Every resource in the entire vault was visibly sucked into the black hole, evaporated, purified. And my already absurd multiply. The multiplier zone shot up like a bottle rocket. 25 million times, 50 million times, 80 million times. The terrifying pressure slammed old Xiao flat onto his knees. All he could do was watch as the purple gold light around me solidified, crushing even the higher dimensional space until it crumbled to dust. Warning: Origin multiplier zone has breached the system's maximum limit. Current exclusive multiplier zone locked at 120 million times. The last drop of Origin was drained dry. I flexed my wrist. Bones cracked, and the space around me shattered and rained down like broken glass. A 120 million times absolute multiplier zone. 550 quadrillion in freakish four-dimensional stats. Right now, I was a walking dimension shredder. Then something changed. At the deepest part of the vault, the white jade shrine enshrining the World King's edict exploded. A massive divine shadow, wreathed in chaotic murk, rose up from within, a strand of what the World King had left behind. Lowly and of the mortal realm, you dare destroy my formation and devour my foundation. You shall be executed. The word becomes law. Pressure hit old Xiao, so hard blood spurted from all 7 orifices. Execute this. I didn't even blink. Instead of retreating, I stepped forward and opened my mouth wide. Pengu Devourer, my infinite tier talent, unleashed its plundering law that ignored every rule in existence. It surged upward, transforming into a bottomless maw. Crunch. Under old Zhao's utterly horrified gaze, I bit off a huge chunk of that lofty, high and mighty World King's edict. No. What kind of law is this? The divine shadow shrieked, its voice cracking. I ignored it. 2 or 3 bites, chewed it up, swallowed it down, like polishing off a pack of dry instant noodles. Devoured World King's edict. high-dimensional energy body, forcibly plundered 800 quadrillion free attribute points. I let out a satisfied burp and, with a single thought, spread the 800 quadrillion evenly across all 4 dimensions. All attributes broken through to 600 quadrillion. Snack's not bad, I guess. Just way too small a serving. I pulled out the primordial creation star fruit the dragon girl had shoved at me, tossed it in my mouth, and walked over to pat old Xiao, who was slumped on the ground. Get up. Shopping spree's over. Time to go bring our ancestors home. In the deepest reaches of the upper realm, the shattered star sea, the Death Star's defensive light barrier had completely crumbled. The Huaxiao sages were now fully exposed beneath the raining artillery fire. High in the heavens, the Lingxiao court master sat upon a throne of white bones, sneering as he raised his star sword. All he had to do was cut down Nua's creation origin and offer it to the World King, and he'd ascend to the peak in a single step. Huaxiao's dying candle. Let this seat snuff you out complete. The word obliterate never made it out. It jammed in his throat. The soul jade at his waist exploded into powder with a sharp crack. His home base's defenses had collapsed. Even the enshrined World King's edict lost all its resonance in that instant. How is this possible? The Lingxiao court master's face went white in a flash, and his high-dimensional Dao heart cracked wide open on the spot. His home raided? His entire foundation gone? Even the Realm King's decree was annihilated? Who on earth could? In that split second his mind went blank. The void across the entire shattered star sea was violently ripped open from the outside by a giant, invisible hand. The Realm King has come in person? Jiang Kunlun felt that world-crushing surge and sank into utter despair. But what tore the heavens apart wasn't the Realm King's chaotic malice. It was a sky full of purple-gold light, so pure it was blinding. No reinforcements, no envoys. Just row after row of identical white-robed figures, each gripping a broken wooden staff, descending like true gods, packed so densely they filled the entire starry sky. 1,000 of me, sealing off every escape route of the Lingxiao heavenly court's endless armies from all directions. 1,000 killing intents, each carrying a 120 million multiplier and 60 quintillion in stats, bore down on the spine of the Lingxiao court lord all at once. Under this incomprehensible statistical pressure, he couldn't even keep a grip on his sword. He spewed a mouthful of blood laced with fragments of his own organs, then dropped straight off his throne, crashing to his knees in the void. Hundreds of millions of warships, like paper toys, cracked and disintegrated one after another as the aura leaked out. On the Death Star, the Tsungying of Nuwa, her lingering shadow, jerked her head up, her face frozen in shock. Jiang Kunlun, Ji Xuanzi, and the other sages who had been ready to self-destruct turned to stone on the spot. At the summit of the stars, 1,000 of me lowered our heads at the same time. That voice crossed the eternal galaxy and thundered out. I'm Jiang Feng, a descendant of the Huaxiao bloodline. I've come to take the ancestors home. Dead silence. Jiang Kunlun's hand, propped on his spear, trembled violently as he stared blankly at the 1,000 young men filling the heavens. Every single aura more terrifying than his own peak 20,000 years ago by a factor of hundreds of millions. A descendant? His throat bobbed, his voice dry and cracked. You're insane. Run. That's the Lingxiao court lord. The Realm King stands behind him. No matter how ingenious your clones are, they can't bridge the gulf between dimensions. In the sage's understanding, Blue Star had been sealed under a dimensional lockdown for 60 years. For a single descendant to cross the realm barrier was already a miracle. Against a heavenly court that had ruled the Star Sea for 1,000,000 years, numbers alone were futile. Ancestors, put your hearts at ease. A familiar voice came from behind me. Old Zhao's clone strolled out of the spatial rift, hands stuffed in his pockets, swaggering, a look of undisguised smugness plastered across his face. Little Xiao? How are you also? Ji Xuanzi's eyes went wide. Ancestors, times have changed. Old Xiao grinned and pointed skyward. Forget some measly Lingxiao court lord. When the god sovereign's home, even heavenly Dao divinity gets fed to the dogs like candy. We just wiped out their nest on a whim. This is only the warm-up. Heavenly Dao divinity? Fed to the dogs? Their nest wiped out? Jiang Kunlun and Ji Xuance's minds went buzz. 20,000 years of cultivation worldview shattered to pieces by these few casually tossed off words. Here we were, fighting to the death, spilling our last drop of bleeding, but the descendant from Blue Star that we'd risked everything to protect turned out to be a peerless monster who could grind the very heavenly Tao into the dirt. Divine Lord Qingfeng. Mercy, the Lord of Lingxiao Court, kneeling in the void, finally snapped out of his daze. Ignoring the blood, he kowtowed frantically. All four wings splayed flat against the meteor, every shred of an overlord's dignity gone. I was blind. I never should have offended China. Just spare my worthless life, and I'll be the most vicious dog you unleash on the world kings. Be my dog. I bent forward slightly, looking at him the way one looks at a pile of data. A flick of my wrist, and that half-scroll of secret text, deconstructed and reassembled, turned into a streak of light and slammed hard into his face. Smack! Crimson Flame Star, smelted into wasteland. Songling Realm, its throne forged from corpses. I spoke each word like the tolling of a death knell. This Orchard Ledger, you pack of running dogs added plenty of entries, using the living beings of 10,000 worlds as fertilizer. Now you know how to beg. He stared at the ledger, shaking like a leaf. Those were the World King's decrees. I was forced into it. My ancestors' lives are lives. Yours doesn't even count as an experience drop. I cut him off and slowly raised my right hand. Broaden your horizons a little. Go peacefully. 1,000 of me raised their arms at once. 1,000 snaps of the fingers, all cracking out in perfect unison, down to the same microsecond. Snap. No explosion. No flash of light. Under the stacking of a 120 million-fold multiplier and 60 quintillion in attributes, the matter control of the codex of all creation leaped straight to a dimension the system itself couldn't parse. The Lord of Lingxiao Court, along with the supposedly invincible army of hundreds of millions and the tens of thousands of warships behind him, dissolved into the universe's tiniest fundamental particles at that single crisp snap. Not even a whisper of a screaming soul remained. Like a giant eraser had wiped them clean off the canvas of the stars. Penga Slaughter triggered, full domain harvest. Realm Lord Peak Overlord slain ×1, Primordial Legion ×120,000,000. Free attribute points seized, 660 quintillion. I didn't so much as lift an eyelid, casually splitting the 660 quintillion evenly across all 6 stats. Total combat power, 680 quintillion luck, 115 quintillion spirit soul, 120 quintillion. I raised a hand and crushed the ledger. Countless planetary coordinates, glowing with a faint, eerie light, unfurled into a vast star map and seared themselves deep into my sea of consciousness. This blood debt, these drain-dry world coordinates, they were the guiding lights for Blue Star's next step, to swallow the heavens and overthrow the world kings. I dispersed my clones and slowly descended onto the shattered dead star. The people of China never leave a debt unpaid, and we never let our own bleed and weep alone. I looked at the sages, their bodies caked with dried blood, and my voice finally softened just a touch. The remnant shadow of Nuwa gazed at the violet gold radiance surrounding me, and a glimmer of relief welled up in her weathered, ancient eyes. She raised a trembling hand, her palm splitting open as she forced out, #the last core. A ball of iridescent yet utterly dimmed marrow essence. The final core left over from mending the heavens all those years ago, and the last spark of life sustaining their lingering obsession. Child, you've done well. Far better than we ever hoped. Nuwa's voice carried a weary sense of relief. The upper realm is treacherous, and the realm king cannot be defeated. Take this sky-mending essence, the eternal flame of our people. I entrust it to you. As she spoke, her figure and those of Jiang Kunlun and the others flickered violently, as if they might scatter with the next breath of wind. Their strength was spent. Their lamps had run dry. Entrust it to me? No way. I shook my head. Conquering the world. That dirty work, I can handle. But those little brats back home still need the ancestors to go back and keep them in line. I didn't take the essence. Instead, I reached out and clamped my hand around it. Tao Source Tier Divine Art. All origins returned to one. Boom. A violent vortex exploded in my palm. The withered sky-mending essence was instantly devoured, deconstructed, and refined with savage intensity. Host detected absorbing homologous ultimate creation. Tao Sovereign, Void Tier, hidden mechanism activated. High-dimensional reversal divine art comprehended. All heavens. Myriad transformations, sky-mending, Tao fruit. The instant the notification sounded, 1,000 Tao shadows, solid as flesh, erupted behind me. But this time, not for slaughter. 1,000 versions of me reached out in unison, channeling the perfectly refined creation essence, holding nothing back, straight into Nuwa and the hundreds of forebears. Single refinement, cutting away the dross, leaving only the purest ultimate power. Thousandfold stacking, 1,000 Tao shadows pouring output at once, the total surging 1,000 times over. 10,000-fold return, then triggering the ultimate reversal of the sky-mending Tao fruit, driving healing and reconstruction to a full 10,000 times the original power. Rumble. The dried-up realm essence of the shattered star sea instantly began to boil. 5-colored divine light became a heaven-piercing pillar, enveloping every forebear within it. A miracle unfolded before their very eyes. Jiang Kunlun's shattered war spear reforged itself. His shriveled flesh grew full again, as if time were flowing backward, and his dark gold divine blood roared like a tidal wave. Ji Xuance's broken divine body was reshaped in an instant, a high-dimensional crown of stars condensing above his head. Nuwa's phantom, of which only half had remained, solidified into flesh in the blink of an eye, her body wreathed in a primordial creation aura that far surpassed her peak from 20,000 years ago. Health bars filled, realms soared, ceilings shattered through by force. What manner of power is this? Jiang Kunlun gripped his spear, sinking into profound stupefaction. They had prepared to die gloriously for their people. Instead, not only did they survive, this junior had fed them, in a single breath, into the most peak existences in the entire star region. True strength was never about standing atop the summit alone. It was having the power to pull everyone around you up there with you. I clapped my hands together, looking at my newly rejuvenated ancestors, and a faint, easy smile curved at the corner of my lips. I need to see the Chinese text you'd like me to translate. It looks like your message may have gotten cut off. I can see a portion starting with, but the beginning appears to be missing. Here's my translation of what you've provided. Turning around, he used his wooden staff to tear open a galactic highway leading straight to the blue star. Let's go, ancestors. Dinner's ready back home. I'll take you all back. And while we're at it, tell the world king. He owes a debt to China, and he owes me a life. It's time to settle up. Feel free to paste the full text if you'd like me to translate the complete passage.